Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry, Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of today's Special Council meeting. We have a full agenda today with one statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act, regular business to follow, and then Council will be taking a recess and reconvening at 6 p.m. this evening for a closed session meeting. And then following that, we'll be coming back into the public and we'll be discussing item 18 on our agenda today at that time. So as I said, we have a full day agenda ahead of us today, but first, it's important that I reiterate some of the points that Dr. Wong, our Chief Medical Officer of Health, made earlier this week. Dr. Wong has made it very clear that the spread of COVID-19 has escalated rapidly in our region. Our case rates have more than tripled within the last 2 weeks. Now think about that for a moment. She said that we are speeding fully into the red zone under the provincial framework and that we all need to make major changes to avoid another lockdown. As such, we need to dramatically reduce our social interactions. We need to stay home and go out only for essential purposes like going to work, school, getting groceries, keeping a medical appointment, or exercising outdoors. Dr. Wong advised that Waterloo Region residents should consider COVID-19 to be widely circulating in the community right now. If you have symptoms, do not go to work or school or out at all. Self-isolate and make an appointment to be tested. All of us need to take our responsibility to do our part seriously. I know it's difficult, particularly as we head into the holiday season, but we really all need to step up and do whatever it takes to protect one another. And I know that we can all do this. There is promising news on the horizon, however, with the hope of a potential vaccine by next spring. And I know we've all got our fingers crossed for that. We will see the end of this, but we do have to remain being patient, and collectively, we will get through this winter period as safely as possible. However, amidst all this, there have been some excellent and inspiring business stories in our city that have been making headlines, and that really is a breath of fresh air right now. So congratulations to PriMed Medical Products, who will be making 50 million masks annually out of their new Cambridge plant over the next 5 years under their recently announced deal with the province. And Cambridge-based BWXT Canada was awarded a massive contract recently with Bruce Power to do fuel channel maintenance work on a nuclear reactor. And I know that along with the United Steelworkers Union 2859, they are coming up to completing another couple of steam generators that will be delivered to Bruce Power at the end of December. And these are components that can only be made in one place in North America, and that's BWXT. So a couple of really great news stories for our community. So our manufacturing community has stepped up. We have seen jobs created, we've seen PPE created, and as I said, the province is coming through with some contracts for these new businesses in order to ensure a good homemade supply chain of personal protective equipment in our community. But most importantly, Cambridge, we all need to do our part. Let's remain safe, physically distance, mask, and ensure that you wash your hands often. So let's get started on today's proceedings. So as a reminder to members of council and our delegations, in the spirit of kindness and procedural rules, I ask that we maintain decorum at all times throughout our meeting and remind members not to use disrespectful language, as it will not be tolerated. I'd also like to remind everyone participating in the meeting today to please mute your ringtones and mute your mics when you're not speaking. There are two portions to today's meeting. The first portion is the statutory public meetings held in accordance with the Ontario Planning Act. Today we have one of these statutory public meetings, which we will get to shortly. I will now ask our clerk to complete a roll call of all of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance today as we are coming to you electronically. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Mayor McGarry.
Present.
And Councillor Liggett will join us later on this afternoon.
Thank you. In addition, we're going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us today. And joining us electronically today, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, Yogesh Shah, and Dave Bush, our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayres, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture, Leslie Head, our Director of Engineering, Kevin D. Liebeck, our Director of Communications, Suzanne Hiller, and as well, we have many staff joining us today from our Planning, Finance, Facilities, Transportation, and Engineering divisions. We thank you all for being with us here today. And clerking the meeting today, we have our City Clerk, Danielle Manton, our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and also Alexandra Rodick, Council Committee Services Coordinator. So thanks today again to our technology services staff, Greg Elgie, who is assisting with logistics today. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. Council, as this is a virtual meeting, I will ask that each member of council who wishes to speak to use the raise hand feature on your video call, and the clerk and I will track the speakers list today and then invite you to speak. Now moving forward to declarations of pecuniary interest, a reminder to members of council that if you have made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, you will also have to do so for the bylaw related to the same item. So at this time, members of council, do you have any declarations of pecuniary interest? And seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda for today. Today we have one statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act. I will call upon our staff and our planning division to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the statutory public meeting today. Following this, we will receive a presentation from the applicant and then hear from any registered delegations, after which we will then open the phones for any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to our live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to the statutory public meeting item while it's open. For anyone wishing to call into this item, the number to call is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Again, this number, 519-740-4680, extension 4799. City staff are on hand to monitor and to receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meeting today. This number is also available on our city website, our agenda, and on the live stream of our meeting that's located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item of which you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. Once you are finished, council may ask questions of you to clarify your remarks. And I do remind members of council and the public that there's no debate of any kind during public meetings. I also remind council that statutory public meetings will be before council a second time with a recommendation report and today's process for public consultation. The second portion of today's meeting, we will deal with any remaining items on our agenda. The distinction is that anyone in the virtual audience may speak during a statutory public meeting, while delegates must have had to have registered prior to the meeting to speak to non-statutory public meeting items. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports or decisions on the matter, we ask that you please email your name and contact information to our planning division. The contact information for each planner associated with the public meeting will be shared as part of their presentation, so you can write it down at that time. So we're all excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting and another reminder that we're all in this together and we all need to continue to do our part. Today, we will be holding one statutory public meeting required under sections 17, 34, and 51 of the Ontario Planning Act. There are no decisions required to be made today on these matters. This is an opportunity for the public to speak to each statutory public meeting matter. Council may ask questions of clarity for each delegate or staff, but I again remind Council we are not making a decision today. A recommendation report will come back to Council at a future meeting. So today our statutory public meeting is Public Meeting Report 0 Main Street, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 2370826 Ontario Inc. So now we'll move forward to our staff presentation, and we have Brian Cooper, Senior Planner, with us today, who will be providing Council with an overview of this report. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I know that you have a presentation, so the clerk will load that on her screen, and don't forget just to let her know when the next slide should be advanced.
Will do. Well, good morning, Madam Mayor, Council, and members of the public. This is a presentation for a requested zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment for 0 Main Street, which is shown on the aerial image on the slide. Next slide, please. And the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the application to Council and the public. A notice of today's meeting was provided in accordance with the Planning Act, and for those who would like to receive additional information, please contact me at cooperb@cambridge.ca. Next slide, please. This slide shows an overview of the planning review process. Today's meeting is a public meeting, and the purpose of today's meeting is to receive public input as well as council input to this proposal. Following today's meeting, staff and agencies will continue to review the application and bring forward a recommendation report upon the completion of the review of the file. Next slide. The proposal is for the development of 0 Main Street for 2 residential buildings with a total of 367 dwelling units. Building A is proposed to be 12 stories in height and a mixed-use building with commercial retail at grade and apartments above, and a total of 201 apartment units and approximately 650 square meters of commercial floor area is proposed for Building A. Building B is proposed as a residential building, 10 stories in height with approximately 166 apartment units. Next slide. So on the screen is a conceptual massing diagram showing how the proposed buildings would look. This property is located on the south side of Main Street and the future extension of Notting Hill Drive, which isn't constructed to date. The construction of Notting Hill Drive is required in order to provide servicing and frontage and access to this property. The land is currently designated low medium density residential in the city's official plan. This permits a variety of residential uses up to a maximum of 40 units per hectare. The lands are also within the ongoing Main Street and Dundas Street secondary plan study, which is a city-initiated secondary plan for this area of the city. And at this time, on a preliminary basis, these lands have been identified for low, medium density residential. The property was also subject to a previous approval for a plan of subdivision consisting of 13 single attached dwellings. That development never did occur. And in order to permit this proposal, an official plan amendment as well as a zoning bylaw amendment is required. Next slide. So on the screen is the applicant's concept site plan, which shows the layout of the site and the location of building A and building B. So there are two planning applications that are required for this proposal. The first is a zoning amendment, and that's to rezone the land from R4, which permits single attached dwellings, to multiple residential and commercial for the mixed use and multiple residential aspect of the development. Within the zoning bylaw amendment, certain site-specific amendments are required, and that includes an increase in the density, a reduction in the amenity area, as well as a reduction in the total parking from 475 spaces. In addition, there are three amendments relating to setbacks that are required. The first is a reduced front and exterior side yard setback, and that's identified in the area in blue on the site plan. The second is a reduced interior side yard setback, which is the area in green. And the third is a reduced rear yard setback, which is the area outlined in orange. And in addition to the zoning amendment, an official plan amendment is required to redesignate the land for multiple residential with a floor space index of 3.9. A floor space index is a measurement of the total floor area of the building to the lot area. Next slide, please. So as I've noted, this application is under review, and considerations in that review will include the ongoing Main Street and Dundas secondary plan, the proposed density, height, and layout of the site, changes to this proposal relative to what was previously approved back in 2006, land use compatibility matters, as well as the overall appropriateness of the requested site-specific amendments to the bylaw. Transportation implications will be assessed. The applicant has submitted a transportation impact study, which is under review, as well as affordable housing considerations. Any public, council, and staff comments will be reviewed and responded to at the time of the future recommendation report. And finally, the staging of the development relative to Notting Hill Drive and the construction of that road will also be considered. Next slide, please. So staff is recommending that this report be received and that it be referred back to staff for a future recommendation. Next slide. And this slide shows my contact information. So if anyone has any comments from the public, please contact me. Thanks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And council's questions can be held till after we hear from everybody today. So we also have the applicant presentation today. Sorry, the planning consultant for the applicant, Robert Walters from Weston Consulting, with us today. So we're just going to call him. So just a couple moments of patience, please. Good morning, Robert. Are you there? It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hello?
Oh, hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear us, Robert?
Yes, I can.
Okay, just a moment while I introduce you here. You have a presentation, I understand.
Yes.
Okay, so we will get the clerk to pull that screen up and just let her know when it's time to go forward to the next slide. But I did want to provide you with some information that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And a reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when that time is up, at which time council may have questions for you. So we'll move forward in just a moment. It's
Okay.
up there now and you may go ahead. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I see we have quite a bit of interest on the addendum of the council agenda today. I'm Robert Walters, an associate with Weston Consulting and the planning consultant for these applications. Next slide, please. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of the future extension of Notting Hill Drive and Main Street. It's currently vacant, comprises 0.769 hectares. Lands to the west have recently been rezoned, and there's an official plan amendment, and currently construction for servicing and private driveways going in for 101 townhouse units at a height of 3 stories. Lands to the north are largely vacant and zoned for industrial use with a holding provision. Lands to the east are currently rural residential lots primarily, and they comprise a future phase of the Greengate Village subdivision, which is yet to be registered. The construction of Notting Hill Drive has not occurred yet, and I'll comment on the servicing issues related to that. On the south side of Sparrow Avenue are existing single detached dwellings. Next slide, please. In terms of the planning framework, I'll try not to repeat too much from Brian's presentation. The Provincial Growth Plan designates this site Greenfield area, and the Regional Waterloo Official Plan designates it urban designated Greenfield area, which is one of the areas where growth is intended to take place to reach the regional targets. City of Cambridge Official Plan is indicated in the left diagram in the yellow is low medium density residential currently, and the current zoning is a R4 zone with a holding provision, which would permit single detached dwellings once the holding provision is lifted. Next slide, please. In terms of our planning applications, as Brian's mentioned, we have an official plan amendment application filed to redesignate these lands from low medium density residential to high density residential, and a special policy to increase the maximum floor space index from 2.0 to 3.9. In reviewing the various policies and factors, we believe high density is supportable here because of the provincial and regional policies. It's a corner location fronting on a regional arterial road, which is to be widened in the future. We believe that the site meets the compatibility and locational criteria for high density residential set out in the city's official plan, and the proposal is supported by various technical studies. Next slide, please. In terms of the zoning bylaw amendment application, it's to rezone the site from the HR4 zone to a compound RM2 C2 zone with special regulations. This new zoning would permit apartment houses containing 4 or more dwelling units with ground floor commercial uses. Certain inappropriate commercial uses would be prohibited, which wouldn't cater to the development of the surrounding area, such as funeral homes and hotels, motels. A maximum density of 477 dwelling units per net residential hectare would be permitted, which results in 367 units on the property. We are requesting a reduction in part of the parking calculation for the property from 1 space per unit to 0.72 spaces per unit for the residents. And we would be meeting the visitor parking rate of 4 spaces per dwelling one space per 4 dwelling units and the commercial parking rate. We do have a parking study which staff are reviewing, which supports the reduction in parking to 0.72 spaces per unit based on transit and active transportation in the area. However, I should point out that our concept actually supports 0.9 spaces per unit, which is 71 spaces surplus to the demand shown in the study. And lastly, the zoning bylaw amendment application would permit a maximum height of 12 stories. Next slide, please. In terms of the proposed development that you see on the left side, Building A is 12 stories to the north, mixed-use building with a 4 to 6 story podium base and rooftop amenity area on top, 648 square meters of gross floor area, ground floor retail space fronting on Main Street, and a total of 201 dwelling units. Building B would be 10 stories with the same 4 to 6 story podium base and rooftop amenity area, a total of 166 dwelling units for a total on the site of 367 dwelling units. The Notting Hill Drive extension is required to be constructed by Greengate Village developers as part of future phase to be registered. We are told by city engineers that no servicing is required to be installed, so we would be looking at the city to ensure that servicing piped water and sanitary is placed in that road allowance for orderly development of the land, and that there would be a cost-sharing agreement between Greengate and my client before their plan is registered and before our approvals are granted. We also note that there's a triangular parcel of land north of Sparrow Avenue, which is part of Greengate's subdivision, which is intended to be merged with our property. Our client has been negotiating with that developer to have it transferred without success to date, but we'll be reviewing that with staff and that developer as processing continues. I should point out that there's one point of access proposed from Notting Hill Drive, and we have included an emergency access for lands to the west of the townhouse, which was requested by staff during pre-consultation. The concept allows for a future widening of Main Street as well as a daylight triangle on the corner, and provides pedestrian linkages to the sidewalks, future sidewalks along Notting Hill Drive and Main Street, and both those streets will have cycling routes as well. Next slide, please. In terms of amenity area, we're proposing a total of 7,452 square meters, which is comprised of outdoor landscaped area, which you can see at grade next to the parking, indoor common area, podium rooftop areas, which I mentioned, private balconies. The parking comprises 25 surface parking spaces, so that comprises all of the necessary commercial parking plus some of the visitor parking, and the rest of the visitor and resident parking would be in 2 levels of underground parking containing 418 spaces, a total of 443 parking spaces, which is 35 spaces less than the zoning requirements, but 71 spaces more than the parking demand based on our parking study. Next slide, please. The application is supported by a number of supporting studies, which Mr. Cooper's report outlines as well. In addition to the development concept, we have provided a planning justification report which reviews all the policies, a sun shadow impact study which shows only a minor impact on the northeast corner of the townhouse development to the west during the spring solstice, urban design brief which analyzes the city's urban design policies against the proposal. We have a functional servicing report which is premised on piped sanitary and water servicing being installed on Notting Hill Drive, and it concludes that there is adequate capacity in the system to service this proposal. A preliminary noise assessment report, which recommends only passive noise mitigation measures such as warning clauses, a salt management plan, which recommends a careful application of salt to protect the natural environment, and a traffic impact study, which includes the parking analysis, which indicates that this proposal can be supported by the surrounding transportation network, with a stop-controlled sign on the Lake Notting Hill Drive near or intersecting with Main Street East. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we believe that these applications allow for a mix and range of housing choice by introducing apartments into the area. They provide supportive retail and service uses at grade to serve the development in the surrounding area. There's an opportunity for affordable housing, and our client is interested in discussing with staff in providing 15 to 20% of the units in Building B, which is the south building, as affordable housing in accordance with the city's official plan definition and the provincial policy statement definition for affordable housing, or alternatively a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. The design offers an integrated plan with surrounding lands, and it supports active transportation and existing and planned transit. We therefore believe this proposal to be consistent with the provincial policy statement, in conformity with the growth plan, conformity to the regional official plan, and we believe it addresses the compatibility and locational criteria in the city's official plan. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation, Madam Mayor. I do apologize. I noticed from the addendum that one of our signs got installed on Notting Hill Drive, which is in Construct instead of Sparrow. That was a mix-up with the sign company, but I do believe adequate notice has been given. And I would offer up to the community, because of the amount of interest shown, that we could hold a community meeting to further discuss this proposal with staff being present. And thanks very much for staff's assistance during the pre-consultation and in answering various technical questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Robert, for your presentation. It was quite thorough there, so thanks so much. So at this time, I will ask to see if there's any questions from members of council for staff for Robert. And I do see a couple here, so I'll start with Councillor Wolfe. Councillor Wolfe.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Robert. Thank you for the presentation. I'm glad to see your client is interested in approximately how many units would that be?
Sorry, I can't. The communications garbled. I can't make out what's being said.
Yeah, Councillor Wolfe is going to put on her headset. Robert, I also found that was garbage. Try again, Councillor Wolfe.
Okay, again, thank you
That's
for your
better.
presentation. And I'm pleased that your client is considering affordable housing, because that's our greatest need in the city. 15 to 20% of the second building, approximately how many units would that be?
It's approximately about 35 units.
35 units, which would correspond to the 35 fewer parking spaces.
Well, it could be equated to that. The reduction in parking is really based on an independent analysis that a certain number of people are going to be walking and taking transit. But as I pointed out, the development concept actually provides a lot more. We're only 35 spaces. Well, we're 35 spaces short in terms of the zoning, and quite a bit less in terms of the actual concept plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
Thank you. We've got a few more there, so hang tight. I see Councillor Hamilton followed by Councillor Mehta. So Councillor Hamilton's next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your excellent presentations. I've received quite a few emails, concerned emails from residents, especially on Sparrow Avenue, about this development. So I'm hoping you can speak to them about a few of the issues that have come up. And one, of course, is it's been a pretty substantial increase from a series of residential units, I believe it was 13 single detached, to essentially 367 units, which obviously are going to be comprised in an apartment building. So I'm hoping you can maybe offer a few words as to why that substantial increase is justified. I know you mentioned under the provincial plans and the city's official growth plans. And also, the second question I had would be, and this was asked by a few residents I received in emails, if there are any similar developments that have occurred in Cambridge that you could point out as examples of comparison, so we can think about what was there before and what was there after, so residents can kind of get a picture in their minds of the type of construction and building that you hope to put in place. And this is following on, the final question for now is following on what I think Councillor Wolfe was trying to get at, which was, you mentioned the opportunity for affordable housing. If you can clarify that word opportunity, does that mean there will be affordable housing, the developer is actually considering it, or that's just an opportunity and no more discussion has occurred from that? And that's all I have for now, so thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, in terms of the justification, the property has changed hands, and our client has made a business decision that this is a product that is saleable for the area. I mean, there are a number of technical studies that justify this in terms of servicing, transportation, shadow impact, and the definition of compatibility. And under the city's official plan, compatibility doesn't necessarily mean the same as it means able to coexist without unacceptable adverse impact. So from that point of view, we believe it's appropriate, and given its corner location on an entrance into the community off Main Street, a higher amount of density is warranted. Now, we will be discussing the amount of density with staff, but we believe that the plan justification report we submitted would justify the increase in density. In terms of similar developments in the area, I'm not personally aware of anything, but I can certainly look into it and get back to you and members of council as well as members of the public. This type of development does occur in municipalities on the outskirts, and if you, I mean, just as an example, and I'm not familiar with the site, but if you go back to the planning framework slide in my presentation, which shows the current official plan designations, you will see, I believe it's on Dundas Street, a block about equidistant from the intersection of Main and Dundas that's high density, which is surrounded by medium or low medium density designation. So from a mapping point of view, it's a similar situation. In terms of the opportunity for affordable housing, it depends on, we have to do more discussion with staff. We're still at the preliminary stage, and we haven't gotten in the site plan approval yet. And the concept we provided to the city is based on 1 and 2 unit bedrooms. But I have had discussions with my client, and he is committed to providing. We're not just saying the opportunity. I'm saying that because the word opportunity was provided because it's a condominium ownership. It's not rental. But we believe that we would be able to conform to the city's definition of affordability with 15 to 20% in the south building.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move next to Councillor Ermetta, and then following that will be Councillor Mann. So Councillor Ermetta is next. Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for the presentation. My question is, in terms of the facade, what kind of materials are you looking at? And does your client have any examples of work that they've done elsewhere in Cambridge or the region or the province? Thank you.
Thanks very much. We haven't got into the details of the facade because at this point we're just dealing with an official plan and zoning application, and the biggest issues obviously are the height and the density on the property, and we wanted to get that established with city staff and council before we got into the site plan details. But through the site plan process, staff will be able to indicate what their preferred materials are, and I'm sure our client would be willing to provide those materials and upon advice of an architect. In terms of other examples that he's done in the province, I don't have them at hand, and I don't have them on the line here to provide advice on that. But I can certainly provide information on that offline if you'd like.
Yep, that was a nod from Councillor Ermetta. And we'll go next to Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for the presentation, Robert. Just a couple of questions, and I think you answered this with Councillor Hamilton. The previous client had a plan for 13 single-family dwellings, and you said that that the ownership has changed hands, so the previous client is not the same client who is making this application?
Well, that's correct. The owner of the land now is not was not the owner that filed that draft plan of subdivision application, I believe, back in the early 2000s that with proposing single detached dwellings.
Okay, thanks very much. And my next question through you, Madam Chair, is in relation to affordable housing as well. And I know that it's an opportunity, and I would much rather see the 15 to 20% of affordable units in Building B than any contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund. I think it's about time that we started to have affordable housing units available. And I think I'm really glad to hear that you are considering this. And I really encourage you to continue to work with staff and have affordable housing units in this complex. And that's just a statement. But my other comment is certainly the emails that we have seen as far as this location is concerned would warrant that community meeting that you have offered up, and whether that's done virtually or however it's going to be done, I think that would be very beneficial for staff, for council, and certainly for the community, because they have comments and questions that need to be answered. And I was really happy to see you put that on the table as something that would be considered and I think should be done just to keep the community involved and give them the feedback and opportunity to question what they need to do. Thank you. Yes,
well, we recognize affordable housing is an important issue for the city, and that's why we are looking at discussing the issue with staff and certainly trying to provide it rather than a financial contribution. The number of emails and letters which came in were a bit of a surprise because I didn't see them until today on the agenda, and a lot of it has to do with the way COVID-19 is set up. But these kinds of applications, as you know, are controversial. They can be controversial, and it certainly does warrant some kind of virtual community meeting, and we will work with staff to set that up.
That's great. Thanks very much, Robert. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the next council member with a question is Councillor Reid. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. Again, it's on affordable housing and also to encourage that units be set aside for affordable housing rather than putting money in instead. I also wondering if, since they're going to be condos, if the affordable housing section would be condos as well or rentals.
In answer to your question, it's our client's intention to build condominiums, and which would be ownership, but it would still be affordable under the city's and provincial policy state definition, which I believe is affordable to the lower 60th percentile of the income bracket in terms of 30% of annual income being paid towards housing. So that would be the target for those units.
Thank you. So they would remain condos?
Yes, at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of council at the moment? Councillor Reid, your hand is still up. And I think she's completed as well. All right. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate your delegation this morning.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Bye now. So we'll now move forward to our pre-registered delegations of the statutory public meeting. And as a result of physical distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the City Clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meetings. A reminder to the public attending virtually that if you wish to participate in this or any of the other statutory public meetings being held today, please contact 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So as I said, we've got a delegation who's pre-registered in advance of today's public meeting to speak to statutory public meeting A, and we'll hear from these delegations before moving to any additional callers that are coming in from the public. So we will now go to our first delegation, who is Al Allendorf from Greengate Village Limited. And I ask that we're patient while we make arrangements for the delegate to join the meeting. And once the delegate joins the meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their item. So we're contacting the delegate as we speak. We'll have them access our meeting and then invite them in to speak. So again, some patience while we make that happen. Thank you. Hi, Al, is that you? It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hello?
Hi, Al, it's Mayor Catherine
Hi.
McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, if you'll just give me a moment just to introduce you and just provide a couple of remarks. Thanks for joining us today, and a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions from members of council. A reminder to ensure that your comments are related directly to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes are up, at which time there may be questions from members of council for you. So I'll guide you through that process at the time. All right,
Okay.
Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Good morning. My name is Al Allendorf. I'm a senior planner and director of land development for Greengate Village Limited. I appreciate the opportunity to address this item this morning. We've had looks like there's been some good discussion so far on the proposal with staff and the proponent, and there's been some excellent questions from council members as well. I apologize, I'm going to cover a number of things that you've heard from both presentations so far, but they are important to Greengate Village, and I do want to touch base on those. And therefore, firstly, I'd like to provide you with some background information to set the context for my comments this morning. Greengate Village Limited is the owner-developer of the Greengate Village Subdivision, and is identified today located immediately adjacent to the south and east limits of the proposed Zero Main Street property. The Greengate Village Subdivision, with flanking on two sides, is draft approved and has been built as single detached family homes. There's still a few remnant pieces to go in this subdivision, but for the most part it's been built out as the single family. The proposal at the Zero Main Street development relies fully on servicing from and through the Greengate subdivision. The Greengate subdivision also creates the main lot frontage for the property and the driveway access on Notting Hill Drive for the proposed development, as was shown through the various illustrations this morning. And also, as mentioned, Notting Hill Drive at this location currently does not exist, but will be built and maintained by Greengate Village for a number of years before it is assumed by the City of Cambridge. Therefore, we have a number of concerns to be included in the review of these applications. And also background on the subject site, you have heard that it had been it currently includes draft approval for 13 single detached family lots, and those are under file 30T 06101. And there were a number of conditions associated with that approval that require coordination and cost sharing with Greengate Village in order for any development at Zero Main Street to proceed. Therefore, I'll be referencing that draft approval and the pertinent approval conditions as part of my presentation today. But before I get into those conditions, just wanted to touch on a number of things about the density and massing that is proposed. The density and massing proposed by these applications is neither consistent nor compatible with the established area community. The surrounding Greengate subdivision comprises low-rise, low-density, detached single-family residential homes at a density of 20 units per hectare. Another development located immediately adjacent to the west of the subject site that has been presented this morning. That has an address of 825 Main Street, and it was recently rezoned for medium density residential development. The official plan and zoning density approved by your council for this 825 Main Street property was for 55 units per hectare, whereas the Zero Main Street property proposes a density of 477 units per hectare and suggests that this is an increase from 150 units per hectare. However, there's no current designation or approval that would suggest 150 units per hectare is permitted for this property. So we're really concerned about this starting point of 150. The draft approval would be about 20 units per hectare, and in Mr. Cooper's presentation, he mentioned with the low and medium density designation for the area, it would probably be about 40. So the actual starting point is 20 to 40 units per hectare, and seeking an increase from that to 477. That's somewhat misleading on the amount of increase that is being requested. This increase in density is very intrusive and unsympathetic to the character of the area. Density of greater than 150 units per hectare and the floor space index of greater than 2.5, and this application proposes 3.9, is reserved for provincially designated urban growth center of Galt, not in a suburban designated greenfield area. Further, the city has been studying a secondary plan area for this land and the surrounding area, and it would consider a range to be between 25 and 75 units per hectare for the low medium density considerations. This density goes well beyond what the city's vision is for the area and these lands. The proposal for an aggressive increase to 477 units per hectare is not at all in keeping with the neighborhood, nor is it within regional and municipal policies. The detached homes in the surrounding area are 2 stories high, and the recent approval for the 825 Main Street property restricted height to 3 stories. The proposal to squeeze 2 large 10 and 12 story towers on a very tiny 0.7 hectare lot is not representative of a development that is suitable for this area. Something of this size and nature with its required major variances is most appropriately, but still would seem overly aggressive to locate in one of the high density core areas of Galt, Hespeler, or Preston, and not built in the middle of an existing single family residential community. I'd like to now turn my focus on those approval conditions from the previous single family draft approval on the property. The proposal primary frontage is a lengthy portion located along Notting Hill Drive between Main Street and Sparrow Avenue. However, the land representing the Notting Hill Drive road allowance along the full frontage and located directly in front of this site is currently owned by Greengate Village Limited. The roadway between Main Street and Sparrow has not been built, but is expected to be completed by Greengate sometime spring/summer 2021. As mentioned, the subject lands of this application have been draft approved, and part of that current draft approval required a condition that the owner developer of Zero Main Street enter into a cost sharing agreement with Greengate Village Limited, and the owner of Zero Main Street include the construction of Notting Hill Drive and any common services therein, and any shared stormwater management facilities being proposed within the Greengate subdivision, and that the 2 developers be responsible for all costs associated with these works to the satisfaction of the Cambridge Commissioner of Planning Services. Currently, there is no, as mentioned by the proponent, currently there's no agreement on this cost sharing between the owner of the proposed development and Greengate Village. Therefore, we respectfully request that the previous municipal approval requirement for cost sharing continue through any development approvals that are regarding this site. We're just asking that previous arrangements continue. And the same thing for that remnant piece of land that was presented by Mr. Walters. As shown on the proposed concept plan, there is a small wedge located adjacent to the south of the proposed development, squeezed in between the south limits and Sparrow Avenue. This is still owned by Greengate Village Limited, but it is so small, it is unsuitable for any other use. And again, this was included in a previous approval condition that the parcel be included in the 0 Main Street lands. And this would help avoid a remnant land parcel. And again, we suggest that condition be carried through to any approvals that you're considering on this site. So with those conditions in mind, we're looking to carry those through and ask that the City of Cambridge and Region of Waterloo honor the continuance of those conditions in their considerations of the current applications. In order to address these concerns, we ask that these specific conditions become part of any development approvals moving forward concerning this proposal and the property. Perhaps a holding provision could be placed on the zoning to address the requirement, together with conditions required for any site plan approval. Further, we trust that prior to enacting any zoning bylaw amendment, the owner complete site plan approval to ensure the proposed design meets with the city's design guidelines and urban design standards. I think that I'll leave my presentation to that point. We have provided written comments as well to the City of Cambridge, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Al, for your presentation this morning. So I'll turn to members of council at this time to see if they have any questions of our delegation. I'll give you a moment to think. Yeah, I don't see any hands raised for questions at this time, Mr. Allendorf. So I wanted to thank you again for participating in our virtual meeting this morning and for your delegation today. So you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. But thank you very much for joining us this morning.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bye for now.
That will be all of our pre-registered delegations for this morning. And now we'll move to the non-registered delegations and the public meeting portion. So at this time of the public meeting, I'm going to open the floor and call for additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to statutory public meeting report 0 Main Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 2370826 Ontario Inc. Individuals wishing to speak can contact 519-740-4680 extension 4799. So at this time, I'm going to confer with our clerk and wait just a couple moments for any call-ins. Thank you for your patience. We do have a delegate who has asked to speak, so I ask that we're patient while we make arrangements for the delegate to join our meeting. And once the delegate joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their item. So we're contacting the delegate right now and have them access the meeting, and then I'll invite them in to speak. Hi, Sheldon Myers. It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Good. Can I ask you to mute anything else in the background?
Yes, I'm just walking all the way from there.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
And just give me a couple minutes just to introduce you, and then we'll get going. But if you've been watching the Cambridge channel, it actually has about a 20 to 25 second delay from what's
Okay.
actually happening. That's why it's difficult to hear it in the background.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Right. So thank you, Sheldon, for joining us today to delegate. And a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And it's also a reminder to ensure that your comments relate directly to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes are up, at which time council may have some questions to you. So I'll guide you through that process at that particular time. So welcome, Sheldon Myers, and you now have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Sheldon Myers. I'm calling from 80 Sparrow Avenue. My point is about the traffic in our streets and impacting our younger families. Sparrow Avenue is a home to many families with young children, and we have chosen to live here in a quiet neighborhood to allow children to play safely. In addition to minimum of approximately 200 plus owner vehicles due to this development would impact all families and children's well-being and safety. Those are my main concerns, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Sheldon. And I'm just going to turn to members of council while you're on the line here and see if there are any questions for you at this time.
Okay.
So members of council, now's your moment. If you've got questions of our delegation, please use your raise hand feature. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you very much for calling in, Sheldon. I've canvassed and strolled around Sparrow Avenue many times, but I'm just wondering if there are any playgrounds or parks or facilities nearby that you would walk to with your children. Swing sets, slides, that type of thing. And if it's not in close proximity, how far would you have to walk to access a playground for your kids?
Well, I would say 10 minutes.
So, Your Worship, if I may continue with a quick follow-up, and whereabout would that be in proximity to Sparrow Avenue?
I would say about by Greengate and Notting Hill.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sheldon. Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to, I have to scroll down to see. And I don't see any other questions for you at this time. So again, Sheldon, thanks very much for participating in our meeting and for your delegation today. And you're welcome to watch the remainder of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. But thank you again for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
We do have a few call-ins here, so we are going to go to our next, the next person that's requested to speak on our public meeting is Victor Lepreche. So again, I ask that we are patient while we're making arrangements for our delegate to join the meeting. And once the delegate joins the meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to this item. So we're now contacting that delegate as well. I hope I have the name right, Victor Lepreche.
Okay, Victor's right here. Okay, bringing him in. Go ahead.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, Victor Lepreche.
Yes.
Hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Just welcome this morning. I've just got a couple of comments. Thank you for joining us today to delegate. So I just wanted to give you a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks remain or relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you also refrain from asking questions of council. A reminder to ensure again that your comments are related directly to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. I'll help guide you through that process and we'll go from there. So welcome again, Victor, for joining us this morning. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council and city staff and public. My name is Victor Lepreche. I'm lead planner, practice lead, associate director at IBI Group in Waterloo. And we are representing, assisting the Upper Greengate Village subdivision that Mr. Allendorf spoke directly on behalf. We are assisting them as well as Laurel View Homes development, which is a submitted draft plan of subdivision that is located to the east of this area. It is known as 1395 Main Street. That Laurel View Homes subdivision is getting close to, I think, final resolution on matters. City staff is in agreement with recent road configurations, density. That subdivision is somewhere around 430 units, comprised of single detached and townhouse dwellings and a block for small block for stacked townhouse dwellings, all in accordance with regional policy and density requirements of the city as well. The Upper Greengate subdivision, we've just submitted the last sort of phase, if you will, of the Upper Greengate subdivision that will also comprise Wesley Boulevard heading to the north. And that in total is a subdivision of approximately 205 units as well. So we certainly have an interest in the area, and I do want to just, respectfully preface my comments in saying that respectfully would say to the proponents that the proposal really is, I would describe, and again, respectfully, as over the top, and maybe mildly using that, but I think it is over the top in terms of what the proposed density is. And it, in this location, being on the greenfield, fringe of the city, it really undermines all levels of provincial, regional, and city policies and good planning principles to propose something to this extent at this location. It is also, I would say, and Mr. Allendorf referred to the secondary plan process that's ongoing in this neighborhood, this area, which relates to the city's growth and intensification study, which is really, in my opinion, needs to be completed first. That growth and intensification study, as well as the secondary plan, needs to be completed first. And this application, and until that is done, I guess this application is premature to proceed. And I would also note that the secondary plan, in its highest density, which doesn't relate to this property is in a low-medium density designation, which is somewhere to around 40 units per hectare. And any other higher density designation within the secondary plan is at 150. So that the secondary plan already states that the limit is 150, and this is at 477, so more than 3 times what secondary plan is already established. I would also note that the commercial uses on this site is, again, respectfully misdirected. The secondary plan and previous commercial studies puts commercial land uses to the north side of Main Street, not the south side of Main Street. Those are really sort of my higher level comments. Mr. Allendorf also noted that the density that's proposed here is really reserved for community core areas, and at best, actually, the growth area of Galt. And I would say that some applications that have occurred there are not even at this proposed density of floor space index or units per hectare. So it's reserved for those growth areas, again, not on the fringe greenfield area of the city. Councillor Hamilton asked a good question, which also occurred to me a couple of days ago, is trying to find an example of a similar scale of development anywhere within the city of Cambridge of this density. And I've been a resident of the city of Cambridge for almost 20 years now, and certainly involved in planning. And nothing comes to my mind, but I don't think you'll be able to find one that comes close to this example. I know that the applicant, Mr. Walters, had indicated that there is a similar form of high density development that's located on Dundas Street. We're quite familiar with that, also owned by Greengate Village. It's a high density designation approved several years ago, but it is at 150 units per hectare, which is, really at the most of the height and density permitted in the suburbs, not anywhere close to 477. So he does cite one example, but that again is within keeping with planning policies at the region and the city at 150 units per hectare. Those are my questions, those are my comments. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that council or staff may have in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for joining us this morning, Victor. I'm just going to turn to members of council at this point to see if there's any hands raised. And I don't see any questions coming from members of council. So again, thanks for participating in our meeting today and for your delegation. And you're welcome to watch the remainder of this item or all of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your considerations. Take care.
Thank you. We'll go to our next delegation who is called in, and that's Jatine Girotra. So I ask that we're patient again while we make arrangements to have our delegate join the meeting. And once the delegate joins the meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to the item. So we're now trying to contact our delegate and have them access our meeting. We'll invite them in to speak at that time. So again, I ask for your patience while staff takes a moment to make this happen. Just while we're waiting, council and staff, we did receive requests from 4 people to delegate this morning during our first call out. So we're now waiting to see if we can locate Jatine Girotra to be able to come in and speak. And that'll be our 3rd delegate out of the 4 that we received requests from. So just I ask for your continued patience. I'll also just say again that that number to call is 519-740-4680, extension 4799 for members of public to call in for this public meeting A. I think at this time, as we're not able to get Jatine right away, we'll continue to try and contact that delegate, but we'll move forward to our next delegate, who is Ramandeep Singh. So again, we'll try and get Ramandeep Singh on the line here and have them speak as their delegate. Ramandeep Singh, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. So thanks for joining us today. I've just got a couple of comments, but I just wanted to give you a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We also do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, at which point council members may have some questions for you, and I'll guide you through that process. But welcome again, Ramandeep. Thank you for joining us this morning, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and council members for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Ramandeep Singh. My wife and myself, we decided to make this area of Cambridge as our home about 4 years ago. My wife has been in Cambridge for the past 20 years, and I decided to leave the high-rise city of Toronto to move into this area. And we were kind of surprised to receive this development request in the mail. And some of the concerns that we had, we would like to be noted, relate around the traffic that it's going to increase in the area. We have kids who like to play on the street, which would then become a big deal in terms of all the cars and everything else coming in. When we had gotten into this area, we were also looking at the plan, and it was all planned for single-family detached housing or townhouses, and that was a primary reason why we moved to this area. If this particular application moves forward and we have a high-rise in the middle of a suburban area, eventually I think we would then be forced to pack up and move out. And I think that's a sentiment that a lot of our neighbors share as well. When we received this request in the mail to look at the Zero Main Street request, we reached out to some of our friends who have been planners in other cities and asked them to review this and all the documentation that was sent, along with the one that's available online. And they too were surprised to see that in the middle of a single detached or townhouses, not only were we getting a request for a high-rise with such an increase in density, but along with that also a commercial area. So citing those concerns is what prompted us to speak over here today. And that would be all from my end.
Thank you for your delegation, Ramandeep. So now I'm going to just ask you to hold on to the line while I turn to members of council to see if they have any questions for our delegation.
Definitely.
And I don't see any hands raised here, Ramandeep. So again, thank you very much for calling in to delegate and participating in our meeting. You're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, especially on this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. So thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
So now members of council will go back and try and get the other person who requested to delegate during this round, Jatine Girotra. and we'll try and get that individual on the line. So please be patient. Hello, Jatine.
Yes, speaking.
Oh, hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Hopefully I've got your name correctly, but thanks for joining us this morning. I'll just start off with a couple of comments and then invite you to speak, but just wanted to remind you that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. And we do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you, and I'll help to guide you through that process at that time. So welcome, and as I said, I apologize if I didn't say your name correctly, but please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You pronounced my name correctly. It's great. And thank you for the council members for allowing us to be a part of this. My concerns are the same as mentioned in the comments and as mentioned by Raman. Me and my wife, we moved in 2016 in this area, considering this as a long-term neighborhood for us. When we received this letter in the mail, it's obviously mentions that this high density is going to be affecting our low density area. The main concerns are the same: the safety of the area, the kids who are playing on the streets. Also, this area only has, this whole area has one big park, which is right next to Notting Hill and Maple Bush Road. That will increase the density of the number of people using the community services. There will be increased bus route on this area, which are major concerns. That being said, the second thing is the commercial is not too far away from us. We are only 250 to 300 meters away from commercial. Like we have a big plaza which has Boston Pizza, Wendy's, and Tim Hortons. So the commercial is not far away, and any of the residents who like to access the commercial are. I don't think it will be a trouble for them to be there. That being said, I am friends with a lot of residents who are living right next to that plaza, and there are late night gatherings in that plaza, which does affect the decibel, the sound level of the area, maybe later in the night. My concern is that with commercial coming into the suburban residential area, will have the same effect here. These are the main concerns, and recently, I know it's a little off topic. We have seen a little spike in a crime rate in Cambridge recently, especially in the commercial units around the commercial units, which is another big concern for me. I'll have the same sentiments as other people who have mentioned in the live chat, and I'm friends with a lot of residents here, which has the same concern. So I'll end it here, and I'm open to if you have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation and your delegation this morning, Jatin. So I'm just going to turn to members of council at this time to see if there are any questions for you. So just hang on while members of council have an opportunity to think about that. Okay, I see a hand up from Councillor Adshade. Please go ahead, Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship, and Jatine, thanks for your presentation. I was just wondering, Jatine, what type of neighborhood is there? Is there a lot of young single families with children in the area, or what type of neighborhood is it?
It's a family neighborhood, sir. We are recently there has been a lot of sales in the area, and we have seen young families with children under 5 coming in the area. We were looking at the city plans by Laurel View Homes as well, which they have a proposed school which is attracting a lot of new families. We have a lot of families moving in from, especially from GTA, to look for a better neighborhood and look for a lower density population where their children are safe on the streets and like they have a similar similar families they can live with.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Looking to members of council for any other further questions for our delegation. And seeing none, I want to thank you again for joining our meeting this morning, Jatin. So you are certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, including this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But thank you again for coming in and joining us this morning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the rest of the council for letting us be here.
Thank you. Now, council members, in the meantime, we've had another delegation request to speak. So we're going to go forward and try and contact Ed Nova, who has asked to speak to our meeting this morning. And again, I'll ask for your patience while we make arrangements to try and get Ed Nova on the line. And once our delegation joins the meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to this item. So we're just trying to call them now and to have them access our meeting. So again, your patience while our staff makes this happen. Hello, Ed, are you there? It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. If you wouldn't mind just giving a moment, I'll just provide a couple of remarks and then I'll let you know when it's time to speak. But thank you again for joining our meeting and asking to speak. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We also do have rules of engagement in council meetings. We ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And again, a reminder to make sure your comments are related directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. But I will let you know when your 5 minutes are up, and at that point, if council members have questions for you, I'll help you to guide you through that process. So thank you again for joining us, and go ahead, Ed, you now have 5 minutes.
All right, thanks very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ed Novoa. I live at 84 Sparrow Avenue, which is at the east end of the street. And beyond that, there are currently no residents. The reason for my call today is because I am listening to the meeting and how engaged everybody is. I think you can all take back one note in particular, and that is that the residents here have overwhelming number of concerns and really not supportive of the plan as it is proposed. The residents invested in these properties because of the lifestyle that it promised and the vision that it created when you're going onto a clean canvas and planning for your family. So that is, I think, the main point I'd like to make. Other than that, I'd like to point out that the studies that were referenced in the initial presentation were not referenced or provided as a resource for the notification that went out to the community. I found them yesterday by doing a search, and the search I did was for the numbered company, not for the actual project name. So I thought that was lacking a little bit. The other one was regarding the traffic comments that were made in the initial presentation and also the ones that were put into the traffic study, because they stated that the area in its current infrastructure made for the additional traffic as sustainable. It suggested it was an opinion. And being a resident of this area, I can tell you that the intersections of Dundas and Franklin and Main are extremely congested at peak times. to the point that I think it's a 4-year construction project to create all the roundabouts or traffic circles. I presume that they would become obsolete, adding this much density. But not only that, in consideration of the fact that just south of here, there's a large-scale construction project going on that's going to add another number of vehicles to the road, to a road that can barely sustain what the current traffic conditions are. One of the callers earlier mentioned that we do have amenities and retail across the street. So on the west side of Franklin, north and south of Maine, there are grocery stores and other retail establishments that if you are, you know this if you're a resident of the area, that if you try to go shopping on a Saturday or a Sunday, it's pretty difficult to find a parking spot that's anywhere near the doors. So I think that adding this many number of units and residents is going to, it's going to make that more difficult and again, unsustainable. So, you know, beyond that, I would just like to state that, one more point I wanted to make was at the beginning, I think it was the first or second presentation, the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the consulting company mentioned that one of the signs was put in the wrong spot by mistake. And I take exception to not the fact that people make mistakes, and I understand that, but I think that the fact that the signs are so small, like smaller than anybody's TV, I can guarantee you most of us have somewhere around the 50 or bigger TV, but in the way they were positioned, the size that they were put in, and the locations that they were put in suggested that it was not a high-profile project. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ed. And I'm just going to turn now to members of council to see if they have questions for you. And I don't see any hands raised from members of council. So at this time, I wanted to thank you again, Ed, for joining us this morning and for your presentation. And you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, especially this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. So thank you again, Ed, for joining us this morning.
All right. Thank you for your time.
So at this time, members of council, we've had someone else call into our public meeting, and that's Bonham Sabah. And we're going to try and reach Bonham Sabah to invite them in as our delegation for our meeting this morning. So again, some patience while our staff reach out to this delegation and get them on the line, at which point we will give them an opportunity to speak to council of 5 minutes. So just stay with us. I'll repeat the number at this time too for members of the public who may wish to call in, and that is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Hello, Bonham Sabah.
Yes.
Hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Thank you for joining us this morning, and I'll just give a couple comments before I invite you to speak. So thank you for joining us this morning, and a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. And just so you know too, we do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And again, a reminder to make sure your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes are up, at which time members of council may have questions for you, and I'll help you to guide you through that process. So welcome, and please begin. You've got your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to note that the number of traffic increase that there's going to be on Notting Hill and Main Street, especially because Main Street is used as a route for many of the bus systems for the high schools and elementary schools. I see that because I live right on 67 Sparrow Avenue, and I see the flow of traffic every morning and in the afternoons. And my concern is just because the fire department is right at the corner of Main Street and Dundas there. In case of an emergency, how the flow of traffic would affect everything going on there. And also my other concern is we have a small pond that has been dug up by the city here. And it's been pretty exciting seeing the ecosystem grow year by year. We see birds, we see bunnies, and we see even some turtles. I'm concerned a little bit about the ecosystem growth after the development occurs.
Thank you. Is that it for your remarks?
Yes.
Good. And thank you again for your delegation this morning. So I'm just going to now turn to members of council to see if there are any questions for you at this time. And seeing none, again, I want to thank you for joining our meeting this morning and for your presentation. So at this time, you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, including this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. But thank you again for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And we've had another person call in to request to speak to our public meeting number A, and it's Sydney K. So again, your patience is requested while we try and get the next delegate on the line, at which point they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their agenda item. Hello, Sydney.
Hello.
Oh, hi. It's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Thanks for joining us today. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Great. I'll just make a couple of comments and then I'll invite you to speak. So thanks again for joining us to delegate today. And just a reminder that you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So a reminder to keep your comments directly related to the item. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, at which point members of council may have questions for you. So at that time, I'll help you guide through that process. So welcome, Sydney, and please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, and my fellow neighbors. I know that there are many people who would like to be here today but can't attend because of work. I would like to echo what has already been said in opposed to the proposed development, and I think it's been quite eloquently put already, and many excellent points have been made regarding this issue. We too moved here just over a year and a half ago in hopes of living in a quiet neighborhood for our young children. We have a 6-year-old and a 3-month-old currently. My husband and I have worked very hard and saved diligently to be able to provide a safe neighborhood for our young family and a home that we can be proud of. If we wanted to live in an area surrounded by high rises, we would not have chosen to live here. And should this go forward, we would then find our home location undesirable. We are also concerned that this would affect our resale value should we choose to move as well. The increased traffic, the street parking that will inevitably happen, considering they already have a deficit of 35 parking spots planned, an overall much higher density population would put so much pressure on our beautiful neighborhood. And I will say that we are very proud to be living here. We have a wonderful community, and it's a wonderful space. We're really not happy about this. I would also like to quickly thank Scott Hamilton for diligently responding to our concerns that have been emailed to you. Well done. You are new in this position, and you've walked into a bit of a storm here with this. So thank you for taking the time that you have to email us multiple times regarding this issue. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Sydney, for your delegation. And I'm going to now turn to members of council to see if they have any questions for you. And seeing none, I want to again thank you for your delegation this morning. And just to let you know that you can continue to watch this meeting, including this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But again, thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have anybody else on my list at the moment, so I'm going to be making sure that all those that wish to speak have an opportunity to do so. So I'm just going to call for a brief 3-minute recess to allow another opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to Statutory Public Meeting Report A, 0 Main Street, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 2370826, Ontario, Inc. So I'm just going to mute and go off camera for the next few minutes. And again, that number 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. During this brief break, we've got another one delegate requesting to speak to this public meeting during our short break. So I'll ask for your patience as we contact Oliver Kopaszynski, who will be who is asked to delegate to this meeting. Once we're able to reach our delegate, we'll invite them in to speak and give them 5 minutes to speak to this item. So your patience, please, as we wait for this staff to help this to happen. Hello, Oliver.
Yes,
Hi, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I am.
Great. If you wouldn't mind, just allow me to provide a couple of comments, and then I'll let you know when it's time for you to speak. So thanks for joining us today to delegate. And just a reminder that you'll have up to 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council members may have questions for you, and I'll help you to guide you through that process. So welcome, Oliver, and please begin.
Hi there. Thank you for having me and allowing me to speak. My name is Oliver Kopaszynski. I'm a resident on Sparrow Avenue. And I think the concerns were well articulated by others. I just wanted to add a few things, maybe just have my voice heard as well. My main concerns, like everyone else's, is the traffic, but also the parking on residential streets. On Sparrow, we have parking on one side only, and it's already full. I fear residents from the high rises might have visitors that would be parking and encroaching on our residential streets as well as the traffic coming in or out of the high-rise buildings. I fear that some of the residents might try to avoid Main and go to Franklin or Dundas and go through our residential streets. So when you have, let's say, in the morning during rush hour, 200, 300 cars or whatever it is going through our residential streets trying to avoid Main or anything like that, it can create a problem as well as like a safety concern. Another concern that I have is property value decreasing. We purchased a community just like many others because of the original plan, because of the original zoning regulations, thinking that this would be a family-oriented, small community, tight-knit. We all know our neighbors very well, so I'm concerned that with this high-rise, so many residents, that our property values would decrease as well. And like somebody else said, I would be also forced to probably pack up and leave just because of the plan is not what we intended when we moved in. Right. As another caller called in and with concerns, the transparency was not exactly. I don't know if it was. I don't think it was. If it was a mistake or it was intentional or not. But the sign being in the middle of the field, I mean. It was, nobody knew about it until one of our residents actually pointed it out. We couldn't see it. And to me, if you can't do your due diligence to put the sign in the correct spot, I fear that the due diligence with reporting on impacts and everything might not be accurate as well. Right? Those are my fears. I yield my time.
Thank you, Oliver, for your delegation this morning. I think that I'll now turn to members of council to see if anybody has any questions for you. And I don't see any hands raised. So thank you again for your presentation and for participating in our meeting. So just to let you know too, that you're still welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting, especially this item, on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you wish. So thank you again for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
We do have one other delegation. I'm just waiting for the name to go up. So just patience, please. Council members, just so that you know that we've had a request from somebody, not a pre-registered delegate, but someone who's already spoken to the public meeting to request to speak again. I don't know if this individual has new information, but I need to put it to council to see if you want to allow somebody to speak a second time in our public meeting. So I'm likely going to have to put that to a vote, if that's okay. So I'm going to allow Madam Clerk to take a vote. And again, this individual has spoken already, but was not one of our pre-registered delegations. Madam Clerk.
I'm just writing this up. So you're waiving to suspend the rules to permit the delegate to speak a second time. And I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Hamilton.
And a seconder.
Councillor Mann. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we'll invite the delegate in. So just patience as we have this happen. Hello, Sheldon Myers. It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi, Mayor. Madam Mayor, how are you? I had
Fine.
one more.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you know that we've waived the rules of procedure to allow you to speak a second time. But thank you for coming in. But same rules apply. You can certainly bring forward information, but rules of engagement still apply, and your remarks need to be respectful and relate directly to the agenda item for this morning. Go ahead.
Yes, I had one main point that I missed out was the buildings which are coming, which are 10 and 12-story buildings on the corner. We live on Sparrow, so I'm talking about the privacy that people have in their backyards, because those buildings would actually see the backyards of the existing residents. My whole point is about the privacy of people. That was one of my main keys.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to turn now, Sheldon, to members of council to see if there's any questions of your delegation.
Okay.
And seeing none, I again thank you for your participation today. And again, you can continue to watch the remainder of the meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, members of council, we're going to go for a final call out to members of the public to see if they would like to delegate to the public meeting this morning. So again, members of public, the phone number to call in is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. So at this time, if you want to delegate on this public meeting, you may call in now and we'll take you in a few minutes. So members of council will go to a 5-minute recess at the moment. Please turn your mics and your cameras off, and we'll reconvene to see if they have any further members of the public that would like to speak to this item. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I've now received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, and that we've heard from all of those who requested to speak today. So I'm now going to call for the motion. The recommendation for consideration is to refer this application back to staff for a subsequent report and then for a recommendation. So Councillor Adshade, I believe that you have this motion. Would you please read it in its entirety? Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Reid that report 20-257 CD, public meeting report, 0 Main Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment 2370826 Ontario be received, and that the application ORO4-20 be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Adshade. So we'll now move forward to see if there's any comments from members of council at this time. Do members of council have any comments? Councillor Devine, go ahead, please. Councillor Devine.
Yes, and thank you to the chair. I've sat and listened very close to what everybody's had to say. I mean, I'm sure this is a very good development, but the concern that I have is the people that have purchased property in that area, that are single family homes, have purchased the property in good faith. And I'm sure that the developer sold them in good faith. But unfortunately, these people that have purchased these homes and planned their lives, all of a sudden things are changing. And I'm not convinced that we should be allowed to having that property rezoned. And my understanding was originally there was to be 12 single family homes put there. The game has changed. I understand the game has changed, but and I understand we need housing for the community. But we have to think about the people that purchase those homes in good faith. And like I said, I sit and listen very close, and I don't believe we should be making that zone change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Urmeta, go ahead. Councillor Urmeta.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I certainly do appreciate all the comments that we've heard from the public, and I always appreciate the effort that goes into these things from staff and the applicant. And I do have a lot of concerns as well, you know, about the congestion, about people buying into the neighborhood, and now big changes like this happening. And I think that there's going to be a lot we're going to have to review as part of this. I know staff have, they've made note of that. And I just want to reemphasize that we really need to maintain that connection to the community and make sure that we address as many concerns as possible. And I also wanted on record, I am concerned about the truck traffic in the area on Main Street and what this impact could be on that, because there already is a lot of congestion at that roundabout. I've experienced it myself. And Dundas Street can also get quite hectic as well there. So I think there's certainly a lot for us to look at as part of the process, and I want to make those comments known. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Hamilton followed by Councillor Mann. So Councillor Hamilton next, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I've definitely received a lot of emails and calls about this particular development, and so I want to thank all the residents of Sparrow Avenue and the surrounding area for calling in and voicing their concerns. I do share many of the concerns voiced by my fellow councillors, as well as many of the delegations that called in. And I look forward to accepting the invitation of the developer to engage in public consultation and citizen communication and discussion and an open dialogue about this development. And I encourage the residents to approach myself and to attend these public consultation sessions in order to really come to an understanding so everyone can enjoy this space going forth. And whatever it develops into in the future, if anything, it can be that space where everyone that has purchased homes in the past lives and develops into that future that they envisioned with their families going forth. And that's only going to happen with open, engaged, constructive dialogue going forth. So I'm very excited for that. And I know a lot of them are watching right now. So I just want to offer a gentle reminder that the upcoming motion is not on the development itself, but just on a report about the potential development that will be given to staff and council at a future date. So thank you very much, Your Worship. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And moving next to Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the comments by the delegates have been very important and very interesting to hear. We've heard about traffic, we've heard about parking, we've heard about safety, we've heard about density, we've heard about privacy. And I look forward to seeing the report that will come back to council from staff. I think the biggest thing we heard from people today was quality of life for families. And people have moved into that area, as has been stated by other councillors, with the expectation that everything would be similar to what they have. And this is the exception. And so the report coming back will be important to see. And I hope that we can maintain quality of life for the people who are there and come up with something that will be suitable for the neighbors in the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, I did want to reiterate again that the motion that is before us right now is to accept the information and the comments that we've received from the public, and that the application is going to be referred to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. That's all that council will be deciding on today. And with no further comments, no further hands up, I think we're ready for the motion. So Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
Favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. At this time, council will be taking a 30-minute recess in order to have some lunch. And so we'll reconvene for the rest of our agenda for this afternoon in 30 minutes. Thank you. And don't forget to put your microphones on mute and your cameras off for 30 minutes. And we'll see you about 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. I just wanted to remind everyone that as a result of physical distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the City Clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. So now we'll move ahead into our regular agenda. And just a reminder that council will recess following today's meeting and reconvene this evening at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., council will move into closed session. And following that, we will be coming back into open to public meeting, and also, back into the public and hear from anyone who is registered to speak to item number 18 on this meeting's agenda before moving into discussions for that item. And for items that we're considering this afternoon, we do have one registered delegation joining us a little bit later. So our next item for consideration is our consent agenda. Please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know by using your raise hand feature. And in the interest of time, we'll look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But again, if you wish to comment, you're welcome to do so. I just also wanted to provide a note that report 20-267 CRE FedDev Ontario Funding Support Waterloo Regional Tourism Marketing Corporation was meant to be placed on consent and has now been put on consent. So in saying all that, Councillor Mehta, I believe that you have the motion. Would you please read it in its entirety, Councillor Mehta?
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. I do have the motion. The motion is as follows. It's moved by myself. Oh, sorry, I'm at the wrong one. Let me just get it for a sec. Okay. So it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wolf, that all items listed under the heading of consent procedure for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020, council agenda be adopted as recommended. Item 1, special council minutes of November 3rd, 2020. Item 2, council workshop minutes, October 26, 2020. October 3, council information package, CIP, September 4th, 2020. Item 4, council information package, CIP, October 16th, 2020. Item 5, Waterloo Airport Runway Project Federal Impact Assessment Process. Item 6, request to alter Part 5 designated property 12 Joan Lane, bracket Blair Village Heritage Conservation District. Item 7, request to delegate a property of cultural heritage value under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and to permit demolition of secondary buildings of 1261 Dundas Street South. Item 8, request for a credit of service agreement, Morriston Creek Estates. Item 9, 2021 municipal fees and charges. Oh, and yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's it. If there's anything that's been changed, do let me know. I was just going by my package here, so.
There was in one addition, so I'm going to have Madam Clerk read the other item, and that was the one I just mentioned. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 10-20-267 CRE Federal Development Ontario Funding Support Waterloo Regional Tourism Marketing Corporation.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to ask if any members of council wish to pull any item from the consent agenda, and I see Councillor Wolf's hand up. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, Councillor Mehta said consent procedure for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020, and in our package here, it says consent procedure for Wednesday, November 18th, 2020, which I believe is the correct date, which is today.
Yeah, I think that is the date today. I think we'll agree on that.
And
okay, so we'll make that change. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Sharp ears. And do you wish to further?
No, that
comment?
was fine. Nothing else. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other members of council that wish to either question staff or have any comments? Seeing none, just one moment. Okay, I'll now ask for our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Now we'll move forward to consideration of reports. And our first item is a presentation from our external auditors from KPMG. Courtney Cheel and Matthew Bettick are with us from KPMG. And thank you very much for your patience for waiting for us. But I do understand now that Courtney will be providing council with a presentation on the final audit planning report for the year ending December 31st, 2020. So as council will recall, back in May, we had KPMG to present audit findings from 2019. So welcome. Is it Courtney that will be taking this? I believe your clerk,
yes.
Our clerk, it's Courtney that'll be starting?
Yes, thank
Great.
you very much.
And I do believe that our clerk has a presentation, so she can load that up and then just let her know when you want to push forward. Thank you and welcome, Courtney and Matthew.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for having us at your meeting. I'm here with Matthew Bettick. He is the lead engagement partner and I am the senior manager on the engagement. So if you could go to page 4 of the report. So this is our executive summary. So I'll just do kind of a high level of what the report is and then we'll go into more detail. So COVID-19, as you all know, has definitely had a significant impact on the city's operations this year. Our audit will keep this in mind and we'll change our audit approach in certain areas to address the impact on the city's operations. This is a group audit. There are 4 entities that are consolidated into the City of Cambridge financial statements. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. Our audit is risk focused. So that just means we'll look at areas in the financial statements that have more risk than other areas, and that's where we'll concentrate our efforts on. Our materiality is set at $4.5 million, and our proposed fees are $59,455, which this was based on the proposal. So if you go to the next 2 pages, this discusses the potential impact on the audit due to COVID-19. We will in particular ensure we understand the impact of COVID-19 on our materiality and ensure it is appropriate. Another big impact is that our audit's going to be 100% remote and virtual this year. Last year, for the first year audit, we had, it happened just after lockdown, so it was all virtual as well. And I believe we did a really good job with this, working with management. So I don't believe that there will be any issues this year. On the next page, page 7, is our group audit scope. So this shows what entities we are doing audits on, and the library and the 3 BIAs will be consolidated within the City of Cambridge financial statements. We'll also do an audit on the trust funds, and we do a special report on the annual reconciliation report for the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. On the next page, the next 2 pages are our significant fraud risks that we have due to our professional requirements. The first risk relates to revenue recognition, and we are allowed to rebut this risk and determine that there is not a significant risk of fraud within revenue. For the city, we have done this. We believe the revenue is not complex, and there are not a lot of judgments and assumptions within revenue, and therefore not a lot of room to perpetrate fraud. On the next page is another fraud risk resulting from management override of controls. We can't rebut this risk, and it's in every single audit we do. The risk relates to if the city has the best controls in place to prevent fraud, management can always override this. And so our audit approach is that we perform procedures to around manual journal entries, if there's any estimates where management can do some different assumptions, and we'll ensure that there's nothing unusual that is happening in these areas and ensure that there's no fraud or suspected fraud. On the next page, the next few pages will be our audit, other areas of focus. The first one is post-employment benefits. And these benefits are retirement benefits, sick leave benefits, and WSIB. This is an area of focus due to the significant estimates and judgments used by management to determine the obligation. There's also complexity in the accounting guidance. We will use management's actuarial specialist, which is Nexus, and we'll use their valuation for the post-employment benefits. As well, we'll look at the assumptions that and inputs that management gave to the actuaries to perform their valuation and ensure those are appropriate and reasonable. On the next page is tangible capital assets. And this is an area of focus due to the size of the account balance. There's also a risk of inappropriately recording costs that are not capital and actually should be an expense. So our audit approach will do a sample of capital additions to ensure that they should be capitalized and recorded properly. We'll also look at the other side and look at the repairs and maintenance and see if there's any that should be actually capitalized. On the next page is the obligatory reserve fund revenue and deferred revenue. And so this is an area of focus as the revenue recognized from development charge reserve fund is subject to judgment as capital projects must be growth related in nature. Our approach, audit approach will be to perform testing over the revenue recognized and ensure that the related expenditure has occurred, as you cannot recognize the revenue until that expenditure has occurred. We'll also look at the collections of the development charges recorded in deferred revenue and ensure those are appropriate. And lastly, we'll assess accounting for waived development charges. The next page, I won't go into detail, but these are some other areas in our audit that we'll look at, as well as our audit approach. On the next page is our materiality. Materiality is determined to plan and perform our audit and to evaluate the effects of any uncorrected misstatements on the financial statements. As mentioned previously, our materiality is set at 4.5 million. This is consistent with prior year. The benchmark that we use to determine this is budgeted revenues. And so for this year, it's 2.31% of budgeted revenues. Last year, it was 2.43%, so it's very consistent year over year. If you go 2 pages down, this is our, I won't go into detail with this page either, but it discusses how we ensure high audit quality and transparency throughout the audit. The next page is our key deliverables and milestones. So that's just noting when we're doing parts of the audit. On the next couple pages is the new audit and accounting standards. And so these, I won't go into detail, but it's a nice summary for you to go through. These will be coming out in the next few years. And if you go to page 21, just a couple more pages. So this is our proposed fees. Oh, yeah, perfect. So this is for the City of Cambridge, the trust funds and the special reports, and it's 59,455. As I mentioned, this is based on the proposal we did in the previous year. The rest of the report are our appendices, and so I won't go into detail about those, but if anyone has any questions, myself and Matthew can answer them now.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Courtney. So at this point, I will look to members of council to see if they have any questions for you.
fuck are we here?
Councillor Devine, did you have a question?
Yes, I do. And through
Yeah.
the chair.
Go ahead.
Unless I missed something, I don't recall getting a copy of that report. Was the council given a copy?
No, apparently not yet, but that will be sent to you.
Okay, so maybe in the future, if we get the report before the presentation, so if we have questions, we can answer them. It's pretty hard to go through it on the screen. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Courtney. And I guess my question is, at the end of the day, when you do the audit on the status of the city, I hate to ask for a grade, but how do you find the status or the condition of the city after you've done this audit and given us this report?
So maybe I'll answer that question. So at the completion of the audit, we issue our audit opinion, which will comment on whether the financial statements are fairly presented. Right, so that is not necessarily a grade per se. It really just says that the information that you've been provided is accurate within all material respects. When our final year-end report, we'll go into some other matters that can help you sort of ascertain sort of a grade, to use that language. So for example, we'll report if there are any errors or adjustments that had to be made to the financial statements. We'll report if we identified any significant deficiencies in internal control. And we'll also report any other significant findings. So for the first two items, errors or adjustments, where there are a low number of those, that is indicative of a good grade. Where there is a low number of significant deficiencies in internal control, that is an indicator of a good grade. And so those are the things that I would expect you to see. We can also sort of qualitatively talk about the status of preparation and readiness for the audit that the staff brings, their ability to answer our questions and deal with comments and queries throughout the audit, again, which is another indicator of performance. So we'll be prepared to comment on those items for sure when we report back to council in May. I want to just preface all that by saying, our look at the activities, especially within the finance department, is a very thin slice of what that team does on a day-to-day basis. So all we can really comment is on that very, very thin piece. There's the other 364 days a year that they're dealing with things other than the financial statement audit. So, Councillor, did that answer your question?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, it does. Thank you, Matthew. And I'm sure that you take that very thin edge of the wedge or thin slice of the organization in that one day, and it gives you an overview of what our finance department is doing. And I'm sure what it does is it gives you a very good idea of what we're doing. And this report is just an interim report till the end of the year report.
Correct.
But I would be surprised if you would find anything less than next best thing to perfect from staff. I mean, we've always seen that staff have done an incredible job of maintaining the finances of the organization, and they have done an incredibly good job. And they would have the answers to all your questions, all your inquiries, and the preparation work would be there for you. And that's the way we are accustomed to doing work in the organization. And that's what we have traditionally seen from our finance department, which makes us feel incredibly good.
And I would say those would be consistent with the comments that we had back in May. So that is our expectation going forward. But we do keep a skeptical point of view and a skeptical mind as we do our work. It's part of the culture in what an auditor does.
Absolutely, I understand that. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there further questions from members of council? Councillor Mann, your hand remains up. Just a note, now it's down. Seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for your presentation, and we'll move forward then to have Councillor Mann read the motion that helps to receive this presentation. So Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Donna Reid that Council receive the audit planning report from KPMG. Sorry, I just lost it on my computer. That Council received the audit planning report from KPMG for the year ending December 31st, 2020.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. So I'll now, if there's no further comments, I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And thank you for being with us, Courtney and Matthew, today.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Bye.
So Council, the next item is the revised schedule of special council meetings, 20-278 CRS revised schedule of special council meetings, January to April 2021. This item also has a motion that was deferred on November 3rd, 2020 from Councillor Liggett until today's meeting that has been presented. As Councillor Liggett will be joining us later in the meeting, I'm just going to request if council, or just to see if council is comfortable moving this item to later in our agenda. And nods and yep, thumbs up all around. So we'll leave that until a little bit later in our agenda. Our next item will be agenda item number 11, which is report 20-259 CRS Township of Puslinch Fire Service Agreement. And Councillor Mann, I'll ask that you put that motion on the floor if you've got it in front of you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Adshade that report 20-259 CRS read the Township of Puslinch Fire Service Agreement be received, and that council approves a one-year extension to the fire service agreement with the Township of Puslinch as per report 20-259 CRS, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Are there any questions for staff at this time? I don't see anybody with their hand up. Is there any comments from council members at this time? And I don't see any, so I think it's okay for us to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta. Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Now we'll go ahead to our next item on the agenda, which is item number 12. And that's report 20-236 CRE, Future Outdoor Pool Operating Strategy. We have received a number of pieces of correspondence of this item, and I understand that our Director of Parks, Recreation and Culture, Leslie Head, is going to provide some introductory remarks on this item. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. This is my first time having the opportunity to address council since joining the Cambridge team, so I'm happy to be part of the group bringing this information forward for discussion today. The notion of closing the city's aging outdoor infrastructure is not a new one. There is much history and nostalgia associated with the outdoor pools, in addition to the issues and costs that come along with our aging infrastructure. Having the opportunity to address council since joining the Cambridge team, but I'm happy to be part of the group bringing this information forward for discussion today. The notion of closing the city's aging outdoor infrastructure is not a new one. There is nostalgia associated with the outdoor pools, in addition to the issues and costs that come along with our aging infrastructure.
I'm not able to hear Leslie. Is everybody on mute that's on the call? Thank you, that's better. Leslie, would you please try again? Let me try and hear if.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, thank you.
Okay, okay, I'm going to start over. So thank you, Mayor McGarry. I was saying that this was my first time to address council since joining the team, and I'm happy to be bringing this information forward today. The notion of closing the city's aging outdoor infrastructure is not a new one. There is much history and nostalgia associated with outdoor pools, in addition to the issues and costs that come with aging infrastructure, all of which was at the forefront as staff prepared this report for you today. The projected lifespan of our outdoor pools is estimated at 50 years. Hancock is currently in its 70th year, while Soper in its 53rd. The proposal to first look at the closure of the Hancock and Soper pools was first introduced as part of the 2018 budget discussions, which resulted in the decision being further deferred. During the 2020 budget discussions, council directed staff to keep both pools open for an additional season, with further information requested to be brought forward, addressing the ability to keep operational beyond that time. This is staff's follow-up to that request. In order to provide council with a variety of both operating scenarios and budget impacts, staff engaged in a collaborative decision-making strategy, which included the development of a decision matrix as a way to review and evaluate the options and impacts. As outlined in the report before you, you will see that there are key criteria associated with the operation of the pools. This includes alignment with our corporate strategy, financial and community impact, and alignment with our corporate asset management policy. Finally, I will note future operation of Ed Newland Pool is not in need of major capital investment in near future, and that's why it was not considered as part of this report at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leslie. And I note that Councillor Liggett has joined us about 1:41. Councillor Liggett, are you able to turn your camera on?
No, for privacy reasons, I'm at work. I cannot turn my camera on.
Okay, I will just let you know that I do need to ask all members of council that if you've made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, you will also have to do so for the bylaw related to the same item. So Councillor Liggett, do you have any declarations of pecuniary interest?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. We'll move forward then to, I think we're going to go to the delegation on this item. And our delegation on this item is Robert Gutcher. So I will just ask for some patience while we make arrangements for our delegate to join our meeting. Once our delegation joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to the item. We're going to contact them now and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. I'll ask for your patience while that happens.
Robert Gutcher speaking.
Hi, Robert. It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi, Your Lordship.
Hi, good to hear you. You can hear me all right?
I can, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, so if you'll just let me take a couple minutes just to introduce you and provide a few comments, and then I'll get you going. But thank you very much for joining us today to delegate. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And a reminder again to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. So Robert, I'll let you know when your 5 minutes are up, at which time council members may have questions for you. So welcome again, and you now have 5 minutes to speak to this item. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you, staff. My name is Robert Gutcher, and I propose that you consider another option that I'd best call option 1B, alternate. This is to keep Soper Pool open indefinitely and close Hancock Pool instead. And that, according to this report, would save hundreds of thousands of dollars in long-term infrastructure needs and maybe almost $1 million in total replacement cost if we should ever decide to replace the pool on the lot that they're at. If one of the pools were to be chosen to close in 2024, then according to this report, Hancock Pool would be the cheaper pool to keep open for 5 years. It would be cheaper by $84,000. If another of the pools were to be chosen to remain open indefinitely, then Soper Pool would be the cheaper pool to keep open for 10 years by $239,000. That's a savings of more than $300,000 for choosing my option, option 1B alternate, over option 1B. Soper Pool's needs are more immediate, yet they're ultimately lower in the long run, so they benefit more from making a long-term commitment. On the decision matrix summary, this option would have a total cost of $1,134,000. And now, see, that's the total of $347,000 to keep Hancock open, $537,000 to keep Soper open for 10 years, plus the $250,000 to decommission Hancock. And that would be a savings of $239,000 over option 1B. Now, we should also be mindful of keeping the option open to one day rebuild the pool. And Hancock, of course, is built on a hillside, making the stairs at the front necessary, and also adding expense, as there's hydrogeological considerations. And if we want one location where we might one day rebuild a pool, this would be apparently a less ideal location. It apparently costs it would cost $750,000 more, according to this report, and that's in 2017 dollars. Plus, it would remain on a hillside, so it would have accessibility, and it would keep the hydrogeological issues, which might get worse in the future. So Soper Pool's operating costs have also been lower, and they've been lower per swimmer, and they've been lower on the basis of total costs per year. They're currently pegged at $50,000 a year savings. That's because they cost $11 per swim at Soper and $16 at Hancock, which of course is more. So in addition to the financial incentive, Soper Park is a better location for many other reasons. It has significant historical value. Soper Park was created 100 years ago, and it was our city's first pool. And at the time, it was a gift from the well-to-do to the workers, and there were no lifeguards, and there were no expenses because it was built into the creek and it was creek-fed. So it was a gift at that time in perpetuity. So again, it has historic value even before it gets used, and yet use at this location could be expected to increase, not with the consolidation of the two pools, that would help, but also because there's a lot of local activity. Hundreds of new homes and condos are being built at either ends of the park. There's a newly expanded St. Anne's School across Elgin Street from the pool. And next door is the Allison Neighborhood Association, where summer camps have had a record year in 2019. So they go to the pool pretty much every day. Soper Pool is now home to the Aqua Jets, and it's a sports park, so there's plenty to do besides swim. There's a pavilion and a mile of trails along gardens up and down Stock Creek. You could fish there. There's tennis courts, baseball diamonds, and the Scorpions volleyball meets next door. And now Soper Park has an exciting 9-hole disc golf course. Whereas at Hancock, after the swimming, there's really nothing else to do there at all. So it's also more centrally located. It's on a trail, so even more people can bike there or walk there. There's a little short stop, pizza, fish and chips next door, and it's a 2-minute walk down to Main Street where there's going to be an LRT stop someday. So all in all, I think it's a better location. Very quickly, because I only have 20 seconds left, there was a drop in numbers, but that had to do with the other program problems, which I ask you please to just ignore those numbers. The total numbers of swimmers have been the same. We're pretty much within 20% at both pools, but again, Hancock was more expensive to maintain on an annual basis, so Soper's the better choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and good job on the time there. Thank you for your delegation. At this point, I will see if there are any questions for our delegation at this time.
Thank you.
And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for joining our meeting today as a delegation. You are certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. So thank you again for joining us today.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
So at this point, we will move forward to place the motion on the floor, and Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion, so please read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion is for 20-236 CRE Future Outdoor Pools Operating Strategy, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ermetta. The recommendation is that report 20-236 CRE regarding future outdoor pool operating strategy is received, and that Council endorse option 1D set out in this report to have the George Hancock Pool remain open until the end of the 2024 season, and to have the Kinsman Soper Park Pool remain open until the end of the 2021 season. And further, that Council refer the funding required for option 1D in the amount of $347,000 in 2021 to the 2021 budget discussion of Budget and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So at this time, I can open it up for any questions for staff at this time. So members of council, now's your moment to ask any questions for staff. And I will start with Councillor Reid. Go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering within this motion that it goes to the Budget and Audit Committee. So whatever decision is made today could be upheld or could be reversed. Am I correct in my assumption of that?
I'm going to have staff to weigh in on that question. Cheryl Ayres, go ahead, Ms. Ayres.
Your Worship. The recommendation, yes, as you've mentioned, Councillor Reid, will be for Council to discuss this option today. Right now, both pools are included in the operating budget for operation in 2021. And any decision today made by Council could be reconsidered during the budget meeting on December 2nd, and staff will include whatever the ultimate decision is in the 2021 budget.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, Councillor Reid? Okay. Are you completed your questions, Councillor Reid?
Yep, I took my hand down.
Okay, thanks. I was actually looking at the mute button. Sorry, now I see that you took your hand down. It's okay, there's lots of places to look on my screen. Councillor Mann is next. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Leslie, thanks for the report. I found it very informative, and I really like the decision matrix that you put in place and that you worked from. My question is, if we close Soper at the end of next year, what is the plan for Soper for that location in the years following?
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Mann. I think at this time there hasn't been a decision. We would be coming back to look for direction to that. There are options outlined in the report, potential options once we decommission that site, but we would be further requesting guidance from council as to what we would do with that.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, so if that's the case, council could come back and say, let's plan for a future pool, or let's plan for a splash pad, or let's plan for another sports complex at that location, or anything for that matter.
Through you, Madam Mayor, back to Councillor Mann. Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, Leslie. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the next speaker that I have right now is Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the report, Leslie. I agree with Councillor Mann. Overall, I thought it was excellent. The decision matrix was very helpful. I have two questions, one about demographics surrounding the pool, and the second would be about COVID. So the first was, I know in some of our earlier presentations, we had newer houses and we have young families moving into those houses. I was just wondering if you could comment, or if any staff could comment on the demographics surrounding these pools, the age of the homes, approximate population within a 10-minute walking distance, because it seems that if someone's going to have to drive more than 10 minutes to go to a pool, then we have to start factoring in things like the rec complex and other pools around the city. So what's the immediate demographic now around Hancock and Soper? Because I'm sure that's probably changed since they were built. And the second question is around, I know no one has a crystal ball, but around COVID-19. If we see similar numbers to what was present last summer, would these pools remain closed? And would that alter any decisions that were placed into the matrix, or would just be final as written in the books? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Hamilton, I'm going to answer the second question and then pose the first question to a member of the team. Second question relating to COVID, certainly we will have to evaluate where we are at in terms of the status of the pandemic come time to open the pool. Certainly we kept the Ed Newland pool open this past summer as one facility we were able to remain, but it will be based on where we are at in terms of public health and the provincial guidelines on how we open our recreation facilities this summer. So we will have to further report back to council on that decision at that time. And in regards to your question one, I'm going to look to Hardy. Thank you.
Excellent. Through the mayor to Councillor Hamilton, as part of the demographics, we don't have that kind of data readily available. What we could do is work with our partners and see what kind of data we could get for the Budget and Audit Committee and present any kind of demographic information at that time.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Further questions of from members of council to staff? Seeing none, I do have one regarding, it was similar, I guess, in the demographic question, but I have noted quite a decline of the maximum capacity over the years, in particular Soper pool, and I think it was 22% of capacity was sort of utilized during the summer of 2019, so certainly before we even heard of COVID. So I'm just wondering if there's any, maybe not metrics, but any sort of feelings as to why the outside pool numbers have declined over the years. I know that Hancock sort of maintained a little bit better over the last few years, but it's certainly only operating at a 48 to 53% capacity. So I'm wondering if you could sort of talk to sort of the decline in outdoor pool use over the last few years. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor McGarry. Overall, in the recreation sector, there is a decline in outdoor aquatics. Aquatics in general, it's hard to find staff. Recruiting lifeguards is a provincial issue that all municipalities are facing. But aquatics in general is on the decline. And I'm not sure there's any one real reason for that. Outdoor aquatics, there's definitely a trend and interest in splash pads. Our internal team that worked on this report had discussion around this very topic. And splash pads are easier to bring, a lot of children to. You can plan your day around them. They're in the park. There's a lot of advantages to splash pads. And so I think that's why our community responds to those differently than the outdoor pools. But certainly we're not unique to the decline in outdoor aquatics by any means. Thank you.
And further to that, and I appreciate the answer, and I think that's probably my experience too. I remember taking my own daughter to Hancock Pool for 2 weeks when I was on vacation for outside swim lessons, and 4 out of those 10 days was inclement weather, and she couldn't actually swim. So myself, I ended up taking my children to an indoor pool. So, and that's really my question. The aquatic programs that are being delivered through our indoor pools, do they have the same kind of decline then in the aquatics program, or is that a better maintenance level, or is there any comparator that you can think of?
To you, Ms. Mayor McGarry, I would say the aquatics overall, both in our outdoor and our indoor facilities, has declined. Again, that's a provincial standard across that we're seeing that everywhere. I don't know that there's any one reason or the other for the indoor aquatics, but certainly I could do more analysis on that and provide that to you of what's happening in the indoor facilities. Absolutely.
Thank you. In the meantime, Councillor Wolf has put her hand up. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through Madam Mayor, I was just going to comment. We know that the number of building permits for swimming pools rose dramatically this year. And in the past, not everyone had a swimming pool in their backyard, and still not everyone has one. But the number that we have in the city in 2020 compared to the number we had 50 years ago is a dramatic difference. So so many people who are talking about having taken their children to Hancock, and that's where they learn to swim, etc., themselves now would have a swimming pool in their backyards. So I think fewer people need to use a public pool, and that's just a reality. In terms of demographics around Hancock, we have several schools, and it's actually much closer than for residents to walk to Hancock than to Soper Park, because Soper, the swimming pool being in the middle of the park, it's not close. And even number-wise, we were actually taking our summer camps to Soper, which up their numbers. And if Soper was closed, we could take those same children to Hancock just as easily. So I understand why everyone wants. It's the nostalgia, you hate to see things change. We saw that with Riverside Dam, like we don't like things to change in our city. Things are important, but at the same time, we have only so much money. And I can see if we want a new recreation complex and we want new facilities, we have to make cuts someplace. And as your report says, one of these pools is 70 years old, the other is 53 years old, and the infrastructure wears out. So I will be supporting this motion, and I think it's, at least for Hancock, when it finishes, hopefully in 2025, we will have a new recreation complex with great swimming facilities.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, we'll move forward to comments from members of council. Are there any comments that members of council would like to make?
Madam Mayor?
Councillor Liggett, is that you?
It is, thank you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
I support keeping both of them open, and I support putting the money into bringing them all up to date. I am not willing to throw Hancock under the bus in lieu of keeping Silver Park open. I think both sides of the river deserve to have an outdoor pool and should have an outdoor pool. When we talk about pool permits and how many have been done, that's because COVID struck and people couldn't go away on vacation. When COVID is over, they will be going on vacation. Whether they have a pool or not, that's not going to change that demographics. And to remind everybody, Soper Park is not in the middle of the park. It's at the end of the park, right at Elgin Street. We have 92 homes, houses, townhouses going in right there, right across the street. We also have 2 apartment towers that are planned to be built just on the other side of Dundas Street, which is at the other end of the park. The people that use this pool are lower income and seniors of lower income. They're the people who need this pool. The decline in the program availability is, as Ms. Head stated, we had a lack of lifeguards. And we need to make sure that and we increase the wages in order to hire, to make it more receptive to people who would normally be the lifeguards. So that would be coming online at the same time. And hopefully we will be more competitive to the other municipalities who are fighting for those same lifeguards. We have, that 22% decline was basically because of that lack of programming. The stats that were given by Robert, I'm sorry, I forget how to pronounce his last name, were excellent. So I'm not going to go through that all over again. I think that the cost of keeping these pools open is negligible compared to the cost of doing any repairs. It's not a lot of money in our total budget as compared to some of the other things that we have in there. When you take a look at the trails, the capital investment in trails, that's millions and millions of dollars, and then the operating funds of that. And the operating of that is more than what the pools would be. So I think that I'm hoping that this motion will be voted down, and I understand that it's coming back to us in budget, and it will come back to us in budget the following year. But the problem is, once something is put into the budget this way, or we vote on something like this, it tends to become set in stone, and we all know that. I know that we're being told that we can change this at any point in time, but I don't believe that they will. And I think that the people that live around Soper Park have every right to have the same facilities as other parts of the community. And we can't compare this to Ed Newlands because it's in Preston. It's nowhere near the people who live in either the east or the west side of Galt. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta, go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to state that I'm not convinced that this is the right decision, at least right now. I think at the very least it should be referred to budget. However, I am not supportive of closing the pool, and the reason is there's going to be a lot of intensification in that area. You know, all along the LRT route, whether it's in our downtown, which has been designated as the major growth center by the province, or whether it's even on Hesper Road, which is still in close proximity to Soper Park, like specifically the area around the Delta, or whether it's the new Southeast Galt intensification node at Dundas, Main Street, Franklin, in that area. And if the majority of development, if it ends up being apartments, there's not a guarantee they're going to have a pool. I know there are condominiums and some rental buildings that do have those kind of amenities. But I also know a lot of developers are trying to get out of that because it does add to the maintenance costs of the building. And I'm just not convinced this is the right decision at this time. And I believe there's going to be a lot more people living in the area in the future that are not going to have access to a pool. And I believe that's a great way to promote fitness and build relationships with other people in the neighborhood. And as we get more condos, it's really going to be the parks that become the backyard. And I think that, it's kind of too premature, and I'd like to make more use of the infrastructure that we've got. I know, councils and staff have been very supportive of already extending the time, and I applaud you all for that. But I would like to make even more better use of this. And if we have to make a few minor upgrades, I'd like to see us do that. And I'm supportive of both pools, just so you know. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade, go ahead. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I know we've had a lot of people in the community that are very adamant they want to keep the pools open, and I'd like to see us look at this with a fine-tooth comb in the budget. I was really pleased that Hancock was going to keep open until the new recreation complex is open, and I'd really like to see Soper stay open at least till then. But I'd really like to see us examine this in more detail at the budget. I think this is something that we could really examine and maybe look at ways we could make some minor additions and alterations. The only big concern I have for this is keeping it open after the recreation complex is I'm worried about when it has to become accessible, what the cost would be for those two pools to become accessible. So that might be just too much of a budget task to try to keep them open after 2024. But I'd like to examine this more when we look at it. It's in our budget.
Thank you. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Well, it would be very difficult to not agree with everything that's being said, and one has to agree. There's great value in a community to have an outdoor pool, but there's also great value in having a splash pad as well. And if the splash pads are being used to a greater degree than an outdoor pool, then it gives me pause. And I know from having toured both of the Soper pool and the Hancock pool that in order to keep them open indefinitely almost requires a complete build of the pools themselves. They're not in good shape. I'm very worried about the expense that we would have for something in which people can only use for 2.5 months of the year. When you build an indoor pool, you can use it for 12 months. And I think that is very attractive to me, and that rather than the 2.5 months that we have for an outdoor pool. I get the nostalgia. I get the fact that we want to, all of us use public pools. I did as a kid. My kids did. I understand all of that. I understand what it means to the community as well. We received a lot of discussion from the community on these pools. It's very difficult to take something away that people have become accustomed to. Very, very difficult. But as stewards of the budget and of the city, we have to make the wisest choice that is possible. And I'm having great difficulty in supporting keeping these pools open indefinitely. I can support SOPR for another year as long as we don't have a catastrophic breakdown in something within the pool. I can support Hancock on a year-to-year basis. So we look at it every year until the new pools come on board, because I do think that people need to have access to pools in order to the aquafit classes, the learn to swim classes. And we may be able to offer those at a better rate than perhaps some of the associations who might do that for us may be able to do. So I can support this motion, and I just put in the caveat that if something catastrophic happens to either pool, then we need to rethink. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton's next. Go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just echoing what some of my fellow councillors have said, I think it's not really a discussion of the philosophy of pools per se. I think everyone loves pools. We're emotionally attached to them. We have fond memories. My thought looking at pools such as Hancock and especially SOPR is it was built in 1962. I'm guessing a lot of the houses in that area were probably built around the same time. So probably a lot of young families, a sense of up and coming kind of construction in that area. And I liken the pool almost to a car. Like imagine having a car from 1962. It might not be your daily driver, and it's going to require a lot of upkeep. And will that car be able to tackle the same conditions on the road today that it was designed for in 1962? And so with that pool, I think that the memories people have developed, the attachments are fantastic. But I do see that we're going to have 2 new pools going into the rec complex up the road as well. And so what I want to stress to, I think, some individuals that have contacted me about this as well is that if these pools change, and I know Councillor Mann was talking about this as well, it's not that there will be a gap, it like just disappears off the face of the earth. I'm excited to know the possibilities of what can go in there that match with the future changes and demographics that will be put into place in a developing Cambridge. So for example, could there be those splash pads, a new playground for kids? I mean, the splash pad and the playground in Riverside Park in Preston are not very accessible, I would say, to a lot of Cambridge, but they're always packed. There's no outdoor gyms, as far as I know. Some of them are scattered around Cambridge, a few by the river. How much would an outdoor gym cost? Right? That's something adults of all ages, teenagers could use as well, or a small skate park, but the list goes on. I just think that if that pool is a facility that consistently has seen a declining rate of usage, we have 2 new pools going in that are a 5-minute drive. What are the best facilities that we could put in SOPR Park that would create those positive memories of the future going forth? Right. So 20 years from now, 30 years from now, someone says, I remember taking my kids to the splash pad, BMX park, basketball courts, whatever. And it was great because they were new. They matched the growing demographics of the region. And we were excited to grow as a community together with that. So even though I am very attached, I don't think anyone's critiquing the philosophy of pools on this one. I do think if it's from 1962 and it requires a lot of maintenance and upkeep, and we're building new pools that are close by in the vicinity, then maybe it's time that we consider what other options we can put in there that will match with the changes of the city going forth into the future.
Thank you. Councillor Mann, you're next. Councillor Mann.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's been a great conversation about the pools in our community. And I think everyone would like to see the pool at SOPR stay. But I like the analogy that was just used as to a car that's built in 1966 or 62 rather. How long do you keep putting money into it? And when do you have to make the decision to say enough is enough already? And so if we have to leave or if we have to close SOPR, we leave it open for 2021. The big question comes back to council, and I think it's a very good one, as Scott has just alluded to. What do we replace SOPR with? And there are all kinds of options, especially with what we have seen with COVID and people not being able to go to the gym and exercise. What about an outside gymnasium? What about another pool or a splash pad? And I think what happens now is maybe we are in a position to think outside of the box and determine what it is we want in Soper Park to look after the people in that particular neighborhood, in that part of our community. And I think it gives us that opportunity to look forward and to do some forward thinking about what it is that would be most suitable for the people in our community. I would love to see Soper stay open, but I went through it along with a lot of other councillors. And when I saw the condition of it and the needs of it, I thought we are really pushing our luck on that facility. And I think from a safety standpoint and from an accessibility standpoint, it's something that has to occur, but it also means something else will occur in its place. And as much as I don't want to, I will support this motion because I think it's the right thing to do, but I also think it gives us an opportunity to look to the future and see what we can replace Soper Pool with.
Thank you. If I may, I've got actually another question for staff, and it really comes out of some of the comments that my colleagues have been talking about. Certainly all of us wish that we could keep everything open, but I also concur that the condition of the pools are such right now that it's going to require hundreds of thousands of dollars just to keep them open for 3-4 years. And since they are at the end of the lifestyle, I guess this is really for staff. I seem to recall that there was a figure about what it would cost to even replace them, because at the moment you get to a point, as you know, using the car analogy, that the wheels fall off, the engine crashes, the body falls apart, and then you no longer have a car. So that time is rapidly approaching. I think that's why the pools have been talked about, what their future is for the last 5 years, certainly before my time on council. But my question to staff is at this point, that if we were able to kind of limp them along with infrastructure that needs to be replaced to even get them to open again for a season or 3, what would it cost to replace an outdoor pool that we'd be using for 8 weeks a year?
Oh.
Maybe what we can have is Ms. Keys respond.
And through you, Madam Chair, just a point of clarification: are you looking what real cost dollars would be in 2020 to replace the pool as is, or just to bring it up to a operating standard for the next couple of years? Sorry.
Actually, that's a good question. I had the impression when we toured the facility that even if we replaced some of the things that we needed to, if there's a catastrophic failure of the infrastructure at Hancock Pool, for instance, we may not be able to replace it because it's actually sitting atop an aquifer that leads into our main aqueduct for our drinking water in Cambridge at the Middleton pumping station. So it may be that the Ministry of Environment wouldn't even allow us to do that. So I guess you've brought up a good question. If we replace some of the infrastructure, can that limp along for a while? Certainly the change room facilities in both pools would have to be completely redone to bring them up to accessibility. And Hancock would even require a lot more infrastructure because even getting up to the pool is difficult. So if that wasn't feasible, then a full cost of replacement. So I guess it's one of each. Is it feasible to keep these pools going for decades, or what is the cost to replace them there?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that clarification. When we're looking at the pool structures and to lean to some of the comments that have been made around the table, there are a number of upgrades that would be needed to take place in the pools to bring them up to a standard for adequate programming for our community. If we're looking at straight replacement of building components, in the report, I think it identifies that Hancock would be looking at roughly, I'm sorry, looking at my notes here, just over $500,000 strictly for building components like for like. That's not taking into consideration the accessibility concerns that we do have at Hancock. I think one of the council, or even the delegate, I'm sorry, mentioned the stairs leading up. So there are some significant accessibility requirements that we would need to incorporate into that building. And I don't want to put an exact number to that because we have not completed a detailed accessibility audit to date. We were hoping to get some feedback here from council if there was that opportunity for us to provide more information around that. But at this time, at very minimum, we're looking at Hancock over $500,000 just for like replacement for building components, and at Soper that is $762,000 for just like for like. But on top of that, once again, we are looking at a number of accessibility requirements as these buildings, being as old as they are, have very little accessibility at this point, or as much as we can provide. So I hope that may answer your question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I can sort of see that there certainly are significant pressures to our budget because of COVID right now, pressures that all municipalities across not only Ontario, Canada, and really the world because of the pandemic. We would be looking at significant budget pressures and potential impacts to our property taxes in order to upgrade these two facilities and sort of limp them along for a while. That's the impression that I'm getting from there. Do you have a rough ballpark what it would cost? I know you don't have the detailed numbers, but a rough ballpark of what it would cost to actually just build an outdoor facility at today's costs if you were starting from scratch?
Through you, Madam Chair, we would be really looking at anywhere between $2 to $4 million to complete that that full new outdoor pool.
Thank you. Okay, I have no further comments or questions, to be fair. Are there further comments from members of council at this time?
Madam Chair.
Councillor Leggett, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I hear the comments around the table here about splash pads, but I would suggest that people take a look at what's available in Soper Park. There is a splash pad there already. It's not like there isn't any. And when we talk about safety, and I've already said I'm not willing to throw Hancock under the bus, but we all know that the building that's there is falling apart. It's splitting at the foundation, so the whole building would have to be replaced. When we look at short-term infrastructure needs, the difference in price is $30,000 more for Soper than Hancock. But when we look at the long-term infrastructure needs, Hancock is $1.2 million more than Soper, and so that's for the replacement cost of the building. And the 10-year infrastructure needs is at Hancock is $130,000 more. So I don't understand why. And then when you look at the operating costs between the two pools, Hancock is 50% more per swimmer in operating costs. So why Hancock would be chosen over Soper, I don't comprehend that one at all. But I'm not telling you to choose one over the other. I'm saying both deserve to be preserved, and the people that use both of them have a right to be heard as to what they want in their neighborhood. You all just attended a workshop on October 26th, and one of the things that you discussed was changing the narrative. Well, how do you think you're going to change the narrative and make people happy if you're closing the very things that they tell you are important to them? That's not going to happen. They've asked you to listen to them. And if you vote on this motion now, you're telling them that you're not listening to them. So you've got an opportunity here to change that narrative, and I would hope that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments from members of council at this time?
Yeah,
Councillor
yeah.
Devine, are you wanting to speak? Your mic's off.
Shit.
Councillor Devine, your mic is on.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yep. Could you please, thank you. Did you have a comment to make?
No, I didn't, because I haven't been on the meeting for 45 minutes. My computer crashed. So I have no idea what's gone on the last 45 minutes. So I have no comment.
Okay. Any questions then for the item that we're discussing about outdoor pools then? I'd offer that up then if you were missing.
Okay, sorry about that. Obviously I missed the conversation. Sorry about that. I was just on with the tech support trying to get back on. I do believe that option 1A, is the best option for this time for these two pools. You can build an argument either way, what should stay, what shouldn't stay. I believe Soper Park is the better location of the two. And if anything, it needs to be maintained to be that. So I would vote for option A. So what motion are we on right now?
We've just got the main motion on the floor right now, Councillor Devine, and that is the option that was presented in your package. Do you have that in front of you?
That's 1B? 1B?
1D is in dog.
1D, yes, I do have it in front of me.
That's what we're discussing right now.
Okay, that one, okay, if that's what we're discussing, I can't agree with that. That's not logical for me. I think the better of the two pools is Soper. And I would keep them both open at this time before we make a decision on closing them. Soper, quite honest with you, is there's certainly more facilities in Soper for families to go to fish, to play ball, and there's the gardens. It's just a beautiful spot where Hancock doesn't have that luxury. So I would vote against that, to be honest with you, because I think Soper is that park is a crown jewel in our community. So I would vote against that one. 1D.
Okay, and again, I'll just offer up any final questions that you might have had for staff. We've received your comments. Do you have any questions? I'm just offering that up.
I have no questions right now. I think everything's black and white. It appears that Soper is the better of the two by far. In the area, it's a better area. It's a better park.
Thank you. At this time, I don't see any further questions or comments, so I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote. And this is again on the recommendation that is printed in your package about 1D as in David. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshate.
Opposed.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Leggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That passes. It carries.
Thank you. The Councillor Leggett, this question is for you. We had held off the other topic, which was the report regarding the revised schedule of special council meetings. I wanted to proceed with that right now, if that's okay with you.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I've taken an extensive amount of time from work right now. I prefer to leave that till 6 o'clock. I was just going to block out of the meeting.
Okay, we'll leave that till later in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be leading the meeting now.
All right, thank you. I'll get to it. I'm just finding out where I am. So the next item that we have on our agenda item is item number 14. And that report number is 20-247 CD Amendment 1 to a Place to Grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And I think what we'll do is start with the motion on this. I see that Councillor Reid has already unmuted. As you have the motion, would you please read it in its entirety, Councillor Reid?
I've asked the clerk to please read them for me.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
That report 20-247 CD Amendment 1, A Place to Grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe be received.
Thank you, Councillor Reid and Madam Clerk. Are there any questions for staff at this particular time? Giving council another minute. Are there any comments on this item? And seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the float. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item number 15, and that's report 20-266 CD in brackets, request to alter a Part 5 designated street right-of-way, Salisbury Avenue at George Street North and South intersection bump out, Dixon Hill HCD Heritage Conservation District. So we do have our Director of Engineering, Kevin Deliverables, with us today, who will be providing some introductory remarks related to the following two reports related to Salisbury Avenue. So welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
And, to members of council. As Mayor has pointed out, there are two reports for dealing with the same project of Salisbury Avenue reconstruction. The first being item 15 that looks for council support following the Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee approval to alter the Dixon Hill Heritage Conservation District right-of-way that to facilitate a bump out at the intersection of Salisbury Ave and George Street North to help limit the wrong way traffic at this location. The second item, item 16, provides additional information regarding globe lighting options for council consideration following the initial discussion of the Salisbury globe lighting report at the October 20th meeting, and awaits council's direction to finalize the project design work before tendering and proceeding and advancing to construction. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is put the motion on the floor, and then any questions can come after that. So Councillor Wolf, I believe you have the motion.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that report 20-266 CD, request to alter a Part 5 designated street right-of-way, Salisbury Avenue at George Street North and South intersection bump out, Dixon Hill HCD be received, and that Council approves the design of the municipal street project to add a bump out on the northwest corner of Salisbury Avenue at George Street North and South intersection substantially in accordance with the information appended to Report 20-266 CD. And speaking to the motion?
Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Yes, as was just said by our engineer, this was approved by MHAC, and it's basically just a safety measure because people were going the wrong way on this street, and this bump out does not take away from the heritage area. So it was approved by MHAC, and I think it's necessary to add to the safety of the area.
Thank you. Are there further questions from Council for staff? Seeing none, we'll go forward to any questions or any comments from Council. Does Council members have any comments at this point? Seeing none, I'll now call for the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Urmeta.
Oh, aye. Did you get that?
No, sorry, I just did. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
I still see Councillor Leggett on. Can you hear me, Councillor Leggett? I'm thinking she's not on. Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 16, and that's 20-282 CD Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, decorative globe lighting, additional information. So Councillor Wolf, I understand you're proposing an alternative option for the decorative globe lighting report on Salisbury Avenue.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Please
Okay.
proceed with your motion.
Okay. Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Urmeta, that Report 20-282 CD Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, decorative globe lighting, additional information be received, and further that option 2C Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, base scope of work plus $220,000 for globe lighting electrical costs on the north side of Salisbury Avenue between Forest Road and Aberdeen Road proceed toward tendering and construction in 2021, subject to budget approval. And speaking to the motion?
Go ahead.
The Dixon Hill Heritage Conservation Area is one of Cambridge's most valuable heritage assets. We use the globe lighting found here in our tourism advertising, and this area is used extensively by our film industry. Queen's Gambit, Murdoch Mysteries are just two of recent films held here. Wisely, the city has protected our public areas with mature tree-lined streets and globe lights, as well as Victoria Park. Today, the motion I present is to further enhance this area by placing globe lights on the Salisbury side of the park to match the globe lights on the Wentworth side of the park. We would be placing them only on the north side of Salisbury, which avoids moving any gas lines on the south side of the street and saves money by having fewer lights and installation costs. Ideally, I would like to see globe lights on both sides of Salisbury from Forest to George Street. Residents are keen for this to happen, as Salisbury is one of a few streets without the globe lights in this heritage district. I realize we need to be fiscally prudent, so that is why I am suggesting our least expensive option, which still will enhance this beautiful heritage neighborhood. Over and over again, Council states we value heritage. This is our chance, while Salisbury is under construction, to prove it. Once placed in the park, these globe lights will be there, hopefully forever. This is an investment in our community and our heritage areas. So if you believe in heritage and the value of these lights, I urge you to vote for this motion. As said in the motion, this will come back to budget. So if during budget you feel we can't afford it, at that time, you can make a decision about budget. But tonight, I'm asking you, or this afternoon, I'm asking you to make a decision about heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. And there will be further questions asked. Councillor Mann is next. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And maybe this is for Kevin, but in reading the report, my understanding is that option 2C that has been presented would require that the existing Cobra overhead lights that are there already would have to remain. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councilman, that is correct.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, those are the existing lights. The globe lights are not, the decorative globe lights are not there now, are they?
Through your worship to Councilman, that is correct.
Thank you. And just as an editorial, I do believe in heritage. I really do. And that doesn't mean that if I don't support the motion, I don't. I do believe in heritage, but I'm not sure I won't be supporting the motion that's been put forward this afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Urmeta, go ahead. Councillor Urmeta.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just a question that I've got to start. Are we looking at an increase of 220,000? Am I reading that correctly?
Through your worship to Councillor Urmeta, that is correct. In order to facilitate option 2C, there would be an increase in the budget of $220,000.
Thank you for the answer. So just a few comments. While I am supportive of heritage, I am very concerned about the cost. And from my perspective, on the one hand, closing pools and then looking at spending that kind of money on lighting, I do struggle with that. And I'm hearing from a lot of people, like just across the city in my own ward, telling me that grocery bills are through the roof. And, you know, a lot of people in our community, they're calling me and they're telling me that they're struggling to make ends meet. And this is why it's a struggle for me. I do recognize the benefits. So I'm certainly not, dismissing that aspect of it. It's just with, being in such a precarious time with COVID-19 and a number of other issues right now, I don't think it's the best timing. Now, I did like the idea at the last meeting of the neighborhood pitching in. And, I would be more open to the idea if we could get a fundraising effort going, if the residents could raise some money, or if they could donate lamps, I'd be more willing to consider it. But as it's written, I can't support it. There are so many needs in our city that, that we're struggling to meet. I just think that although it's a good initiative, I don't think we've got the money right now for it. And I'd like to see if the neighborhood can first try to do some fundraising. And if they come to us and they're like, we raised X amount, then maybe we could try to match something, but just the way it is right now, I can't support it. Even though I'm a firm believer in heritage, but I can't support it as written. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hamilton and then Reid. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my question is, I suppose, is just to staff about the orientation of the lights. And it ties into something that Councillor Mann brought up. So the overhead, I was wondering as well if the overhead Cobra lights would remain, and it seems they would. I was wondering the difference in the quality of illumination. I mean, we do see some streets that still have the classic globe lamps. So how are those streets able to remain with the classic globe lamps without having the overhead mast Cobra lamps installed, let's say for safety reasons? And in the diagrams, I believe it's on page 333, we have the orientation of potential globe lamps, but I don't know where the Cobra headlights are in relation to that. So just a ballpark approximation, how many of those Cobra headlamps are there on Salisbury in relation to the globe lamps that would go in? I'm just trying to get a picture in my mind. Thanks.
Through your worship to Councillor Hamilton, anytime we move into an area and upgrade the current infrastructure, we're always looking to satisfy current standards. And so that is what's being applied through Salisbury, in that the illumination, the roadway illumination standard would not be satisfied through the globe lighting. And so while it exists on other roadways, we're not touching those roadways at this point in time. In regards to your second question, if on page 333, there are little blue lines that indicate the approximate existing Cobra street light location, in addition to the circular red dots that would be an approximate location of the globe street lights. So that might help answer your question if you're able to see those, unless you're looking at a black and white copy. If you're looking at a black and white copy, there are approximately 5 overhead Cobra lights along the park side of Salisbury Ave, which would also have approximately 7 globe lights in the same boulevard area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Wolf. Councillor Reid.
Our questions are somewhat along the same line. If we have the 2 different lights on Salisbury and we don't have it on the others, what kind of effect are the globe lights going to have? If you could kind of tell me it's going to be different than in the other area, but how different? I'm not sure you can really answer that, but I'm trying to get some feel for what it's going to look like with the 2 sets of lights. That's my first question.
Through the mayor to Councillor Reid, the aesthetics of it is subject to each personal preference, to be honest with you, Councillor Reid. We will see globe lights when you're driving. You'll see those probably a little bit more readily than you'll see the above overhead Cobra lights, right? So it is unfortunate that that would both be on the same side of the roadway, but it is an existing condition that we have right now with the Cobra headlights overhead. From an illumination perspective, it's not anticipated that the globe lights on one side of the roadway would significantly change the roadway illumination in that area along Salisbury Ave.
My second question is the other areas that have globe lights, in the future, if there's going to be road work done or whatever kind of infrastructure that may be needed on those particular roads, would they then have to have the double sets of lights?
No.
Through the mayor to Councillor Reid, I think that would probably be a discussion for each construction project that comes forward as it be in the heritage district. So I think it would be subject to impact.
So the answer is maybe. So I really am supportive of having the globe lights, because I do think that this particular area is a really important area for our city, and the globe lights certainly add a great deal to the Dixon Hill area. And we talk about nostalgia and many things, but I tell you, those, when you drive along there, the nostalgia is very real. You feel it, and you feel like you moved back in time. And they're very, I just find that I enjoy being around that. So I'm going to be supportive of this, even though it, in my mind, it's a little unfortunate we have the double lights, but as you said, the globe lights will still show up and will still be a very valuable part of the Salisbury Avenue. Thank you.
Councillor Wolf, did you have another question for staff? Sorry, you were unmuted. You've just muted.
I had some answers for some of the questions that had been asked. So
go ahead, because I have a couple of questions as well I'd like to ask.
Okay. All right. For instance, originally in the original report, they were going to take down the overhead lights if we put globe lights on both sides of the street. But it was difficult to put both globe lights on both sides of the street because there were gas lines that would have to be moved. So that's why, and added expense. So if we were going to put globe lights on only one side of the street, we needed to keep the overhead lights. So I would say that in the future, if another street that has globe lights on both sides of the street, we wouldn't be adding overhead lights because we would just have the globe lights on both sides. In answer to Nicholas's question about private fundraising, talking to Patrick Simmons and other residents, they are interested in paying for globe lights on their own property. So if we get the lights in the park, then they would continue globe lights down the street and the city originally has said they do not want private people to put globe lights on public property because there can be problems with that. But they would be fine with residents putting globe lights on their own property. So we're going to be looking into that. And I think that shows how much the residents really want these globe lights on that street. And I think originally, in the past, there were globe lights on Salisbury, but it became a hydro corridor, and that's when those lights were taken out and these large overhead lights were put in. Anyway, just to clarify a few things.
Thank you. And I've got a few more questions before I'm getting to mine. Councillor Mehta, you still got your hand up, but I'm going to go to somebody else, just reminding you until everyone's had a first round of questions. So I'm going to go to Councillor Adshade, then Councillor Devine, and if you still have your hand up, I'll come back to you. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just had a comment. Is it okay if I make a comment, or would you rather me wait?
I'd rather take questions right now, Councillor Adshade. Would that be all right? So this is questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'll come back to you, promise. Councillor Devine, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, through the chair. This is a question for staff. I'm trying to get my head around this a little bit. I'm hearing different things. So the option one, and this is probably directed at Kevin. Option one, Kevin, is Salisbury Ave reconstruction. Existing scope of work proceeds towards tendering construction 2021, subject to budget approval. Okay, so if it's estimated at $4,080,000, so that's road replacement, curb replacement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Devine, that's correct.
Okay, so that's $4,080,000. So that's what we anticipate paying. So with going to option 2B, which is, where is it here? 2B is $4.5 million. So that's an additional $420,000 that we're paying over and above.
Through your worship to Councillor Devine, that would be correct in order to facilitate globe lighting on both sides of the street.
So option 2A would be globe lighting on one side of the street. Would that be correct, Kevin?
Through your worship to Councillor Devine, option 2A is just to install the ductwork on both sides of the roadway to prepare for future globe lighting, should that be a local project in the future.
I see. Okay, thank you. That enlightens me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Member Garrett.
Thank you. Councillor Mehta, do you have a question or a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just some comments whenever you're ready.
I'll get back to you. Thanks. And Councillor Hamilton, do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just have a very quick question. Just to confirm, just so I'm sure, so with options 2A and 2B, the existing Cobra lights would still remain. Am I correct? I know Councillor Wolf mentioned in a previous study, there was an option where they could have been removed, but there were issues with gas lines. So what we're looking at here, the large Cobra lights remain no matter what, it seems. Am I correct in that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Hamilton, option 2B, the existing overhead Cobra lights would be removed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I've just got a question for staff again. I know that we're sort of back and forth a little bit just to sort of get the best options. Budgeting is certainly an issue. Is it possible, and just walk me through the process, if indeed the infrastructure is laid down now to allow globe lighting in the future, is it possible to go ahead and put the infrastructure in the ground while Salisbury is being reconstructed at the moment and sort of have that roughed in segment for adding globe lights at a different budget cycle, like in a couple of years, let's say? Is that feasible?
Through the mayor to council, yes, that is the intent behind option 2A, is to basically lay the groundwork, get the underground work completed, roughed in, so that if such a situation were to occur, we wouldn't need to rip up the boulevards and the roadway again in order to facilitate that.
And just to follow up there, Kevin, if you don't mind, then let's say in 3 years' time, let's say the groundwork was laid, and in 3 years' time, we came back to this budget item, and then we're able to install them at that time. Would that be feasible?
Through your worship, provided that the underground infrastructure is installed, the answer would be yes. We could come back at any point in time to do that. And sorry, to clarify, we could come back at any point in time to install the physical light fixture.
I understood that, but thanks for clarifying. Okay, we'll move forward with comments, and I have done some promising, so I'm just going to see if we have this right. Councillors are Mehta, Adshade, and anyway, I will ask anybody else for comments right now to raise their hand, but I'm going to start with Councillor Mehta and then go to Councillor Adshade. Go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did read in the report that that staff weren't supportive of having the residents donate the lighting for like the public property, but no problems with private property. So I did catch that part, but just on a personal note, I would have liked to have seen that policy change, you know, because I think that we need to be looking at like, you know, new ideas to encourage like, private fundraising and more people donating items for the neighborhoods like this. And I know staff have been very good with that. But I think for the future, I would like to see a change to that policy that, if there are future requests like this coming forward, it would be good to have the citizens donate things, even if it is on the public right away. I would like to see it work from that, that the concerns that we may have with that, I'd like to see us work that out. And I'm still very concerned about spending this kind of money on this item. Like I said, I like the lamps too, but we're in a very difficult time with the budget, and we're going to have to make some very tough choices in the future. And for me, I would rather cut this than cut other amenities at the public lakes. So I won't be supporting the motion for that reason. If the neighborhood does come forward in the future, and if they're looking at fundraising, I would sit down with them and say, well, what are you willing to do? And then I would consider, ways that maybe the city could match that potentially. But at this time, I'm not comfortable supporting the motion the way it is, and I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Adshade, now's your moment.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. I'm gonna be supporting this motion. I did a lot of thinking about this when I was reading it over about the different options. I think this is a fair compromise. It kind of is a middle ground where we can add some globe lights, which is really unique and a beautiful part of this section of Galt. But it's also going to cost a bit more, but it's not an enormous amount more, just a couple $100,000, which is I think reasonable. So I think it's a really good compromise. For that reason, I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Devine, do you have comment? Go ahead.
I do, through the chair. Councillor Meta brings up some good points. But in order to do what Councillor Meta thinks should be done, the feeds and the duct have to go in. That would be a requirement. Unless our manager of engineering can correct me. But if people are, might be a good idea, might be a wonderful idea for people to buy a globe light, a little tiny brass plaque on the bottom, donated by X amount of person. Okay, and that could be a wonderful thing. And we might be surprised in how quick they go. But in order to do that, I believe the ductwork has to go in underneath first. And I let Kevin answer that. So we're pretty much at that point. We're back to option 2A, and that option 2A, if we go with that, where's the price here now? Somewhere, I have it here somewhere. All right, it's about $230,000 over and above the $4,080,000 if we go with option 2A. So maybe Kevin can answer that for me, please.
Through the mayor to Councillor Devine. The point of clarification is that privately powered globe lights within the public right-of-way is what is not supported by staff. Should we want to pursue an option of private residences fundraising and donating funds for the purchase of globe lights that the city would then install within the public right-of-way, then you are correct, Councillor Devine. We would need to install the ductwork first in order to facilitate that.
So through the mayor, I'm sorry, through the chair. That was really the question. I think the other parameters can be worked out. If somebody wants to donate a light on public property, I'm sure we shouldn't have a problem with that. And put a plaque on, donated by the Joe Blow Company. Nice little brass plaque in the bottom. I think that's admirable. But I think it's critical if we're going to try and get those lights up there. And that for sure, that infrastructure must go in. It must go in. It's going to cost $230,000 to put the infrastructure in. That I could go with if the motion was changed. I don't think I can go for the whole ball of wax at this point.
other comments. I have just fast and furious here. Councillor Ermetta, did you have another comment? Your hand was still up. All right, go ahead.
It was just a question. So, like further to what Councillor Devine was mentioning, so you're suggesting that because there's an urgency to do it now while we're having the construction going on, right? So I could, consider being supportive of the ductwork if we could look at some kind of a campaign to get residents to raise money for lamps or donate lamps later on. I could consider that, but the way the motion is written, I won't be supporting that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Wolf, but I'm sensing that there might be amendment coming forward, but I'm going to ask Councillor Hamilton first. He was first in line, and then Councillor Wolf. So Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a very quick question for Kevin, which precedes my comment, if that's acceptable, but they're related. And Kevin, what is the longevity of one of these lamps? When it goes in the ground, how many years does it last before it needs routine maintenance or replacement?
Through your worship to Councillor Hamilton, streetlights can last anywhere between 20 to 35 years, depending on the salt spray that they happen to receive during the winter maintenance season.
Okay, no, thank you very much. And that ties into my comment, which is I agree with a lot of what Councillor Ermetta says about tightening our budgets and cost savings at this point in time, especially with the pandemic. But this is something, it's a motion I'll reluctantly support because I think it's more of an investment in the future when we have the one-time cost to do something like this and the opportunity to do it when the street is being reconstructed. I think we have to bank on, will this one-time cost justify the enjoyment of the park by children, families, the homes nearby, the kind of tourist appeal of the downtown Galt area for, like you say, between 25 to X number of years. So even though on paper it seems like a large scale cost for us right now, I think expanded into years and years and years in the future, it might be a worthwhile investment. So that's the comment I make. I'm reluctantly supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I don't think people they're talking about cost savings and they're talking about 2A. 2A is $230,000. My motion is $220,000, $10,000 difference, cheaper. So to do just the ductwork, you are doing it on both sides, and there was a gas line problem on the one side. So that's why I chose to do it on just the park side, and we actually get the lamps, the globe lamps, and the ductwork done for $10,000 cheaper. And the gas, the lights match the lights on Wentworth. So in terms of looking at the park is complete. You look at both sides of the park from the field and you see the lights matching on both sides. So I can understand the idea of just doing the ductwork, but it's $10,000 more and you don't have the globe lights. So that's why I came up with this compromise to do it on the one side, and the residents are looking into continuing down the street globe lights on their own property. But anyway, so that's, I just want you to realize that what you're asking is $10,000 more with no globe lights. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to add a couple of comments of my own there. Certainly when the Heritage Conservation District study was being completed, I was part of the steering committee for Dixon Hill many years ago, and certainly well before my time on council. And it was always the plan for that reconstruction of Salisbury when it occurred to add the globe lights in order to bolster the Heritage Conservation District, and also to add where these lights should continue to be. And it does certainly add into one of the reasons why Dixon Hill area is considered more and more frequently now for film and TV location shoots. And we've seen that recently, and we have some upcoming filming through that area, and certainly the lights are part of that, or the lamps are part of that. You know, I certainly appreciate the work that's gone in for option 2C, and I certainly understand the benefit of it. I do believe too, from the original intent of the Heritage Conservation District, as well as the Heritage planner that we had contracted at the time, it was that balance of the entire park, that you could see the lights on either end of them, both on Wentworth as well as Salisbury. And I also understand that we're looking at budget issues. If indeed the option 2C as presented is certainly less than, I'd be prepared to support it. But I'm asking again, if there would be an increased cost, or can we phase the work out, I guess, from option 2C to put in the infrastructure now for all of the electrical, and then perhaps add the globe lights in 2 or 3 years on a budget in the future, and whether that would add to the costs or whether it would remain the same right now. Is it cheaper, I guess, in order to add the globe lighting now when the electrical is going on, or will there be an increased cost if later we add the lamps at that time?
Through your worship, not installing the globe lights right now underneath option 2C would result in cost savings of approximately $60,000. To come back at a later date to install them would cost you a little bit more than $60,000, because you're basically paying for remobilization costs, but it's not a significant amount.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments or questions from members of council before we call the vote on option 2C that is on the floor right now? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Councillor Devine.
Yes.
You're unmuted, so I'm sure you'll apologize for your language.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
2C, where's 2C in writing in there? I got 1, 2A, 2B, option 3, and 2C. Where is 2C in this document?
It's on page 332. I think it jumped ahead a few pages.
332. How the heck did you get
Yeah,
up there?
sorry. I think I'm just looking at it too, Councillor Devine, and to your point, it was actually Councillor Wolf's motion that is on the floor right now. Would you like me to read that again just to clarify the motion that's on the floor right now?
Please.
While you're looking at that, because I'm a bit confused myself. I
Please,
apologize. Yeah, so the proposed motion from Councillor Wolf is a recommendation that report 20-282 CD Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, decorative globe lighting, additional information be received, and further that option 2C Salisbury Avenue reconstruction base scope of work proceed towards tendering and construction in 2021, subject to budget approval. And have you found option 2C? Have you got the right page, Councillor Devine?
Yes, no, I haven't. I'm just trying to digest it here.
Okay, I'll give you a moment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Wolf has another comment, I think. Councillor Wolf?
Sorry, I was just going to say it was slightly different than you read, but what I read out as a motion.
At this point, I'm going to ask you to read it again. That's what I have written in mine. So go
Okay.
ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Okay, that report 20-282 CD, Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, decorative globe lighting, additional information be received. And further that option 2C, Salisbury Avenue reconstruction base scope of work plus 220,000 for globe lighting electrical costs on the north side of Salisbury Avenue between Forest Road and Aberdeen Road proceed toward tendering and construction in 2021 subject to budget approval. So it just is a little bit more specific. That's all.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, seeing no further comment. Oh, Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Just clarification through the chair. If this goes through budget approval, does that mean that these two items we would lump as one, or are these two separate items at budget time? Can somebody explain that to me, please?
Yeah, I'll see if staff will weigh in on that one. Ms. Ayers, Cheryl Ayers, our CFO, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mayor McGarry, can you just clarify, Councillor Devine, what do you mean the two items would be lumped together?
Well, we have the Salisbury Avenue reconstruction, which is $4,080,000. That's item one. Okay, and then we have an addition here of, we're going to call this 2C for another additional $221,000. Now, is that one project or two? And at budget time, would that be two items, or would that be lumped in as one item?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Right now, the $4,080,000 is included in the 2021 budget. If council approves to add additional funding through option 2C, that funding would be added to the $4,080,000. I believe, unless Kevin can speak differently, it would be all completed as one project, and the amount for the lighting would be added to the existing project in 2021. Does that help to clarify?
So is that one item or two?
It would be one item.
Okay, so that's just one item. Okay, I think it should be considered as two items at budget time, to be honest with you, because we have that $4 million, that's our $4,080,000 that's there for Salisbury now for next year's budget. I believe that was had been approved previously. It hasn't. Well, Bab's shaking it. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, through you, Mayor McGarry. The budget currently, as I mentioned, includes the $4,080,000. So council would vote on that as the existing proposed budget. If council wanted to add the additional money for the globe lighting, that would be dealt with separately and added, if it's approved, then added to the $4,080,000 for one project.
Okay, so that's initially it would be two separate items. Thank you very much.
Are there any further comments or questions before we call the vote on the motion that's on the floor right now that Councillor Wolf has just read? Seeing none, I'm ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Let it go to budget, yes.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Is everybody okay to continue on, or are we looking for maybe a 5-minute bio break? And you can unmute. Yep, 5 minutes. I see it. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to move ahead to item number 17 on our agenda. That's report 20-274 bracket CD, reallocating road space for active transportation, 2021 proposed projects. Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Worship. The motion is moved by me, seconded by Councillor Mann. And the recommendation is that report 20-274 bracket CD, reallocating road space for active transportation -2021 proposed projects be received for information, and that council approve a pilot project for slow streets as outlined in report 20-274 bracket CD.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff at the moment? Does council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll move forward to see if there's any comments from council members at this time. Any comments from members of council? And seeing none, I will now ask our clerk for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And I want to remind anyone watching that the next item on our agenda is item number 18, 20-279 bracket CD, Consumption Treatment Services Planning Study. This item and anyone who has pre-registered to speak to this item will be heard this evening, immediately following our closed session council meeting, which will begin at 6 p.m. If you've submitted comments to item number 18 or wish to, you may send comments to clerks@cambridge.ca. Again, that email address, clerks@cambridge.ca, and your comments will be included in our minutes as part of our public record. As per our procedure bylaw 18-15, delegations and materials are to remain respectful and should not include offensive words, and we ask that you keep your comments directly related to the item that will be before us this evening. So as council, in the next item in our agenda will be heard this evening. So I think council will now proceed with notices of motion, as we have a few of them on our agenda today. Is that okay? A nod from thumbs up from council? Yep, we're moving ahead then. So our first motion today is Councillor Mann's Councillor Mann's motion on nuisance lighting, previously distributed on the November 3rd, 2020 council agenda. And I think that we do have a delegation request to speak to this item. Just one moment. So indeed, there is a delegation. So we're just going to try and get our delegate on the phone, and the delegate did not meet the deadline. So I'm going to ask council to waive the rules of procedure to allow this delegate. So if council's in agreement, we are going to have to vote on this, just so you know. So I'm going to have Madam Clerk call for the vote, and that again is to waive our rules of procedures to allow our delegate. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
So I'm just going to see if we have our delegate. So our delegate, members of council, is Paul Robertson. We're just trying to bring him into the meeting now. Paul Robertson, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
How are you doing?
Good, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, if you'll just give me a moment, I've just got a couple of remarks before I have you go through on your delegation. Just so you know, the members of council waived the procedural rules in order to allow your delegation this afternoon, because I guess you missed the deadline. So I just wanted to remind you, Paul, that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And again, a reminder to directly relate, your comments should be directly related to the item agenda. So welcome, Paul, and you've now got 5 minutes to speak. If the council members have questions of you afterwards, I'll guide you through that process. So go ahead, Paul.
Okay, to the City Council, October 7th of this year, I arrived home at about 7:45 p.m. Sunset was about 6:50, so it would have been dark by that time. Now, as I pulled in my driveway, I was blinded by some new security lighting that had been installed at the Masonettes next door to me. When I went into my front door, the entire porch was lit up, and when I went inside, I didn't even need to turn the lights on because my living room and dining room were lit up as well by these high-intensity, wide-angle floodlights that were directed straight into my windows. And it was exactly the same thing upstairs. The ownership of the building has changed a while back, and I had some difficulties with them at the time. The owners hid behind a numbered company, but I did manage to obtain a couple of phone numbers for a couple of people. Two fellas, they both deny that they're the owners. They did admit that they had some input into the operation of the property. So I contacted each of those numbers by text to let them know that there was an issue with the lights. The response from West McDonald was, and I quote, "Sorry, the lights are pointed as far down as they can be. They will not be changed. I suggest purchasing blackout blinds if they are bothering you. They are for the parking lot and tenant safety." So I contacted Bylaw. I contacted the police. I contacted just about everyone at City Hall, only to find out that there's absolutely nothing that can be done in regards to this thing. There are no laws in Cambridge to prevent this situation. Now, I checked many other municipalities, and most have laws concerning outdoor lighting. One website actually uses a photograph of the night sky over Waterloo region as an example of light pollution. Toronto goes so far as to list it as light trespass, and has very strict rules against it. Now, I get along with many of the tenants of the building. They're very, very nice people. Many have dogs, and they stop to visit with me and my dog. Often I don't know their names, but I know their dogs' names. Now, I could retaliate with spotlights of my own, but as I said, these are nice people. To retaliate against them would be wrong. But the owner who is not on site will do nothing. I see there's one light that has been turned to face down, contrary to what the owner says is not possible. I don't know if the city got involved, maybe because it was shining in the eyes of the drivers coming down the street. Don't know. But others are still shining in my windows. Something must be done, and time is of the essence. Right now, I sleep with one of those eye masks, and I've installed a sheet of plywood over the lower portion of my dining room window. Doesn't look too good. And I've placed something outside to provide some protection for the top half of the window, but I'm certain that will cause a stir and some complaints very soon. We need some sort of a law to stop people from shining lights in other people's windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And I'm just going to look to members of council to see if they have a question for you. And seeing none, I have a quick one for you, Paul, if I may. You said that you said at the beginning that I guess those that installed the lights couldn't actually bend the light down or redirect it. And you said one had done that. Did that make any difference at all when the one light was pointed
when the
down?
one light was turned down, it meant that particular light was lighting up my front porch and right across my neighbor's front steps. It was also shining straight down the street. So anybody driving down the street would be have this spotlight shining straight in their eyes. I don't know. All of a sudden, that one ended up turned down. I don't know why, but all the light fixtures are the same. But he says that the other ones cannot be turned down and won't be turned down.
Did that make a difference with the light coming across your property when that particular one was turned down?
Only at the across the front of the house. The
Okay,
side of the house remains the same.
Because that light hadn't been turned down, but the one that was turned down did at least make a difference across your front porch and I guess your neighbors?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, it was great. I didn't even need a light on to find the key when I was unlocking my door because it was lit up so much. But like I say, he said that the lights could not be repositioned, but that one was repositioned. And I believe it may have been something to do with traffic.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to look to see if there's any other questions for you at this time, Paul.
Okay.
Seeing none, I wanted to thank you for participating today, Paul, in our meeting and for your delegation. You're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting and this item in particular on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. But thank you, Paul.
I've been watching it all day.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think at this particular time, I'm going to ask Councillor Mann to step forward to speak to the item or and put the motion on the floor. Councillor Mann.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And Paul's is not the only complaint that I have received in relation to lighting. And as a result, I have brought this motion forward because I believe something needs to be done so that we can control it better than it has been. So I brought a recommendation forward, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mike Devine. And the recommendation is, whereas LED and high-intensity lighting of parking lots and personal property for safety and security reasons is very popular within our community. And whereas without rules, regulations, or bylaws governing installation of these lights, homeowners and property managers can install lighting systems to illuminate their property with little consideration of the impact to neighboring homes. And whereas in some instances, the illumination of one property has illuminated neighboring property, interfering with privacy and personal enjoyment of the other. And where ideally the illumination of parking lots should be from the property line in or towards the building, so as not to interfere with the neighboring property, or if mounted on the building, placed so as not to illuminate neighboring property. And therefore be it resolved that the City of Cambridge be directed, sorry, I missed one paragraph, I'll back up. And where ideally the illumination of parking lots should be from the property, I've already said that. Therefore be it resolved that the City of Cambridge be directed to develop a bylaw that would speak to the intensity of lighting placement of light focus that does not illuminate neighboring residential properties.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Again, this is an incident that has occurred for Paul Robertson specifically, where the neighbors have illuminated their parking lot for safety and security purposes, but in the process, they have illuminated the entire side of Paul's home. And I think, as he has described, the lighting is very significant. And I think it's incumbent upon us to see if we can develop a bylaw or rules and regulations on how we light parking lots and individual homes so that they do provide the safety and security for the homeowner, but not illuminating the neighbors' homes. And again, this is something that's occurred in other locations within my ward, and I'm sure there's other places across the city. And the bylaw of this nature would help to make sure that other people's property rights are not infringed upon through the intensification of security and safety lighting.
Thank you. And I'll now turn to members of council for questions. Councillor Devine, followed by Councillor Ermetta. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, and to the chair. And I want to thank Councillor Mann for bringing this motion forward. Every week, every month that goes by, we are getting more and more complaints about light pollution and light invasion. As the lights get brighter, they get brighter, their intensity is greater, their reach is much stronger. And I've had probably 6 or 8 complaints on this issue. And what it does, like when Paul was on here, I could sense Paul's frustration, but it almost pits neighbor against neighbor. Like, you know, the excuse is, well, security lighting. Well, that's fine, but the security lighting shouldn't light up three homes. So this is something we do have to deal with, and I'm absolutely in favor of the motion. Absolutely in favor. And I thank Councillor Mann for taking the time to write it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go forward to Councillor Ermetta, followed by Councillor Reid. Councillor Ermetta.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank Councillor Mann for bringing this forward as well. I haven't had any complaints in my ward, at least not yet, but I am supportive of the motion. And I just want to also emphasize, as we all, I'm sure, feel, is there needs to be that balance between security as well as not infringing on the enjoyment of the neighbor's property. There needs to be that balance, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve here. So I will support the motion, but I do want to continue to make sure that we consult with the community and that we hear from everyone at least as much as we can, so that we can come up with something that works and something that will hopefully address most of the concerns on both sides of the issue. And, you know, there's been a number of break-ins, unfortunately, and there have been car thefts, and a lot of people are they are uncomfortable, and that is what has increased the demand for the lighting. But, you know, I think there is a better way that we can do it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what staff are able to put together and when they come back to us. So it's got my support, and those are my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thank you. My question is that I'm sure that we're not the first municipality that's dealt with this, and is staff aware of other municipalities, and do they have some kinds of bylaws that restrict lighting and as to how it may be used?
Yep. Mr. Bush, go ahead. Dave Bush.
Your Worship, not yet, Councillor, but we'll certainly do some research and figure that out.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at, I think I heard you say you're going to be checking that out with other cities. Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay. So sometimes it doesn't come through as clearly as for my ears anyway. So may I add a comment then?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to be very supportive of this motion, and I think that it is something that it can happen to any one of us. That people came forward to Councillor Mann, and he acted upon that is good, and I think that all of us will find ourselves in that situation at one time or another. So if we can come up with a bylaw that suits the security measures that people need, but also limit the impact on neighbors, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further question or comments? And seeing none, Councillor Reid, I might just ask you to remute. Thank you. But I did want to also add in my own comments, and I'm I'm pleased that Paul Robertson came forward to Councillor Mann with the photographs, and I did see the photographs. I know that this has been an issue throughout the city occasionally, and I also strongly support a bylaw being enacted in order for us to ensure that security needs are met, but the enjoyment of someone's property and the impacts of somebody's life is not impacted as much as it has been in some circumstances with light that is obviously far too bright for their home. So I'm in strong support of this motion as well. And seeing no further speakers on my list, I'm now going to ask the clerk to call for our vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Okay. And on to the next item. I understand that Councillor Mann has a notice of motion listed on the other business memo. And Councillor Mann, you're requesting that council consider waiving notice to address this motion at today's meeting to provide notice to the region. So at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to waive notice requirements under the procedure bylaw. Councillor Mann, you have the motion to waive notice. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Devine.
Yes, I do. Councillor Devine.
Thank you. So we are going to call for the vote to waive notice for your notice of motion. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Okay, and that's council has just voted then to waive the timing of notice requirements as set out of the city procedure bylaw 18-15 in order to permit a notice of motion to be considered at this meeting. So I'm now going to ask Councillor Mann to proceed with your notice of motion. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, it's a motion, a notice of motion. I can't talk today either. It's a notice of motion in relation to regional council composition removed, and it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine. And the recommendation is that the current composition of regional council, being a 16-member council consisting of 1 regional chair, 7 mayors, 2 Cambridge councillors, 4 Kitchener councillors, and 2 Waterloo councillors, in accordance with Section 218(6) of the Municipal Act, as outlined in the Region of Waterloo Report, PDL-CAS-20-11, dated October 14, 2020, be approved, and that the city clerk be directed to notify the regional clerk of the Region of Waterloo accordingly following the November 18, 2020 Cambridge Council meeting, and that the City of Cambridge requests that the Region of Waterloo to include public engagement on alternative representation methods, including but not limited to the double direct model, in the next regional composition review following the 2026 election, and that this resolution be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Region of Waterloo, and the Region of Waterloo MPPs and local municipalities.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Are there any questions for staff at this time? Are there any comments from members of council? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Now, at this time, I also understand that Councillor Reid has a notice of motion listed on the other business memo. And Councillor Reid, you are also requesting that Council consider waiving notice to address this motion at today's meeting. So at this time, I'd ask again for a motion to waive notice requirements under the procedural bylaw. And Councillor Reid, you have the motion to waive notice, which I'll have you read. Do you have a seconder?
I don't have the motion and I don't have a seconder.
I see Councillor Wolf is looking to second it.
Yes, and if the clerk would read the motion, please.
And we'll have the clerk to read the motion. And this is regarding waiving the notice of motion. Go ahead.
The council waive the timing of notice requirements as set out in the City of Cambridge Procedure Bylaw 1815 in order to permit a notice of motion to be considered at this meeting. Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Wolf.
That's right. I think I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor?
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor?
Councillor Mann.
Favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. And you may now proceed with your motion, Councillor Reid. Go ahead.
Yes, would the clerk please read it for me?
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Wolf
Yes.
has her hand up
Yes.
and she's nodding in confirmation that she will second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Direct city staff to look at options to address community concerns around graphic unsolicited flyer deliveries to residential properties.
Councillor Reid, did you want to speak to this
Yes,
motion?
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, it has come to my attention that there are some very graphic pictorial materials that are being distributed to various households concerning abortion and abortion rights. And one that really disturbed me that I heard about was a woman who had miscarried and lost her baby and received this kind of thing in her mailbox, which caused a great deal of pain, more unnecessary pain, since she'd already suffered enough in her miscarriage. So I would like us to look at some way in which we could not have those graphic types of materials distributed to households, and particularly when they have no idea as to what households they're going in and what people may feel about it. So I'm hoping that staff could look into that and see if there's something we can do in order to alleviate that type of thing happening.
Thank you. I'll now see if there are any questions of staff from members of council. And seeing none at the moment, I do have one myself. I also have received some commentary from some people at home that have been quite concerned and quite disturbed. The main story that really affected me and recognized what an issue this can be is when a woman's 5-year-old daughter picked up the material, and it was quite traumatizing. And this woman's daughter had some nightmares over the next day or two. So these are concerns that I hear in our community. So my question of staff is that we're not the only municipality where this has occurred. And in some conversation across some of my colleagues across Ontario, I understand there may be other municipalities that have dealt with this, and just wondering if staff has any knowledge of any particular bylaws that have been passed in other municipalities in order to sort of regulate the type of material that can be distributed in an unsolicited way. Go ahead, Mr. Bush.
Through you, Your Worship, and to you. I believe the City of London is underway right now as we speak with a similar issue. That's the only one that I can recall. I'm not sure if Danielle can help with a few more locations, but I think London's the one that I know of anyways.
Through you, Madam Chair. Further to Dave Bush's response, I would agree that recently the City of London did pass a motion. I believe they are further investigating it at this time. I believe that in the past there have been municipalities that have taken this on. I'm not so sure where they have landed with this. I think there may be some bylaws that have been passed. I don't know where they landed, though. We will take that into consideration when we are researching this. So we'll bring that back.
Thank you. Are there any comments from members of council? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed?
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
I am also in favor.
Oh my gosh.
Just had to jump
Oh my
in there.
gosh. I'm so sorry.
Surprise, Danielle. That's okay.
How did I do that?
At the last second. That's great.
Just snuck in there.
I'm so
You did.
sorry.
Well, who
done.
else was out of alphabetical order?
Well done. Councillor Hamilton. Thank you.
He doesn't get a chance to vote twice, though.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Then that carries, I understand. We'll move forward then to, okay, I understand that Councillor Devine, you also have a notice of motion listed on the other business memo, and you are also requesting that council consider waiving notice to address this motion today. Make sure that I see Councillor Devine. Yes, there he is. So at this time, I'm going to ask a motion to waive notice requirements under procedure bylaw. So Councillor Devine, you've got the motion to waive notice. Do you have a seconder at this time?
It's Councillor Mann.
Okay. So do you have the motion then? Can you go ahead and read the motion to waive notice?
Yes, the council waive the timing of notice requirements as set out in the City of Cambridge procedural bylaw 18-15 in order to permit a notice of motion to be considered at this meeting of November 18th, 2020.
Thank you. I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
I promise to call it correctly this time. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Okay, and now you may proceed with your motion. Councillor Devine, please go ahead.
Okay, motion made by myself, seconded by Councillor Mann, and this is a little different than that came through the minutes yesterday. That staff be directed to remove the stop control sign at Harvey Street and that 2 stop control signs be installed on Sunny Hill Road. And that traffic parking bylaw 187-06, Schedule 11, through highways be amended accordingly. Can I speak on this, please?
Yep, go ahead.
Harvey Street is certainly one of the steeper hills in town, and there was February meeting when they changed a number of things on the consent agenda as it related to Harvey Street and Sunny Hill. I looked at it and asked the question at the meeting. It'll be on tape. Are we replacing the yield signs with stop signs? And the answer was yes. Obviously, I didn't read it clear enough. So there were 2 yield signs on Sunny Hill. There has never, ever been a stop sign at the top of Harvey Street. So what I'm requesting here is the stop sign that they're going to put on Harvey Street does not go in. And that 2 yield signs that were in Harvey that are out now, by the way, I'm sorry, on Sunny Hill, that are gone now, get replaced by stop signs. Quite simply, if you stop on that Harvey Hill in the winter, you've got a good chance of sliding backwards. The Sunny Hill, it's flat, you can stop. Harvey, you don't have that ability to be able to stop in the winter. It's very dangerous. And in the 50-some years I've been driving, there's never been a stop sign on top of Harvey Hill. And that's the reason why there hasn't been, because it's dangerous. So that's the reason for the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council to staff at the moment? A few. Councillor Mann, then Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's a comment. Do you want me to wait?
I think you may as well just go ahead. We'll do questions and comments together if need be. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, I know the intersection well. I used to live over there, and as Councillor Devine has said, Harvey Street is a very steep hill that is a T intersection with Sunny Hill Drive at the top. And anybody traveling that road in the wintertime who has to stop at the top of the hill runs the risk of slipping down the hill into a parked car, into a curb, into a home, or into a person. And that's why there has never been a stop sign at the top of the hill. And I think Councillor's Devine request to have the stop sign removed at the top of Harvey is a good one for public safety and vehicular safety. I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, and then Councillor Reid. Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess to staff, normally before we put in a stop sign, take out a stop sign, we have a staff report and a study. We don't just do it with a motion. So I would like to know staff's opinion on this motion, or if they need time to study it.
Thank you, and I'll refer that to staff. Shannon Noonan, I see, is there. I'm just wondering if it's Shannon that wants to speak to that.
Yes.
There she is. Hi.
Yes. Hi. It's through Mayor McGarry to Councillor Wolf. This was reviewed, and it was part of a report that came to council earlier this year. It was a report entitled Uncommon Intersections, and the recommendation in that report was to remove the existing yield signs on Sunny Hill Road in favor of a stop sign on Harvey to allow for better pedestrian right-of-way at the top of Harvey Street.
Okay, so right now there's a stop sign at Harvey Street, and this is taking the stop sign out and putting a yield in.
Through the chair, yes, the change that was recommended earlier this year has been made. So there is currently a stop sign on Harvey Street. So this motion is requesting that that stop sign be removed and stop signs be placed on Sunny Hill.
Okay. Does staff agree with this change?
Through the chair, staff would not support this sort of non-conventional configuration. However, you know, if we are directed to do so, then we would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is that for it for questions, Councillor Wolf?
Yes.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind muting, that'd be helpful. Councillor Reid and then Councillor Adshade. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So right now, we have a stop sign there. We proposed to take it out on Harvey. Now we have stop signs on Sunny Hill, and we're proposing to put in yield signs, or is that the other way around? I think they have yield signs now and they want to put in stop signs on Sunny Hill.
Can I answer that, Madam Mayor?
Am I correct?
I'll have staff answer first, Councillor Devine. If not, then I'll refer to you. Shannon, I think you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Through the mayor to Councillor Reid. So currently, we've already made the changes at the intersection. So there's a stop sign on Harvey Street and no control on Sunny Hill. Previous to that, there were yield signs on Sunny Hill and no control on Harvey Street. The ask now is to remove the stop sign on Harvey and put the control back to Sunny Hill, but put it back as stop signs and not yield control.
Second question, if we put stop signs in Sunny Hill, would they be classified as unwarranted stop signs?
Through the chair, as mentioned, this would be unconventional. We typically would not sign a T intersection in this fashion. T intersections would normally be signed with a stop control at the terminating street, which in this case is Harvey Street. If council was not supportive of the change, not supportive of the stop sign at Harvey Street, our recommendation would actually be to change the stop sign on Harvey to a yield to maintain that control on Harvey as the terminating street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll go next to Councillor Adshade. Go ahead, Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. And I just want to say I'm in support of this motion. I'm familiar with this intersection, and it's very dangerous on Harvey. I know there's times in Harvey, especially in the winter times, where you could actually, by trying to stop on the hill, slide right down the hill, and especially in really icy conditions. So I understand what Councillor Devine's trying to do here. So I'm in support of this motion.
If there's no further questions at this time, are there any further comments from members of council? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call. Oh, Councillor Devine. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Just comment. I mean, if it was a level intersection, this wouldn't be happening. It wouldn't be happening at all. It's because of the slope and the grade on Harvey Street. You go up that straight and you get to the top of that hill in the winter. If you stop, if you even think about stopping, you like Councillor man put it past you. You slide back down the hill, you go into a curb, you go into a car, you hit a pedestrian. Now, if it was a level intersection, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But to have a stop sign on top of Harvey Street, I believe it to be very, very dangerous. And two stop signs on Sunny Hill will cover off the issue. And it's not a matter of, it's not just a matter because the posts have not been taken out on Sunny Hill yet, where the yield signs were taken off. Put up two stop signs, take down the stop sign on Harvey Street, and it's done. So in this case, I do believe seriously it's a safety issue, and I'd like the support of the entire council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, go ahead. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Devine, would you consider a yield sign on Harvey as suggested by staff? No?
Councillor Devine, you can answer that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. No, I don't believe a yield sign would work on top of Harvey Street. There hasn't been a yield sign or a stop sign there for 50 years that I know of. The stop sign that was put up has been there about 10 days. That's why this has came to light. Okay, so this is for 50, well over 50 years, probably 100. There's not been a stop sign top of Harvey Hill for valid reasons. And like I say, if this was a level crossing or even a near level crossing, we wouldn't be doing this today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mann, you had a comment. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just an added comment. And I know the area. I've known it for a long time, and it's one of the steepest hills in Cambridge, as steep, if not more, than Cress Hill over in Preston. And one of the big concerns is if you have a fire apparatus vehicle that's trying to get up to the top of the hill and has to stop at the top of the hill, that's pretty difficult, because then you have to make the turn, because you have to go either left or right at the top of the hill. Simply from that perspective, it's a safety issue. But more so, the winter weather causes such problems. And I hate to say it, that in my previous career, I did experience the accidents that occur there when people try to stop and they slide down even when there is no stop sign. So I look at it, and I know it's unconventional and it goes against everything that you would think would be right when you come to a T intersection to stop before you turn left or right. But I think in this particular case, it makes more sense to let the person going up the hill turn, so that they can continue with the momentum and have the side street stop. So for what it's worth, I add that.
Thank you. Is there any further comment from members of council? And seeing none, I think I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Ermetta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. I see a thumbs up. Okay, we're now at the point in the agenda, council and staff that and the public, that will be now going into a recess, and we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. A reminder that we'll be going into closed session meeting first, and then item 18 and delegations will follow the closed meeting. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you this evening. And just so you know, you can get off of the call, and then we'll get back onto the call at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining the city for the special council meeting for November 18th, 2020. And we're just at 6:06 p.m. and we're reconvening our meeting from earlier today. My name is Catherine McGarry. I'm the Mayor of Cambridge and also Chair of today's special council meeting. This afternoon, council had one statutory public meeting and dealt with items 1 through 9 on our agenda from the consent procedure, and items 10 to 17 on a regular agenda. This evening, we'll be moving into a closed session meeting for a short time, then coming back to you to hear from our pre-registered delegations on item 18 on the agenda, which was a consumption treatment services planning study. So we thank you for being with us here this evening, Cambridge. And tonight, as I said, we'll be discussing the CTS planning study, which is deferred from February to allow for the Ward 7 by-election to take place. And I would like to remind council and delegates that that meeting is about zoning regulations and will not be determining any locations. So with that being said, we are now going to call for a motion to consider matters in closed session. And Councillor Ermetta, you have this motion, I believe. Would you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I do. Consideration of matters in closed session. Motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Devine. In accordance with section 239, bracket 2, bracket C, bracket E, bracket F, and bracket I of the Municipal Act 2001, council to convene in closed session to consider the following subject matters. Number 1, a proposed or pending acquisition or a disposition of land by the municipality bracket potential land acquisition. Number 2, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, bracket shareholder strategic advisory committee report to Cambridge Council. A trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor's relation information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organization, bracket shareholder strategic advisory committee report to Cambridge Council. And number 3, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, bracket verbal update on a litigation matter, and its advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, bracket verbal update on a litigation matter.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. I know that was more than a mouthful this evening. With that, does council have any comments at this moment? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Atchade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Liggett,
Favor.
Councillor Mann, Councillor Mann's not with us yet.
Yes, he is.
Oh, sorry, there he is. Sorry.
I think I am. I'm in favor too.
Sorry, I missed you there. Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So we will now reconvene in closed session. See you there. Welcome back, everyone. I would just ask members of council that aren't speaking to put your microphones on mute. And I did want to welcome everybody back to the special council meeting. I'm going to ask council for a motion to rise from closed session. Councillor Mann, I think you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Devine, and the recommendation is that council rise from closed session at 7:37 p.m. and reconvene in open session.
Thank you. I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Atchade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor?
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf, Councillor Wolf. Do you want to? Councillor Wolf.
Councillor Wolf? I'm wondering if her screen is frozen. Councillor Wolf? Councillor Wolf? Oh, there she is, Councillor Wolf. Calling Councillor Wolf.
It's the motion to rise, and we've just taken a vote. Can you unmute?
Yes.
can you vote on the motion to rise from closed session? It was moved by Councillor Mann, seconded by Councillor Devine.
In favor?
Thank you. Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So during the closed session, discussions occurred amongst members of council regarding a verbal update on a litigation matter, and council provided direction. We also have 2 items coming out of closed session that council is required to vote on in public. One will be the Rapid Housing Initiative, the potential participation by the City of Cambridge. And the second will be the Shareholder Strategic Advisory Committee report to Cambridge Council. So in closed session, council discussed the following, which is the Rapid Housing Initiative, potential participation by the City of Cambridge. And Councillor Adshade, I know that you have the motion. Would you like to read it, or would you like the clerk to read it at this time? Councillor Adshade.
Yeah, if we could get the clerk to read it, that would be wonderful, because I don't have it right now. Yeah.
Okay, and it'll be moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton. And I'll have Madam Clerk read the motion.
Recommendation that report 2246 CD Rapid Housing Initiative potential participation by the City of Cambridge be received, and that council supports providing the region with the short list of potentially suitable city-owned properties for low-density affordable housing in attachment 2 to report 2246 CD as potential sites for affordable housing in Cambridge. Property 11 Cedar Creek vacant lot, property 17 2 Manhattan Circle, and further that council declare the potential site surplus for the purposes of the city entering into a 49-year lease agreement with the region on one or more of the potential properties listed at a nominal rate, subject to the city solicitor's endorsement.
Thank you. And seeing no hands raised, I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Our next item that was discussed and closed was the Shareholder Strategic Advisory Committee report to Cambridge Council. Councillor Reid, you have the motion related to this report. Would you please read it in its entirety? Can you please unmute Councillor Reid?
I got caught. Darn it. Anyway, it is moved by myself, and I'm not sure who the seconder is. The recommendation is that the Shareholder Strategic Advisory Committee, SSAC, recommends that the Council of the City of Cambridge approve the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the Corporation of the City of Cambridge and the Corporation of the Township of North Dumfries, the Corporation of the City of Brantford, the Cambridge and North Dumfries Energy Plus, Inc., and Brantford Energy Corporation, and that the Shareholder Strategic Advisory Committee recommends that the Mayor and the Clerk of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge sign the Memorandum of Understanding.
Thank you. It was moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Mann.
Thank you.
And seeing no hands, we're ready for our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. And thanks everyone for joining our meeting this evening. We've had a number of different items that we've had already today, but I did want to take this opportunity to reiterate some of the points that Dr. Wong, our Chief Medical Officer of Health for the region of Waterloo, made earlier this week, and really asked all heads of council to remind their communities about some of the things that we are facing and some of the things you've been hearing about our pandemic. Earlier this week, Dr. Wong made it very clear that the spread of COVID-19 virus has escalated rapidly in our region. As a matter of fact, our case rates have more than tripled in the last 2 weeks. She said we were speeding fully into the red zone under the provincial framework, and that we all need to make major changes in order to avoid lockdown. And as such, we all need to dramatically reduce our social interactions. We need to stay home and only go out for essential purposes like going to work, school, getting groceries, keeping a medical appointment, or exercising outdoors. Dr. Wong advised Waterloo Region residents should consider that COVID-19 is now widely circulating in the community right now. If you do have symptoms, do not go to work or school, self-isolate, and make an appointment to be tested. All of us need to take our responsibility to do our part very seriously. I know this is difficult, particularly as we're heading into the holiday season, but we all need to step up and do whatever it takes to protect one another and our businesses. And I know that we can do this, Cambridge, and I have great faith that we will all do what we can. However, there is promising news on the horizon with the hope of a potential vaccine by next spring. We will see the end of this, but we do have to be patient and collectively get through the winter period as safely as possible in protecting each other. I did want to provide a little update though with some promising news as well. There's been excellent and inspiring business stories in our city that have been making headlines. So we're offering congratulations to Primed Medical Products, who will be making over 50 million masks annually out of their new Cambridge plant over the next 5 years under their recent deal with the province. And also Cambridge-based company BWXT was awarded a massive contract recently with Bruce Power to do fuel channel maintenance work on a nuclear reactor, and they are delivering one of the last stages or one of the last pieces of equipment right now on nuclear reactor number 6. And it was said that only our highly skilled workers at BWXT are able to make these components in order to provide what's needed for the life extension for Bruce Power, which does provide anywhere from 30 to 50% of the energy in Ontario. So those are really good news stories. Most importantly, Cambridge, I just want to remind you that we need to stay physically distanced from anybody that isn't in our own household. Wear a mask and wash your hands frequently. As a reminder also to members of council and our delegations this evening, in the spirit of kindness and our procedural rules, I'll ask that we maintain decorum at all times throughout our meeting and remind members and the public that using disrespectful language will not be tolerated. I'd also like to remind everybody, because as we know, we've all been caught by it, everybody participating should turn your ringtones of your phones off and mute your mics when you're not speaking. So we'll get started now. Our next item in our agenda is item number 18, report number 20-279, bracket CD, the Consumption and Treatment Services Planning Study. We have 17 pre-registered delegations on this evening, on this item this evening. We've also received well over 50 pieces of written submissions on this item. We do want to confirm to members of the public that any written submissions received will be included in the public record. And we remind all members to ensure that your correspondence remains respectful and kind. So at this point, I think we're ready to get going on our delegation list. And I will ask for your patience as it takes our staff a little bit to try and get hold of our delegations and get them in the meeting and make sure that we can hear them. The first delegation that we have this evening is Jessica Whitehead from the House of Friendship. And again, I'll ask while we are patient while we make arrangements for our delegate to join the meeting. Once the delegate joins our meeting, they will have 5 minutes to speak to their item. We are going to contact the delegate and have them access the meeting and invite them in to speak. And again, I'll ask while we are patient while we make arrangements for our delegate to join the meeting. And I will also ask those delegates that are calling in to mute their computer or the YouTube in the background, and remind members of public as well as members of council that there's a good half a minute delay between what's actually going on and the YouTube display. I see we have Jessica Whitehead here. Jessica, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Just give me a minute just to introduce and give a couple of comments, and then I'll get going.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So a reminder that you will have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item on the agenda that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And also, again, a reminder to ensure that your comments are directly related to the item that you're speaking to. So I'll advise you, Jessica, when your 5 minutes is up, at which time council may have questions for you. I'll help to guide you through that process. So welcome, Jessica. You now have your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for this opportunity to share my voice and to advocate for option 5, CTF permit anywhere for public use. My name is Jessica Whitehead, and I'm speaking tonight as an interim manager with House of Friendship's Addiction Services, which provides support to over 2,600 people across Waterloo region annually. We're the primary addiction service provider for Waterloo region and offer addiction counseling and medical support to those experiencing substance use, problematic gambling, internet and gaming use, as well as expectant mothers and new mothers with concerns about their use. Specifically, I oversee Cambridge's Rapid Access Addictions Clinic, Community Withdrawal Support Services, as well as a team of addictions counselors that provides in-office and in the community support and addictions counseling. In addition to these programs, House of Friendship also provides residential treatment and day treatment in the community. And more broadly, we operate an emergency shelter, emergency food assistance, supportive housing, and provide programs and resources for families and neighborhoods living on low income. One of the ways that we've found to be most effective to connect with individuals struggling with substance use challenges is to meet them where they are at. That means by that I mean both physically and in walking with them along their wellness journey. We know for a fact that substance use goes hand in hand with mental health and physical health, as well as financial and housing challenges. This limits participants' ability to travel to and attend supports that are not centrally located. Within House of Friendship, to improve the efficacy of our program, some of our teams are mobile and go directly to the person in need of services. Others are located in accessible areas of the community, and if that's not possible, we provide transportation support. This allows us to overcome some of the barriers that people face when seeking support in relation to their addictions. As the council decides about a suitable CTS location, I strongly recommend that this approach also be taken and that option number 5, a CTS permit anywhere for public use, is be selected to make sure that this site is as accessible as possible to those in your community. In support of Cambridge's CTS decision, we need look no further than the Rapid Access Addictions Clinic located in Galt. Counselors working in this clinic have consistently highlighted that they often have community members waiting outside their doors when the clinic opens. This is because they may have received a bad batch or in a state of panic or physical distress, because they have a friend who's recently passed away as a result of an overdose, or because of medical conditions that could have been prevented if supported through safer use. All of these situations could be supported by through a CTS. Addiction is a brutal health condition and one that hurts individuals as well as does collateral damage. House of Friendship is concerned about the rising number of overdose deaths. We're concerned about the high rate of opioid-related calls to paramedics and to emergency services. We're concerned about people living with opioid addictions who are not able to access treatment. We're concerned about needles left in public spaces and about community safety. And we're concerned about the impact on our local businesses. Within my team alone, you'd be hard-pressed to find a counselor or peer worker who has not lost a participant or supported a participant through the process of grieving someone who has died as a result of an overdose. A CTS location based on option 5 would support these important services being fully utilized within the community and protecting community members. The people that are in need of a CTS location in Cambridge are those who have, could, or will participate in our addiction services programs. They're our colleagues, our friends, our neighbors, and our family members. The services that House of Friendship and other community services currently provide support people when they are ready to make changes in their use. However, addictions treatment does not start with these services. I ask you to think back to a time where you have had to make a major change in your life, and a key part of that making that change is the lead up. What did you do to prepare for the change? The times when you were in the middle of deciding that this change would come about, what helped you decide on that change? What made it accessible to you? A CTS is there for people at this point in their journey. What a CTS location under option 5 really is a place to receive information, a place to inject with supervision, a safe healthcare service, somewhere to learn about resources and to reduce use, somewhere people can connect with others. The CTS are not alone the solution to the opioid crisis, but they can be part of that solution. And that is why I'm advocating for option number 5 that you're considering this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Looks like I do have a question from members of council, so just hold tight. Councillor Adshade, you're first in line. Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Your Worship. And Jessica, thanks for your presentation. I know CTS sites have changed since 2018. They're not just consumption sites now, they're consumption and treatment sites, which I think it's very important difference. Can you explain why it is so important that there is a CTS site for treatment for the individuals where you were discussing?
Absolutely, and I really appreciate your question. So the CTS site is kind of a launching point that helps to bridge connection from people who are using and who are needing to use in a safe way, and also provide that medical support and layer in a point of connection to other resources. So it's a piece that compiles together along that wellness journey and kind of walks through the different stages of change that someone might experience when looking to address a substance use challenge.
Thank you. Could I have a follow-up to that? So, Jessica, from your experience or from your knowledge of CTS sites, would there be a social worker or someone particularly on site there that would be able to make that judgment and be right there at that time and be able to lead someone into treatment programs?
Absolutely. From my knowledge of CTS sites, they would incorporate healthcare and social workers and people knowledgeable about those treatment options, so that we're able to provide those referrals in the moment when that readiness for change occurs.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. And I have another question here from Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks for the presentation, Jessica. My question is a short one. You talk a lot about treatment, but what is the difference, or is there any difference between treatment and rehabilitation?
That's a very interesting question. And so the way that I conceptualize the two, and I know that others in the field may do so differently, but the way that I differentiate the two is the treatment is the process piece. It's when you're working through those stages, and rehabilitation is an end result. So we don't necessarily, within addictions, we tend to focus on addictions as being a lifelong journey in managing those cravings, those urges. Within rehabilitation, it's more of a destination. So we look at somebody who's offended criminally, who's rehabilitated. However, with addictions treatment, it's an ongoing process and a journey towards wellness that takes years at times.
That's great. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just looking around. I don't see any other questions for members of council. Thank you very much, Jessica, for joining us and for your delegation. And
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I would just let you know that you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
The next delegation that we have right now is Jan Klotz from the Guelph Community Health Center. So again, I'll ask for your patience while we make arrangements for our delegate to join the meeting. And again, once our delegate joins our meeting, they'll have 5 minutes to speak to their item. So we're just trying to contact our delegate and have them access our meeting, and we'll invite them to speak at that time.
I'm in the waiting room. I cannot talk or listen till I've been let in.
Hi, Jan. It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi.
Hi. Just give me a moment. You can hear me, obviously. So
I can now.
Yeah, let me just provide a couple of comments and then I'll let you know when you can speak. I just wanted to thank you for participating in our meeting. And I also wanted to remind you that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. And we do have rules of engagement in council meetings. And we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So again, a reminder to ensure your comments relate directly to the item which you're speaking to. So I'll let you know when your 5 minutes are up, and if members of council have questions for you, I'll guide you through that process.
Okay.
Thanks for joining, and please begin.
Okay, I'm delegating to endorse the recommendation of the Planning Department that Consumption and Treatment Services Planning Study Option Number 5, CTS Permit Anywhere as a Public Use, be adopted as the best choice. Guelph Community Health Center applied to open an overdose prevention site in March 2018. At that time, there was not a requirement for community engagement, so we didn't spend time talking about what might happen or what we feared might happen if a supervised consumption opened in our downtown. Instead, what we knew was Guelph was not immune to the opiate crisis. Guelph's overdose ER visits was higher than the provincial average. In our own building, we were having serious overdoses happen in our washrooms at a rate we hadn't experienced before. Businesses in the downtown core were struggling with public drug use and improperly discarded needles. And most critically, we were losing loved and valuable members of our community. We already had the fire burning. What we needed was a surrounding fireplace to create safety. After completing the application, we were granted funding and an exemption, and we opened our doors on May the 8th, 2018. It was a busy summer, averaging 20 visits a day and eliminating any doubts that this was a health service that was needed in Guelph. 8 months later, we applied to become a consumption and treatment site, a process which required extensive community consultation. At that point, we were not talking about the fears associated with the what if, but instead the reality of what was. The results of this consultation showed us that the community recognized the importance of this service and were supportive of the program. Other supporters of the service were the police, community partners, and the Downtown Business Association. And in December, we delegated to City Council and received unanimous support. From the outside of the OPS, what was happening was, well, unremarkable really. The fears that having a safe consumption site would lead to increased drug use downtown, increased drug dealing, and increased criminal behavior just didn't happen. This night did not bring drugs to Guelph. Drugs, unfortunately, were already here. From the inside, what was happening was remarkable. Vulnerable people who otherwise were invisible or shunned by our community were experiencing a service that didn't judge them for having a health issue. Through receiving care and support, they were able not only to receive life-saving overdose intervention, but also an opportunity to access health care, sterile harm reduction supplies, receive health education, and most importantly, form relationships with healthcare providers, opening the door to other possibilities for change. The success of the Guelph CHC site, I believe, lies in the fact that it's integrated with other services that ensured we were able to address issues proactively. For example, having an in-reach worker has decreased our code whites, so those are aggressive behavior codes, from an average of 3 per month pre-opening to 3 per year post-opening, to ensure folks are getting their needs met and proactively addressing problematic behaviors. In addition, welcoming street outreach workers working in the downtown core to support vulnerable folks who are struggling to support and engage them in services. In addition, having comprehensive primary care, social work, and an integrated outreach team has been essential to meeting the needs of CTS service users. By the numbers, our site from October 2019 to September 2020 was open 366 days. On average, 88 unique clients were served monthly, and we had a total of 7,852 visits. Our average daily visits pre-COVID, so October to March, was 29 per day, and post-COVID is now 14. In this past year, we've reversed 70 overdoses, and since opening, 150 overdoses have been reversed. That's 150 lives saved. We've also, in the past year, participated in creating 6 health alerts. Our successes have been many. One client, and we'll call her Jane, has gone from a twice daily visitor who was experiencing significant health impacts, is now connected to our team in healthcare and counseling. She went to detox and residential treatment and is now in a place where she's returned to school while working part-time in the addictions field. CTS kept her alive, so treatment was possible. Another client, we'll call him John, was experiencing several overdoses in the site. He's now stably housed, accessing healthcare and housing supports. But even more impactful than these many stories, I think, are the small successes, the small steps to improve lives that happen every day. Clients are accessing service to meet their basic needs. They're getting healthcare, nutrition, warm clothes, housing, and counseling. And even more importantly, people are getting connected to a sense of community and a service that values their lives, which we know has a huge impact on their well-being. I'm not arguing that CTS services replace rehabilitation services. They do not. What they do is support people where they are at so that future change is possible. We know that these services are more important than ever right now. The co-occurring pandemic and opiate crises have worsened the opiate crisis, increasing the toxicity of the drug supply, causing skyrocketing fertility rates. In the first 7 months of 2020, brought 52 overdose deaths to the Waterloo region. This now is the time. This is a sign that now is the time for action. Therefore, I firmly believe that Council should adopt option number 5, CTS Permit Anywhere as a public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. I'm just going to turn to members of Council to see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, I am going to ask just a couple and just really a follow-up to you, if that's all right. I know that, you know, I've been to the Guelph site to see your health services in action. One thing that I was interested was that you said that you had support from the BIA, and I'd be interested to note, now that your services have been open for well over a year.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Wow.
Yes.
What is the follow-up from the business associations? Are they finding that there's more loitering going on, or, you know, what's their impression of what's happening around their businesses with your site in action?
So I would say the executive director of the Guelph Downtown Business Association, Marty Williams, is incredibly supportive of our site. He has spoken publicly about it. He spoke at our delegation about it. He remains firmly supportive of it. I think what's happening right now in the downtown core with loitering is directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the reduced access to housing. And I think there's some, it's not related to our CTS site. So if you look to pre-pandemic, there weren't the same, those concerns. Like I said, we were open for about 2 years prior to the pandemic. And I think I can speak for many when I say people didn't notice it was there.
Thank you. And this other question that I had was that I know when I was there, I spoke with the mayor, and of course I speak to him because he's still the chair of Ontario Big City Mayors. And again, this is something that is certainly on everybody's front burner who has had a council in an Ontario municipality. And when I asked him about how many calls he got about the site when it first opened, I think he said 3 in about 6 months. Is that still the case? Are there like how many complaints, I guess, come into members of council or to your own department about what's going on at your CTS?
Well, I can ask them directly and follow up with that, but I can safely say any complaints that they've had, they have forwarded along to us, and I have not heard complaints since we first opened. Those 3 complaints are the only that I've heard of, so I would think that they haven't received any. We're certainly not aware of any.
Okay, thank you. I do see Councillor Hamilton has put his hand up, so I'll ask him to ask his questions now. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, and thank you very much for your presentation, Jen. It's funny, just a quick personal story. It turns out my wife and I, when we did our baby classes for our first child, did them in Guelph, upstairs in a building, and it was all weekend long, and we realized only on the very last day that on the ground floor of this building was your site. So when you say that it blends right in, from personal experience, it certainly did for us, because we thought, oh, wow, the CTS site. But can you walk us through, if someone goes into your site for help or assistance, can you just describe quickly that process for us? Like what happens when someone walks in after they've consumed? I know you can't say what happens after they walk out the door, but if you have any inkling to shed some light, that would be very helpful.
Sure. I'll do sort of our typical day. Right now we have COVID screeners out front and a controlled entrance. So that's not typically what our building is. People can come in and usually they know their way, or if they don't, the in-reach worker definitely would welcome them in and connect them with the CTS site. And so the in-reach worker actually is a member of the CTS team now. She was like, that role wasn't initially, but it is now. That role really is, again, not as a greeter, not sitting there greeting people, but really ensuring people are connected to where they need to be and they know sort of where they need to go. At that point, they can go into... Hello?
Could everybody
Sorry.
please be on mute? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. And then from that point, when they enter into the consumption room, there at times they can also come meet with a peer as well, but they come into the consumption room, which is staffed by an RPN. They do a brief assessment, looking for symptoms of withdrawal or symptoms of intoxication, and they're making sure that they have the proper consents if it's a first-time visitor. They're ensuring they have proper harm reduction supplies. That's the sterile equipment. They can then proceed to a table and use where they're monitored by a registered practical nurse. At that point, they're also getting education about how to use the supplies properly, like the needles, what steps they can make to prevent infection. So you're looking at an alcohol wipe and how to do that properly. They might be getting some education about how to care for their veins, education about how to prevent an overdose when they're looking at, dosing out their drugs. So making sure they're having a tester shot, that type of thing. If they have maybe an abscess on their arm, the RPN might suggest that they talk to the RN. So we have an RN in the site who can then provide them with a broader health assessment at their scope. So they might be looking at an abscess, or they might be doing some medication discussions or some other health education. They can also provide vaccinations, that type of thing. From there, they move in. So if they're not meeting the nurse, they can move into the post-consumption space, and that is staffed by somebody who has addiction lived experience. So they're there just to provide some additional monitoring and connection. And so during that space, they're watching for symptoms of overdose. They're also talking about, where can they get connected to healthy food? Do they have housing? And as a relationship and trust develop, that's when people start talking about, they could start talking about detox. They could start talking about, connections with primary care. That's when some other conversations are happening. And then from there, they can leave, and if they don't need to be connected to the other services in the buildings. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, I see nodding head there. Are there any further questions for members of council? Seeing none, I want to thank you again, Jan, for joining our delegation this evening and for participating in our meeting. So you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like, but thank you again for participating.
Thank you, and thank you so much. And if you have further questions, I'd be happy to provide my contact information if after tonight people had questions about the process or what that was like in Guelph. But thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe we do have it, but if you wouldn't mind providing it to our clerks, and we'll make sure that members of council have your information.
Do I email that to them, to Blair?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. For our next delegation is Carla Johnson. So we're going to contact our delegate and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. Carla, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Hi, if you wouldn't mind, I'll just take a couple of minutes to give you a couple of comments before I invite you to speak. But thank you for joining us today to delegate. And a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings. We ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of members of council. So again, welcome, Carla. If there's questions afterwards, I'll guide you through that, but you now have your 5 minutes. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. Dear Honorable Mayor Catherine McGarry and City of Cambridge councillors, thank you all for this opportunity to share my thoughts and the concerns from my heart tonight. My name, as you heard, is Carla Johnson, and my partner Stephen Warda and I have lived in Cambridge since 1990, and our daughter was born and raised here in our wonderful city. I'm here tonight to endorse the recommendation of the Planning Department that Consumption Treatment Services, CTS, Planning Study Option Number 5, CTS Permit Anywhere as a Public Use, be adopted as the best choice. Now, like many, when I first heard of CTS, I was confused and put off by the idea. It is a natural reaction to such a counterintuitive idea. But tonight, you will hear from my niece, Amanda Rorda, and you will hear her lived experience here in Cambridge. Knowing her story, listening to her life experience, and wanting to help her, I've come to the clear understanding that CTS, counterintuitive as it may be, is our absolutely best option. And it is long, long overdue here in our city of Cambridge. Now, recently, protesters stood outside the City Hall demanding action on drug and street issues here in our city. Like all cities across the globe, we have a problem and we have to deal with the crisis. But here's my concern. How many of those angry with the problem are also angry with the solutions? How many are fighting the very services designed to mitigate and to help? How many of them had alternate ideas and services to offer to mitigate this problem? You see, when you fight the problem and you also fight the solutions, you lock all of us in a spiral going nowhere and accomplishing nothing. And in this case, fighting the solution means allowing more people to struggle and more lives to be lost. The phrase, the tyranny of the majority or the tyranny of the masses, is defined as an inherent weakness to the majority rule of an electorate when an electorate pursues exclusively its own objectives at the expense of those in the minority factions. This results in oppression of minority groups. Our street involved, our community members struggling with addiction, they are the minority and they rarely get to speak for themselves. We are all aware that a lot of voices have been raised against CTS in Cambridge. A lot of people are angry and upset by the idea, but there are hundreds, even thousands more Cambridge residents who are not here tonight. They didn't write a letter. They maybe even haven't looked at the issue closely. This quiet but very large portion of our city is quietly hoping that you, our city councillors, will make a decision based not on the voices of the majority, not on the voices of the most angry, but make a decision based on good, solid thought and research. This quiet but large portion of the city are at home tonight, trusting that you will listen to the experts. You will balance all the concerns and work to create the closest thing to a win-win that you can for all the residents in our city. Now, who are those experts that we need to listen to? They are those with solid work experience in the field. They are our frontline workers. They are those working in complementary services. And they are those most vulnerable who are directly impacted by our decision tonight. And they are all in agreement about CTS, and they are all in agreement that we are behind. We are late to the game on this. I'm a resident who wants to see the most vulnerable in our city cared for. I'm an aunt who loves her niece with her whole heart and soul, and I want what everyone else wants for their family members, for them to live a long, full life, for them to be whole, healthy, and joyful members of our community. As an analogy, if our firefighters asked the public for the best solution to every fire they face, our city would burn to the ground. Many firefighting methods are counterintuitive. Water does not work on every fire, and sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. The research on Consumption Treatment Services CTS site is painfully clear. A CTS site may not make sense on the surface, but it will save lives. It will provide a direct portal to treatment, and it is long overdue. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation and your delegation, Carla. I'm just going to turn now to members of council to see if there are any questions. And seeing none, I want to thank you again for delegating with us this evening and participating in our meeting. You're certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That I'll do. Bye-bye. Do I hang up?
Thank you, and we'll go to our next delegation, which is Jennifer Boyd. And we're going to contact the delegate and have them access our meeting and invite them in for their 5 minutes to speak. And just a reminder to members of public that may be following along on the YouTube channel, there is a time delay between what is actual in our meeting, probably 30-second delay before it comes across of YouTube. Jennifer, are you there? It's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Yeah, I'm here.
And you can hear me?
I can.
Great. Just give me a moment. I'll say a couple of comments and then I'll let you know when it's time for you to speak. And just a reminder, and thank you again for joining and delegating to our meeting this evening. And a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. So please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings. We ask to make sure that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So at 5 minutes, I'll let you know when that's up. And then if there's questions of council members, I'll help guide you through that process. So thank you very much, Jennifer. And you've now got your 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Jen Boyd, and although I am involved in harm reduction work, I wish to speak today from the lens of a resident of Cambridge in favor of the CTS Planning Study Option Number 5. I was born in Cambridge and lived here into my teens. I returned in my 20s because nowhere else has ever felt like home to me. There's always been a unique community culture in Cambridge. There's a small town vibe where neighbors look out for each other and the community rallies in good times and hard times. I have good memories growing up here where I knew I could call on anyone for help. I knew the people who lived on my street and everybody looked out for one another.
Cambridge is a beautiful place in many ways, and that beauty has been overshadowed in recent years. And even I have become disenchanted. The supportive community that I've always known now feels fragmented and divisional in a way that I can't reconcile within my own memories. I've seen our reputation change as we have become known as angry, hateful people who fear and disrupt change. I've at times fallen into this narrative myself out of frustration, but I need to know that there is hope. I need to know our community can rally once again and care for those in a way we have not been doing around a topic that has become violent and has led to increased marginalizations for those who have become the targets. There is nothing to be gained from treating those most vulnerable in our community so poorly and so inhumanely. Cambridge used to have strong morals and values around community and what that stood for. We need to find a way to bridge the gaps between these fractured parts of our community. We need to ask how we define community and why we left a section of our members out of that definition. While we all argue for who is right, we are losing valuable members of our community. We talk about issues and our decisions create consequences for those who are not at this table. We ask for them to be held accountable to their actions when it is all of us in this room that must be held accountable. Those with privilege and decision-making power must uphold our old values of caring for one another. We have allowed the hate to be loud. We have allowed the persecution of our street-involved folks and the people who use substances in our community. And what we have ultimately been left with is a human rights issue, one that we helped to create through inaction and forgetting those values. The accountability for causing all of this is ours. The solution to make changes that will be inclusive of our community members is also ethically ours. It saddens me that the voices that are most important are left out of this conversation, that people speak for them by calling them names and telling stories of times that people didn't behave in what we define as socially acceptable ways. We never challenge why we have no tolerance for that when we have forced people to be pushed out of our society and when we treat people as less than human. How can we expect every interaction to go well? Right now, what I see is fear and misunderstanding on both sides. After years of abuse, the most marginalized of our communities are frustrated and angry, and they have every right to be. People who are living to survive do not have the ability to participate in our democratic society. They do not have opportunities to advocate. That doesn't mean we don't have an evidence base to draw from that speaks to the needs of our community. Those who need the service, and also what a service like CTS can bring to better Cambridge as a whole. Cambridge always wants to do things their own way, believing we're unique and our challenges are different. This is not the case when it comes to the opioid crisis and the challenges our drug-using community faces. We don't have to reinvent the wheel this time. The work has already been done for us. The road has already been paved. The good news is we can start to change that today. We can prevent the loss of our community members, and make no mistake, they are our community members. The same kids I grew up with, the same adults I used to know, they're all still here. They don't deserve to be ostracized, and they certainly don't deserve to die, not on our watch. If you say no to CTS, what are we going to say yes to? Do we propose that we will create more housing, more trauma supports for all age groups? Do we propose safe supply or more effective treatment options? If we aren't going to support any of these options, then what we are saying is yes to allowing our community members to die of preventable death. As a community, we must understand that drug use is not about drugs. We lack supports at all stages of life, and the supports we do have are underfunded and too few to create enough change. CTS gives us time to support one another, create stability, and build a better community together. Say yes to saving lives. Say yes to putting a CTS where people can access it. There's no evidence that it will disrupt the downtown cores. Let's turn down the volume on the hate a little bit. Everything we have tried hasn't worked. The problem only keeps getting worse. Can we try something different? Can we take a chance on CTS when we know it will do more good than it could possibly do harm? We need to change the narrative in Cambridge, and I ask you to support CTS and support folks in places where they can access it barrier-free. Option 5 is the only option that will act to create positive change for all of us that live in Cambridge, our whole community. Thanks.
thank you, Jen, for participating on our meeting and for your delegation. So I'm just going to turn to members of council at this time to see if there's any questions of our delegation. Seeing none, again, I want to thank you for participating in our meeting this evening, and you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so choose. And thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay, our next delegate, which we'll call, is Kevin Hebert. And again, we're going to contact the delegate and invite them to access our meeting and invite them in to speak for their 5 minutes. Kevin, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Catherine. Thank you.
Okay, if you would
You can
just
hear
give me
me?
I can. So just give me a minute. I'll just say a couple of comments and then I'll let you know when you can begin. Just a
Thank you.
reminder, thank you. Just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of members of council. So if there is any questions, I'll guide you through that, but you may now begin with your 5 minutes, Kevin. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm speaking today to express my very strong support for City Council to follow the recommendation of staff and adopt option 5 to permit a CTS anywhere as public use. I'm really glad the council is willing to listen to its constituents, and it's a core principle of our democracy that citizens can express their opinions on matters of public policy. I work, live, raise a family in Cambridge. I'm a property owner. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I'm someone who cares deeply about the safety and security of my family and of all families in the city. In 2016, I was in the throes of addiction. And despite having it all, I was more interested in escaping reality than living it. But I was heavily privileged and supported and very fortunate. I was able to access substance use treatment in a manner that worked for me. It included harm reduction, acceptance, and non-judgment. Neither I nor any of the others seeking help in the group I was in were judged if they used or not, and each person walked their own path. I imagine some stopped using, and I imagine others did not. Many of the services I required were not offered in Cambridge. But again, I was very fortunate, and I had the ability and the means and the support to be able to go to Kitchener, and I was able to keep getting help, and I did. Harm reduction worked for me. I'm alive and I'm functional today because harm reduction approach was used to help me address my substance use disorder. And as you all know, harm reduction is not a random phrase. It is an evidence-based approach that's recognized by the CMHA, by the Chief Medical Officer of Canada, by CAMH, numerous other organizations. It's thoroughly documented. It's a proven approach that helps individuals and the communities they live in. CTS is an example of a harm reduction tool. Not liking or believing harm reduction because it doesn't align with personal views does not make harm reduction any less effective or any less needed. People are free to believe whatever they want, that harm reduction doesn't work or that the earth is flat. But the evidence doesn't change because of that, and I implore council, consider the evidence. Harm reduction by and large works. I stated at the beginning of my comments that I appreciate council's willingness to listen to its constituents, and I mean it. However, personal opinions should not outweigh objective evidence. And on that basis, I close by reminding you and requesting that you please vote to adopt option 5, permit a CTS anywhere as a public use. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions of our delegation. Councillor Reid, go ahead, Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Hi, Kevin. Nice to see you, or at least hear you. I can't see you. But many people feel that this type of harm reduction that a CTS offers is enabling someone. So someone who has been there, did you feel that being at a CTS was enabling you and keeping you from possibly seeking better treatment than you would get there?
Just to be clear, Donna, so my substance use didn't involve CTS treatment specifically. I was more broadly in a harm reduction, that usage of substance wasn't, stopping using wasn't a criteria for help to be started. So I can't speak specifically to CTS as a personal experience, but what I can say from my experience is that the use that I was engaged in had nothing to do with any ability to whether society or anybody else allowed me to do it. Quite the opposite. I found ways to do whatever I needed to do, however I needed to. And the safer the ways were, the better it was. That didn't change how much or how little I used. It was more a matter of being able to continue to stay relatively functional, I suppose, until such a time that I could reduce and stop.
Thank you. I don't think there's any further questions from Councillor Reid. I'll just turn to other members of council. And I don't see any further questions. Kevin, I want to thank you for participating in our meeting and for your delegation. So you're certainly welcome to continue to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you'd like. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
So our next delegation will be David Mossy. So we're going to contact David Mossy, our delegate, and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. David Mossy, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me? David Mossy, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me now? David, are you able to hear me? It's Mayor Catherine McGarry. David, are you able to hear me? Last try. David, are you able to hear me now? No, we're having trouble with technology on David's delegation. We're going to go on with our delegation list and try David again a little bit later. So we'll now move forward to Bill Cassidy, who's our next delegate. So we're going to contact that delegate and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. And we'll go back to Bill Cassidy at some point. We had trouble connecting with that delegate too, so we're going to move forward to Linda and Andrew Foster. So we're going to contact these delegates and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak.
Maybe it's a, do I have my question that I was going to ask to the Cambridge?
Hi, Linda, it's Catherine McGarry.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I'm glad that we got somebody. We've been struggling a bit with our technology, so Now that I've got you online, I just wanted to give you a couple of opening comments before you start to speak. So just welcome this evening, and you'll have, as a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to delegate to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions from members of council. So if there are some questions afterwards, Linda, I will help to walk you through that. But welcome again, and you now have your 5 minutes.
Okay, I had a question, and it wasn't even a comment. It was just, what alternatives do people who don't want the testing center in Cambridge, what alternatives have they got in mind? I'd be interested to hear. It's just mostly a question. It just seems that this is something that we need to deal with, and yes, if somebody doesn't want a test center in Cambridge, then what other suggestions have they got? That's all.
And thank you. As I said, there's we've asked that you refrain from asking questions of council, but it sounds to me like this is a question sort of for the general community. Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Do you have any other comments to make at this point?
Oh, no, I just that something needs to be done. And I think we should work with other communities who have accepted these testing. Guelph and Kitchener seem to be fine. I think we should be part of the solution.
Thank you. I'm just going to turn to members of council and just see if there's any questions for our delegation. And I don't see any at the moment. And I wanted to thank you, Linda, for delegating this evening and for participating in our meeting. So you are certainly welcome to continue to watch our meeting on or the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so choose. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for including me.
Thank you.
Good night.
We're going to try now to get David Mossy back on the line. David, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Are you able to hear me now? David, are you able to hear me? I'm just wondering if you have your phone on mute. David, will you try speaking again and see if we can hear you now? No, I think we'll go on with the next delegate and see if we can sort the technical issues out again. We're going to move forward again now to June Anderson. So again, we're going to contact the delegate and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. So we'll wait to see if we can get June Anderson on the line. We're going to be a couple minutes here. Thanks for your patience. June, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me? It's beeping. Hello, June.
Yes.
Hi, June. Hi, it's
Hi.
Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Oh, hi.
Hi,
Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, we've been struggling a bit to get people in. So if you'll just give me a minute, I'll just provide a couple of opening comments and then I'll invite you to speak. So thank
Yes,
you,
that's
June.
fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us this evening. And a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. And as you know, we do have rules of engagement at council meetings. We ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of members of council. So welcome again, June, and you now have 5 minutes to speak. Please begin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. I'm here this evening to add my voice to the discussion and the debates concerning the CTS site in Cambridge. I speak realizing that this topic has had more than its fair share of acrimonious media. I would hope that as a community, like communities across Canada, we can act rather than react. In my previous position at the Cambridge Self-Help Food Bank as the spiritual care provider, I had the sad task of providing services of celebration of life for those that had died from opiate crisis. Unfortunately, there was not a lot of celebration. These memorial services were followed by support of those left behind. I also sat on the Regional Overdose Awareness Group. One of my tasks was receiving ongoing information on the consumption and treatment service plans and opening of this site in Kitchener. I have visited this site, read statistical information and data, and I have been very encouraged, as other professionals have been, about the positive outcomes of this service. I would like now to spend a bit of time talking about my young friend, Gareth. Gareth was a volunteer at the food bank for a number of years from the time he was 10. Excuse me. Over the years, I met Gareth several times. Unfortunately, challenging teen times threw him into a culture of drugs. Moving into young adulthood brought him further problems. Help consisted of long waiting times at agencies, willing to help, and facing his own personal feelings of shame, and believing he could not survive without drugs. He felt beaten. He was very frightened, I know, because he told me so. Excuse me. Gareth died March the 29th, 2017, of bad drugs. At his memorial service, I stood before his family and his friends and tried to bring comfort to those that mourned him. It was an impossible task. My question for this evening is, would the establishment of a CTS in Cambridge be seen as the beginning to offer more help to drug addicts, part of a concept of a wraparound service? Safety for addicts is a gigantic issue. To provide them with a safe injection site is an essential step in establishing the beginning to let them know we care. Instead of building walls, can we be seen as a city that is building doorways to help? Gareth went for help. Sometimes he actually got out of the car. However, it was always in a community where he was far away from home and a place he did not know. He could not count on his community to help him get better. Addicts are vilified in the media, in public gatherings, and often at the bottom of the pecking order to get help. even in our healthcare system. Gareth, like other addicts, was ill. The Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addictions has declared that drug abuse is an illness. I quote, "Substance use disorder is a health condition and it deserves to be treated like one," end of quote. As elected officials, I believe you're called to listen to all segments of our community. Respectfully, I offer my opinion. And even the silent voice of my friend Gareth deserves to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, June. I'm now going to turn it over to members of council to see if they have any questions for our delegation. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you for your presentation this evening and your delegation. And you're certainly welcome to continue watching the rest of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you like. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you. The next delegation that we are bringing in is Dino Vieira. Dino, can you hear me? It's Catherine McGarry.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind just holding on for a couple minutes while I just provide a couple of remarks before I invite you to speak. But again, thank you for joining us this evening, Dino, and a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask for you to end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks remain respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So as I said, once your 5 minutes is up, if there's any questions, I'll help to guide you through that from members of council. Anyway, welcome this evening, and please begin, Dino.
Norms are a powerful thing. They can be used positively to demonstrate that sexuality is a spectrum and a normal part of being a person. They can also be used negatively. Accepting a CTS site in Cambridge will show the youth in the city a new set of norms and understanding. That they will believe that it's okay to use heroin and meth, it's acceptable, and that's something that they can try for fun if they're curious, instead of the hard no it should be due to how addictive it is. And people who are currently addicted who do use the CTS, they often use larger doses than they would normally to try and get the highest high possible, while further damaging their minds and bodies, creating overdoses that wouldn't have happened otherwise, that the CTS sites then take credit for in reversing. CTS is sold as a solution that will get people connected with rehab. It hasn't happened in Vancouver. Planning always talks about not concentrating services in one area. Bringing a CTS to Cambridge will further concentrate services in Cambridge. I see more needles, drug use, and feces in a day in Galt than I do in a year in Waterloo. Same size population. The BIA know it. The security watching the film sets downtown know it. The people on Roseview and Market Street know it. They know rehab is needed because CTS will just keep the status quo. Many of the ones who say otherwise usually have a financial interest in CTS. We have seen the results in other cities where they try to do something different and enact positive change. Vancouver has multiple CTS with no end in sight, and a new generation being introduced to the idea that CTS is normal. Heroin isn't the hard no to youth anymore as a result. It's not a big deal. We went from having norms that allowed smoking in planes and increased acceptance to not allowing it almost everywhere in order to change those norms. And as a result, smoking has diminished. CTS won't be helping with this. Allowing a CTS site to exist in Cambridge opens the door just a crack and will allow a foothold because soon there'll be 2, 3, 4. sites because they can always find more customers for them. They are indirectly helping to create them through the changing of norms. The people in recovery already have a hard time, and they have spoken saying that this will just increase their temptation. If you have any compassion, you'll try to help them and say no to a CTS site. A CTS site will harm more than it will help. What is needed is rehab. Every dollar spent on CTS is a dollar not spent on rehab. Every dollar spent on CTS normalizes heroin and meth. Every dollar spent on rehab sends a message that it's not acceptable. A CTS overall will harm more than it will help. Tell the province no to CTS in Cambridge and use the money for rehab only. And don't say that you don't have any say in how the province treats it. Kitchener told the province just last week in a motion that they want no more natural gas electricity plants. It is something that council can put forward to the province. Say no to CTS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dino, for your delegation. And I'm going to just turn to members of council now to see if there are any questions for you. And I don't see any coming forward. I wanted to thank you again for participating in our meeting and for your delegation. And you're certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting this evening on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. Thank you again for joining us. Yep. So our next delegate is Adam Cooper. So we're just contacting the delegate to bring them in.
Hello, I am here.
Hi, and Adam Cooper, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry.
Hi, Mayor McGarry.
Thank you for joining us this evening to delegate.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Good. And a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we may ask for you to end your remarks. And we do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council.
I appreciate that. May I, before we actually start, may I just, I was basically implied to me before that I was going to be able to speak on behalf of a group and get extra time. I made a delegation based on that. I was only very, very recently told that I know some rules had changed, that I wasn't able to do that. I had no time to change this delegation. And I was told there would actually maybe be a little vote to get me extra time. I'm graciously, respectfully requesting a few extra minutes because I have not had time to cut down this delegation. I am not looking for 15 or 10. I timed this and it actually is 7.5. I would like to gratefully request that I'm able to get that little piece of extra time so that I'm able to just read through this. Would I be able to do that?
Thank you. I do have to take this to a motion of council, and I know that our procedure rules are 5 minutes at the moment, as that there's no possibility to be representing a group of delegates under COVID rules. So I'm just going to put this now to a motion of council to see if they will allow you, did you say 7.5 minutes?
Yeah, tops 8. I timed it at 7.5. So if I had an extra few minutes, that would be fine. I don't want to ramble on here. It's not long.
Yeah, so I will have to put this to a motion of council, and I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councillor Adshade.
Opposed.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
I'm in favor, but I also want to know what COVID rules for this. I've never heard of them.
We'll continue the vote, or I'll ask Madam Clerk to discuss that after.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf,
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
Opposed. And I will check in with Madam Clerk just to explain the rules of procedure around our special council meetings.
So at this time, that does not pass. If I can, through you, Madam Chair, if I can just explain that. When we meet in person, we have the ability to see how many people are in the gallery to permit group delegations and one person to speak on behalf of that group. When meeting in virtually, it's very difficult for us to confirm if somebody is speaking on behalf of a group. So we have currently suspended that because we cannot confirm if somebody is speaking on behalf of a group. We ask for a show of hands in the gallery when we're meeting in person.
All right. Thank you. Okay, at this point, Mr. Cooper, you may begin.
Okay, I just want to put on record that it was implied to me that I would have time, and this was, I was told I couldn't. Very, very, very late in the game. One of the requirements of funding for an injection site is to have community acceptance. You must have this. I believe you do not have it, and I have yet to see any evidence whatsoever to imply otherwise. Unfortunately, there have been many avenues set up to gauge public opinion on this matter. There have been CTS consultations meetings at which the opposition was overwhelming. There have been multiple town hall meetings at which this topic came up. The opposition was overwhelming. At the very successful and peaceful protest march in September, again, opposition was overwhelming. We've had multiple prior council meetings where the opposition from the public was also overwhelming. It's also the same can be said for the safety meeting that we had. Even the planning study that you're referring to today had its own survey on this matter, and it too stated the overwhelming majority of responses expressed opposition to a CTS site being established anywhere in the city. If there is so much support for this, then where was that support? The undeniable fact that is backed up by evidence over 3 years of meetings, consultations, and surveys is the expressed objection far outweighs the expressed support for a consumption site anywhere in Cambridge. I believe this to be fact, and if you believe otherwise, then I think it's your duty to prove it before moving ahead with any site. Indeed, I believe that all of you here know of this opposition, and it's understandable that some of you have been greatly concerned by it. Indeed, we've seen a media campaign attempting to shame and to silence anybody that speaks against consumption sites, as well as attempts to vilify entire groups of this community that have been peacefully voiced their opinions against them, as well as their desire to no longer be victimized by crime. I can't emphasize to all of you how deeply sad and disappointed I was to see this campaign to silence these valid community voices creep into City Hall itself, when a motion that had already been voted on was used as a platform to condemn and vilify the opposing voices of over 10,000 members of this city with derogatory and factually incorrect statements. The only crime was to have differing opinions on how to handle this issue than those of the councillor that made this statement. This was very unfortunate as well as unnecessary. I believe this is an attempt to draw public condemnation of those that are known to oppose this plan. If there is so little opposition to this plan, then why are tactics like that necessary? Another requirement is that you have appropriate wraparound services in place. We don't have those in any effective manner. Everybody on both sides of this argument knows that. This fact alone means that you should not be voting for this. Frankly, I find it confusing that you and the region are still insistent on moving ahead with this plan, despite the very foundation of this concept, treatment, not being available in any effective manner. So we have a plan that requires community approval, which I believe you do not have. A plan that requires wraparound services, which we do not have. Yet you still ignore these facts and move forward. You are all smart people here, and I believe that you all have good intentions, but you cannot continue like this, ignoring the voices of the very people that elected you. You all have jobs that require you to represent them. The fact is, we have a fox in the henhouse, and that fox is addiction. Injection sites and harm reduction as a whole only serve to go into that henhouse and apply band-aids to those gaping wounds, and then wait for those hens to be ravaged again, day after day, and apply those same band-aids again, day after day, instead of doing what is really necessary and kicking that fox out of the henhouse. The enemy here is not homelessness. It is not the addict. It is addiction. And I would rather see money and efforts put into place that remove that addiction so that real results and solutions can be achieved with minimal damage to those suffering from addiction, as well as the community as a whole who are suffering under the crime that always follows addiction. Nothing you are trying to achieve here will be possible until you remove the true enemy here, addiction. That goal of effectively reducing drug addiction has never, ever been achieved with a consumption site. By not focusing on that true enemy, consumption sites allow the addiction to set the rules of the game. They allow addiction to get exactly what it wants. They allow the enemy to decide when it's time to go. We can all do better. You can do better. We all have good intentions on this. There's no hatred here, as keeps being implied. Imagine what we could all do if we came together to move forward with truly effective solutions that consider everybody. Who would oppose that? Imagine the things that we could get done. Unfortunately, I believe that nobody's goals will be achieved by a vote for option 5 today. I believe that what I have stated to you today obligates you as representatives of your wards and this beautiful city as a whole to vote no to this motion.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, and I did give you some extra time.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes. At this moment, if you'll just hang tight there, I'm just going to turn it over to members of council to see if they have any questions of our delegation.
No problem at all.
And I don't see any. I wanted to thank you again for coming in and presenting and delegating this evening. And certainly you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so choose. And thank you again for your presentation this evening.
No problem. Thank you all for having me. You have a good night.
Thank you. You
Bye-bye.
too. And we'll move forward now to Ruth. We'll bring that delegation in and invite them to speak once they access our meeting. Councillor Wolf, would you mind putting yourself on mute there? Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We're just trying to get in Ruth Cameron from the AIDS Committee of Cambridge, Kitchener, Waterloo and area. Thank you for your patience. We're trying another way since we're having a lot of technical difficulties. So just hold on. Hi, Ruth.
Good evening, Mayor McGarry.
Well, thank you. We had to try another method, so thank you for joining us. If you'll just give me a moment, I'll just say a couple of remarks before we start your delegation. And thank you very much for joining us and for your patience. A reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. And as you know, we do have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. And at your 5 minutes, if there's any questions from members of council, Ruth will help you guide through that process. But thank you again for joining us. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. To the members of Cambridge City Council and Mayor McGarry, my name is Ruth Cameron. I'm the Executive Director of AQUA, the AIDS Committee of Cambridge, Kitchener, Waterloo, and area. And I'm a doctoral student at Wilfrid Laurier University, where my focus is on health equity services interventions. I sit as co-chair of the Harm Reduction Coordinating Committee, and I'm a member of the Steering Committee for the Waterloo Region Integrated Drug Strategy as well. As a leader of an organization that promotes health equity through the prevention of HIV, hepatitis C, and also naloxone distribution in Cambridge at 150 Main Street and local homeless encampments, I'm delegating to endorse the recommendation of the Planning Department that consumption and treatment services planning study option number 5, CTS permitted anywhere as public use, be adopted as the best choice. There is an unconscionable amount of loss happening in our communities at this time. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the ongoing opioid epidemic in Canada had grown in size to the point where in 2016, 2017, life expectancy in Canada stalled and did not increase for the first time in 4 decades. The year 2019 was the year that Ontario surpassed British Columbia as the province with the highest number of deaths in the country. There were 63 overdose-related deaths in Waterloo Region in 2019. At this time, there have been 78 deaths recorded in our region as of November 3rd this year. We appear to be on track for the highest recorded number of deaths this year, surpassing the 86 losses experienced in 2017. It's really important to remind ourselves that each of these numbers represents a human being made vulnerable due to a number of factors, including a lack of appropriate, easily accessible services. I have other concerning numbers that I'd like to mention that cover this same span of time, 2017 to 2020. In the same period of time, accompanying these very preventable losses, there's been a 117% increase in unique clients at AQUA with our needle syringe program, and 158% increase in interactions as an indicator of service volume in that same period of time. I also want to mention to you that in the last 3 years, the only 3 years that we have data for this, there's been a 475% increase in the number of requests from service users who come for harm reduction for brief counseling. The numbers only tell one portion of the story in relation to the ongoing opioid crisis and COVID-19 pandemic. These increases tell a story of increasing loss and distress, and hopefully compel us all to work together, acting swiftly to keep people from experiencing more trauma related to their substance use. In the midst of this devastating loss, we have some positive developments happening. Many organizations within our community have brought emergency shelter, housing, food security, mental health support, primary health care, and harm reduction and naloxone supports together at 150 Main in Cambridge, while continuing to offer these services in other groups to other groups in the community in a number of other separate locations. Even with the existence of the 150 Main hub and other service locations where the most marginalized can feel connected to one another and to community services, far more is needed in our community. Connection is a very important antidote to harm. We often say that care is the antidote to harm. And what I want to say is that life-sustaining connections can also happen at CTS. We need these connections to happen within Cambridge to save lives and as a resource for people to return to as needed as one integral stage in supporting people who use drugs towards improved health and well-being. I firmly believe Council should adopt option number 5, permit CTS anywhere as a public service and as a health service. I want to thank you for the time to discuss this matter, which is of life and death importance.
Thank you for your presentation, Ruth, and I'm just going to turn now to members of council to see if there are any questions for you. Councillor Mann, go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thanks for your presentation, Ruth. Do you see CTS as a means for rehabilitation, or is CTS rehabilitation as well as treatment?
I see CTS as being one means towards rehabilitation and treatment for individuals. What I see it as an opportunity to mitigate harm in that individuals who are going to use will use in a safer manner, can engage in coaching conversations and support at the site about any readiness towards engaging in slowing down, safer use, or the desire to stop use, if that's where individuals are. Often, I think the heartbreaking situation that occurs is that when people do come to a moment of readiness, and people may come to many moments of readiness for change, the option that they desire at that exact point in time may not be available to them. What we're doing with CTS is providing them with ready supports for that conversation so they can have it when they want to, as well as, quite frankly, just keeping people alive to consider their choices for another day. Letting them know that they are cared for so that they will hold on.
Great, thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm just going to look to see if we have any other questions. And seeing none from other members of council, I do have a couple myself, Ruth. I know that we've been talking about harm reduction. I also know that you're the executive director of the AIDS committee. And so my question is about the financial costs. Certainly we've talked, and you've been very clear about the human costs about addiction in our community. But I would think that with the harm reduction supplies that you talk about that are delivered to the unique individuals that your community serves, I would think that part of that harm reduction is there to sort of prevent some of the bloodborne illnesses, such as AIDS itself or Hep C or some of the other things. Are you able to sort of identify the costs to our healthcare system when somebody doesn't have clean supplies in order to inject?
Yes, I can. So what I can tell you is that for the net costs for me to run my operationally funded harm reduction program for 1 year, for that same amount, I could probably afford to give only one person the treatment for hepatitis C. What I can also tell you is that for the cost, the lifetime cost of treating one person's HIV when it comes to the care that they receive, I could probably staff one harm reduction role for around 5 years at my organization. So we often say that for every dollar spent on prevention, we save 15 when it comes to the care that we need to deliver. Of course, there are also cost savings in just delivering care to individuals, whether they're dealing with an ongoing addiction or have become hepatitis C positive or HIV positive. With our community-based options, we are doing so much in terms of providing people the supports they need to stay in care and stay well, but also prevent further expenses down the road.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, just let me scroll down just for one moment. Thank you again for your presentation and your delegation, and you're certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But thank you again for your presentation this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The next delegation that we'll be waiting to speak to is Connie Cody. So we're going to contact the delegate and have them access our meeting and invite them in to speak. Connie, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Good. Could you just turn down the computer in the background?
Yeah, I'm just in the process of doing that.
Stay well, but also prevent further expenses down the road.
Thank you. Yeah, there is a time delay between what's actually going on here and the YouTube channel. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it just seems to be buffering on my system right now too.
Yeah, are you able to turn down the sound on that?
Yeah, I'm just going to shut it down and leave the room. There.
That's better.
Much better, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I know it is. I hear it all the time, and I thought have everything ready, but I had so much up, and I was working on stuff, and it just
Anyway, just give me a couple minutes. I'll give you. I'll just make a couple comments before I invite you to speak. But a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings, and we ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So welcome again. If council has questions afterwards, I'll help guide you through that process. So welcome, Connie, and you now have your 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for having me. Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, and listeners. As you know, my name is Connie Cody. I am a resident of Cambridge and have been actively involved within the community for many years. I also ran in the 2018 election, then again in the 2020 by-election. While knocking on thousands of doors, I met many residents, some who are recovering addicts or people with loved ones suffering addiction. They do not support a CTS, but would support on-demand rehabilitation. A recent article in the Cambridge Times from a recovering addict resounded the same message, that the best way to combat addiction is through rehabilitation. It is that same message that continues to be shared over and over, and where it seems no one is listening. Multiple success stories have not relied on CTS, but available rehabilitation services. Council should be proud of and acknowledge the efforts made by grassroots groups that demand a higher standard for its disenfranchised community members. They believe that we can and should do better and not just settle for a CTS site with all of its unintended consequences. The open criticism of larger social media groups at the same time Council openly supports one smaller group with like-minded goals for CTS is divisive and creates a bias. At times when there is opposition to an ideology, public shaming is used to silence the masses. This silence is then assumed as acceptance. We need to build bridges between people and council, not barriers where residents no longer feel free to participate in a democratic process to express concerns. It is said that a site will be determined based on need. This need was only created when multiple services accumulated in one central area. Overdoses increased, and without rehab and enforcement in place, the argument for a CTS was established, while the root causes of addiction remain unresolved. In the CTS model, the pathway to on-demand rehabilitation is non-existent. The treatment component that gets exaggerated as being complete wraparound services is falsely projected. The remaining pillars of enforcement, prevention, and rehabilitation, as well as education, are not pursued in a more balanced approach. Just this year, the International Journal of Drug Policy published an expert study that found consumption sites may not be as effective at preventing overdose deaths and other drug-related problems as once thought. After this most rigorous research of a CTS, they found no evidence to support the claims being made by proponents of the site. The success and need for a CTS cannot be measured by the convoluted count of patrons or the damaging overdose reversals. A CTS promotes consumption of harmful drugs. The reality is consumption kills. Consumption causes organ failure. Consumption causes permanent brain injuries that destroys a person's treatment-seeking ability. We see it in Vancouver and now in Guelph. A CTS never reduces the need. A CTS keeps a life in a perpetual state of addiction. The math does not add up when these services expand like a social franchise and we lose the only opportunity to offer real life-saving initiatives by directing all funding and efforts to a CTS. The decision that happens tonight is of great importance. Council is being told that they will have the ability to turn down future applications for a CTS by selecting option 5. But the wording is very deceiving and full of loopholes. We have had surveys and public consultation. The residents have spoken. And on page 348 of the report attached to the agenda, it clearly states, and I quote, "The overwhelming majority of responses expressed opposition to a CTS being established anywhere in the city. To disregard the majority of responses that are in opposition is no more than gross negligence and steals democracy from the process. The threat of the local planning appeal tribunal in order to deter council from choosing option 6 is alarming, when the need for those suffering from addiction can be reduced through alternative solutions. It has been questioned as to why there is this invisible barrier in supporting a site in Cambridge compared to Kitchener. The answer is simple. We are not Kitchener. The geographical layout of our city with 3 separate cores is very unique, where we are more like small towns blended as one city. The negative impacts from a CTS is more visible to our surrounding community, and it's completely unsustainable. I will conclude by respectfully imploring council to support residents and the overwhelming majority of responses and vote for option 6 that says no to a CTS anywhere in Cambridge. We can then move forward and work together for better solutions. And that's it.
Thank you, Connie, and I appreciate you coming in and participating in our meeting and for your delegation. I'm just going to turn to members of council at this moment to see if there's any questions for you. And I see none at this time. Thank you again for your presentation and for participating in our meeting. And you can return and watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So our next delegation is Jesse Burt. So we'll be looking to contact the delegate and have them access our meeting, and we'll invite them in to speak when we're able to contact them. Jesse, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. If you'll just give me a couple moments for your introductory remarks, and then I'll invite you to speak. Thank you for joining us this evening. Just a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the item that you're speaking to, and otherwise we might ask that you end your remarks. We do have rules of engagement in council meetings. We ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council members. So at this point, I'll invite you to speak. If there's some questions afterwards, I'll certainly guide you through that process. So welcome, Jesse. Please begin.
Yes, thank you for having me, Council. I am here delegating to endorse the recommendation of the Planning Department that the Consumption and Treatment Service, CTS, Planning Study Option Number 5, so CTS permit anywhere as public use, be adopted as the best choice. So again, to introduce myself, my name is Jesse Burt. Tonight, I'm speaking as a frontline worker. I've had the honor of working with many organizations, including House of Friendship, One Roof, the Working Center, and now I'm working with Aqua. Being a support worker in over 7 different shelter locations, 2 different drop-in spaces, and I've done some street outreach before. I've had the privilege of working with people who have been experiencing homelessness and drug addiction. For years, I've given the honor of walking alongside many unique people from all walks of life. I get to hear hundreds of people's stories. It's the best part of my job, honestly. I get to be part of someone's life for a very brief moment of time. And after building some relationships and trust, we get to share each other's stories, and it's wonderful. Sadly, a lot of the people I support and I know, and that they've opened up and shared their stories with me, that have led them to drug addiction. A lot of those stories are full of pain and past trauma and disconnection from loved ones. I understand how complex this issue is. The need is so great. Being on the front line, it often feels very overwhelming how complex drug addiction and homelessness can be. So I sympathize with all of those who are confused by the very idea of a CTS. Addiction is so complex. It's something that I'm constantly learning more about. I've learned that everyone wants to blame something for this crisis. People will either point to the individual for making bad life choices that they think, and while others will point to the drug itself for causing this addiction, or some will point to the pharmaceutical companies or the government, and everyone just wants to point their finger. In reality, the real gateway drug is actually pain and trauma and disconnection that people are experiencing. It's kind of becoming the more of adopted idea around addiction is that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's human connection. But for those who don't work in the field of addiction, I understand why that is such a controversial statement, and that's so hard to understand and wrap your head around. We have been raised in a culture that was educated to just say no to drugs. We all have that ingrained into us, which sadly, but that leads to a lot of misinformation around what drug addiction is actually like, what it's actually like to experience it. And it leads to a lot of misinformation around what the solutions are and how we can actually get ourselves out of this crisis. I'm here today to tell you, Council, that we cannot punish or force people out of this crisis. Actually, the scariest part for me is discovering that my community never dreamt that they would be in this position that they're in. They never chose this. They never chose their addiction. They never chose their homelessness. And that's scary. Yet, I've been to so many funerals over the last few years. Us frontline workers, sadly, we started having to lump the individuals together and doing group memorials. Every time we cry together, and we were told to look after each other, and we're told to do more self-care. But it gets kind of difficult when your job is to support the people who are dying. I watch my community experience more pain and more trauma as their friends and family die around them. You would really think that would simply just get people to think, oh, I should stop using this drug that my friend just died on. But however, if you know anything about addiction, that's not how it works. If anything, that pain and that disconnect that caused by death often only furthers the problem. Overdoses happen because right now people are forced to use a poison drug supply. Overdoses happen everywhere. They happen in houses, in apartments, in public bathrooms, in shelters, and on the streets. The reality is there are plenty of unsanctioned consumption sites happening all over the city. People choose their locations based on how, if they feel just a bit of safety in that moment. If they feel safe, that's when they use wherever they know someone might check on them. I've responded to dozens and dozens of overdoses. Us workers, we stopped keeping track, and we are constantly nervous. I think a lot of us know that panic feeling that every time we go out into public and we realize, like, oh no, where's my lock phone? We are at 78 deaths so far this year in our region. That's a person every 4 days. Sadly, recently we had a surge in deaths, 5 deaths in 1 week. I knew some of those individuals well. I supported those individuals. I cared about them. I was present for one of those deaths. It's awful. It's awful to watch. It's awful to experience. It's not okay. It's not justice. It's not dignified. All of those deaths are preventable. For me, what's even more upsetting is that when we talk about this crisis, we just mention the numbers. We don't name the 78 people who died this year. We don't name the 5 in 1 week. To us workers, they had names, they had stories, they had friends, they had family, and they had community that cared about them. They were human just like me, who felt love and pain. From my experience of knowing and talking to hundreds of people who use drugs every day, please, they want a safe place. Please
Jesse,
do not delay this anymore.
Yeah,
This
Jesse, we're
crisis-
coming to
yeah.
the end of your delegation.
5 minutes? Perfect. Yeah, just my community is dying and need a safe place. So nothing about us without us. So option 5. Thank you so much, Council.
Thank you, Jesse. And if you'll just hang on for a moment, I'm just going to see if there's questions for members of council. I see none, but I have one. Many of the things that we've heard from our community, and I would agree that many of our community, we all want the same things, more addictions and mental health supports. And we've been pretty unanimous as heads of council, as councillors, as members of the public in advocating for some of these supports. I have heard that consumption in a consumption treatment site is a service that people will use as a gateway or an entry into possible other resources. And yet others in our community say, you know, never mind that piece of it, just people need to come in and get treatment. Could you just sort of, from your experience and from who you've been supporting, is that the case? Do people use the consumption service and that's the gateway in, or is it something that we need to try and force people to do to actually go into some kind of rehabilitation?
That's a great question. I love that question. Essentially, for me, how I think about it is like no one, the first step in anything is like talking about it. And right now, sadly, because we have heavily criminalized this issue and not treated it like a health issue, but more of a criminal issue, our folks can't even talk about it. Like all they want to do, like so many of my folks that I support, they're so thankful the moment that they realized that I was not judging them for what they did, then they could actually talk about it. Because there's 100 steps someone has to take before they can ever even get to treatment or ever consider it or ever be able to confront any of that pain or any of that trauma or any of that disconnect. Like they can't even confront that unless they can a minimum talk about it. And because we've heavily criminalized individuals and heavily shamed them for it, they can't even talk about it. And so this space, I've seen the before and the after of in Kitchener, of watching what it was like working before and after the consumption site, and just the amount of frontline workers and support workers that are now actually able to openly talk about use and like the wonders that does for every day. Like it can't be just, it's not a one-time thing. This is like a lifelong journey for a lot of our folks, and it needs to be something that at minimum we can talk about. And our folks are honestly like, and I got it. I understood it. Like it took me a while in the work to understand that, yeah, people need that time because it's, they're afraid. They're afraid that if they speak up, or they're afraid if they seek treatment, or they're afraid if they go into any space that use is not okay, that they can't engage in any of these conversations, because they're being heavily criminalized for it. And yeah.
Thank you. I also have a question here from Councillor Devine, so I'm going to ask Councillor Devine to ask this question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Member Gary, through the chair. Jesse, thanks for coming and speaking on this. I've actually learned a lot from listening to you, but I do have some questions, Jesse.
Yeah.
Okay, you're a frontline worker.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with what you've seen and what you've experienced in the field, I'll just call it the field. Okay. How long, if somebody decides they want to go into rehab or they want to go into counseling, how long does it generally take to get them into that program or that process? Can you tell me that?
I honestly, I know lots of workers that work at the consumption site in Kitchener, and like I know sort of a little bit about what they do. I would love to work there. I've not worked there myself, but in terms of recovery, honestly, that is such a hard question to answer, because every single individual is so unique in how they recover and like what steps they take. What the process is and how long that takes. It can be quick for some folks. It can be lifetime for some folks, and it's a huge range. But in my mind, yeah, like unless they are at least given that option, then this is only going to cost us more over time. But
no, it's fine. So then the next question is, and maybe you can't answer this. When people are forced to go into rehab, how successful are they as a general rule of thumb? Any idea?
General rule of thumb is that it doesn't work very well. I know lots of folks who, yeah, like it does not, like if essentially the reason I say that is not because I've supported someone who's been forced into treatment, but if we look at a global scale of all the countries that do that and all the countries that have taken the opposite approach, but actually have treated it more like a health problem rather than a criminal one. If you look at that, the numbers across the board in all categories, overdose deaths, overdoses, to recovery, to people who use drugs, like everything across the board, it's always better if it's treated as a health problem rather than a criminal one. So forcing people into anything, like, because they're using drugs for a reason, and it's not necessarily always tied to like the chemical hook. We often think it's all about the science and all about the chemical hook. In reality, it's about these other underlying things that are going on in their life that there's a lot of mental health, and it's a lot of things that need to be worked out. But being forcing anyone into that typically does not work. But
okay, Jesse, thank you very much. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'll just take another scan to see if anybody else has a question for you. And I don't see anything further. I wanted to thank you again for your presentation and for delegating with us on our meeting. You're certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But thank you again, Jesse, for joining us this evening.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you.
And we'll go ahead with our next delegation, who's Brian Kennedy. So again, some patience as we get Brian on the line and contact them and have them access our meeting, and we'll invite them to speak. Council, just as we're trying to get our delegations in. We'll get the last couple in, and then we'll probably take a break before we put the motion on the floor. While we're trying to reach Brian, we're going to go on with our next delegation, which is Amanda Rurda. Who have we got? Amanda, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
Good, thank you. I appreciate your patience. Thanks for coming to delegate today. And just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. Please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask that you end your remarks. And as you've probably heard already, we also have rules of engagement in council meetings and ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So if there's questions after your presentation, I'll help to guide you through that, but welcome again and please go ahead now.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear Honorable Mayor Catherine McGarry and City of Cambridge councillors, my name is Amanda Rorda. I'm a 33-year-old single mother, daughter, niece, volunteer, babysitter, and friend. I am also a transient, criminal, and drug addict. I have a beautiful 13-year-old daughter who I gave birth to in the Cambridge Hospital and I raised her in Preston Heights with her father as a happy little family unit. I worked for Greyhound and also worked for the region of Waterloo as a bus ticket sales clerk at the Cambridge bus terminal. I met a lot of people in the community who are amazing, and I adored Cambridge then. I lived there until the relationship I was in soured, and I left town with my daughter when she was 2. I wouldn't end up returning to Cambridge until 2012, and I would move into Bridges, a shamed mother, a broken woman, and an opiate drug addict. My addiction would take me to many different cities, shelters, detoxes, and treatment centers. Some places, like St. Catharines, where I lived at one point, offered community centers for people to go where they felt cared for and supported, whether they were a homeless addict or not. Other places, in my case, namely Cambridge, offered little to no accessible support. I personally felt as if the community blamed and shamed the addict for their disease, instead of trying to find a solution to the problem. I found no help when I lived in Cambridge, even though I was desperate to be clean, but not knowing how or where to get help. I had to reach out to a social worker I had met previously in other cities to find help. And even then, I realized that if I wanted the help, I would have to leave Cambridge to find it. If the CTS site would have been in Cambridge when I was there, it could have made a world of difference. In the past 2 years, 141 people have died of a drug overdose. These are people like myself who have children and families, who've laughed, made art, who have loved and dreamt of a better life, but who are also addicted to a drug that would always come first while they were in active addiction. I met an 18-year-old while in treatment who was an extremely intelligent old soul. He brought me to tears of laughter every time we spoke. He had a mother who loved him dearly. He died of a drug overdose. His mother had to bury and mourn a child who barely got to live. I dated a young man for nearly 4 years who died of a drug overdose, face down in a river, all alone. No one deserves that. I have lost over 20 people that I knew personally from drug overdoses, which could have been prevented if they had been able to use in a CTS site. A CTS site provides safety, anonymity, inclusivity, and help. The staff are able to form friendships with the drug addicts because, surprise, you can actually be friends and converse with a drug addict. Those friendships built at a CTS site will open the opportunity for then the outside treatment and help. I'm in recovery right now, but it is only for the grace of God that I am where I am right now and not on the cold streets of Cambridge again. I have just hit my 1-year mark after nearly dying of a drug-related causes last summer. I have fought to have my family back together. I have my own home with my daughter, and I feel as if I have finally found peace. I have parents who are foster parents to special needs children who go to Forward Church in Cambridge, who had to raise my daughter for me while I was living on the streets in Cambridge. It would take one mistake to bring me right back to the streets, but I have been given a chance, and I believe the addicts in Cambridge deserve a chance as well. Isn't every life valuable? Shouldn't you as a city do everything in your power to help each other and build each other up? Everyone deserves to have a chance to find safety and help. Everyone has a story that is worthy of being heard, and you as a city have that chance to make a difference in their lives. The alternative to having a CTS site cannot be to do nothing. Until a better or different solution is found, you as a city need to do something. The only way the addicts, the people in your community who don't have a voice, can have a chance at finding recovery is by saying yes to a CTS site, by saying yes to option 5. Thank you for listening and for giving my voice a chance to be heard.
Thank you, Amanda, for your presentation and your delegation for this evening. And I'm just going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you.
Okay.
I don't see any from the rest of council. Oh, I do. Councillor Devine, and then I've got one. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being so honest and forthright. I, for one, really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And you've clearly come a long, long way in your journey, which is very important to you personally and your family. The question I have, and you said a number of things which I find interesting. When you were, was it St. Catharines you said you were living?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And that was probably before the CTS days or before they became the norm. What support did you
Yeah.
get in St. Catharines that you were not unable to find in your city you were born in?
So when I was in St. Catharines, I found they had a number of places that you could go that were just, I think it was a feeling of acceptance, right?
Yes.
One of the other delegates mentioned it's that fear of you're a drug addict and that fear of everybody knowing. So there was a place called Start Me Up in St. Catharines that was a community center that it was just a no judgment approach, right? I didn't fear my truth being out there and the judgment. And I never found that within Cambridge. Like there was so little support to be had, right? So I've managed, like I live in Brantford now, and even they have quite a bit. They have the detoxes and treatment centers available in the town to go to, right?
Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. And again, thank you so much for coming and telling your story. It's important. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much for having me.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. And I'm just going to do a scan here, Amanda, to see if there's anybody else before I ask my question. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about a consumption and treatment site. And as I said, I think that all of us do believe that we need more mental health and addiction resources, and that includes detox beds, rehab beds, as well as prevention. And I think prevention is key to begin with. But in the question that we have before us tonight, which is really about a consumption and treatment service site, many people like yourself that have told their story said it's the consumption service that brings them in, and that's the entryway into telling their story and to find trusting relationships in order to bring them further into care so that they can be successful in beating the addiction. So my question to you is that how many people, or the kind of, is it common for people just to go and seek treatment if they're using, or are they going in to use that consumption service before they're able to go further and request treatment?
That's a good question. I think, again, a lot of it is forming relationships, right? Like it's really, really hard to just say, I want treatment, right? And to not know the process where you're going, it can be very daunting. And I find if you build these relationships with these people at the sites, you may have to go in there first a few times, and then you can slowly bridge that gap of, the fear that it's not such a big thing. Most people I met in my addiction didn't enjoy their life. They didn't want to be there. There's no pride and happiness, living on the streets, right? That everybody wants better. It's just how to get there. And for most people, it's a very daunting task. So being able to have a site like this where, again, it's bridging the gap, and that's the biggest thing.
Thank you. You provide a really good voice and a good perspective around that issue, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I see no further questions from members of council, Amanda, so I wanted to thank you again for your presentation and for coming to delegate with us this evening. And you're certainly welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel if you so wish. But thank you again for your presentation and for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
So we'll move forward with Keith Rivers. And that's the last of our 17 delegations, but we will go back to a couple that we've missed earlier. So while we're trying to get our delegate on the line, we'll just ask for some patience. Keith, it's Mayor Catherine McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. If you'll just give me a minute, I'll just introduce a couple of remarks and before I get you to speak. But a reminder that you've got 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item you're speaking to. Otherwise, we might ask you to end your remarks. And as you well know, we do have rules of engagement in council meetings. We ask that you ensure that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. So welcome, Keith. If we've got some questions after, I'll guide you through that process, but you can now begin your 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of Cambridge City Council. I'm a longtime resident of Cambridge, and I'm delegating tonight in support of the Planning Committee recommendation, option number 5, CTS permit anywhere as a public use being the best choice for our community. This provides for control of location and respects our core business needs and also allows for flexibility of choice in selection of a location. Most important is that our city moves forward to address the opioid crisis in the community by establishing a needed health care service as soon as possible. Neighboring municipalities have shown that this can be successfully done with very few problems. In the case of Kitchener CTS, we can see the data from the regional website at Region of Waterloo, Health and Wellness, Consumption and Treatment Services. And the data from the past year, that's November 2019 to date, shows that there were 6,701 clients visited. This included 179 unique persons. 176 overdoses were reversed. And at the same time, during that period, there were 12 911 calls, and there were no calls in 3 of those 12 months. Also, there were 14 security incidents, but none for 6 of those 12 months. So if we compare that to 375 overdose 911 calls in Cambridge during the same period, wouldn't it be great to reduce the number by 50 or 80? Kitchener during that time frame had 633 overdose 911 calls, but the rate has declined by 10.7% from November to June in Kitchener, while Cambridge calls increased by almost 3.6%. This is data developed from the OMAR's report at the Waterloo Region Drug Strategy website. For us, the pandemic has illustrated the benefit of following public health advice, as well as the downside of doing otherwise. In spite of considerable effort to prevent fatalities in Waterloo Region, we have sadly lost 122 persons to COVID. In the past 2 years, we have lost 141 persons due to drug overdose. We have the tools to do something to bring these numbers down. The sooner the better for everyone. So I thank you for your consideration, and I hope that you vote to implement option number 5.
Thank you for your delegation, Keith. So I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if they have any questions for you. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for your presentation and your delegation. And certainly you're welcome to watch the remainder of our meeting on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. And thanks again for your presentation this evening.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Now we're just going to try the other 2 delegations that we weren't able to reach earlier before we go to a quick break before we put the motion on the floor. So at this point, we're unable to get Bill Cassidy or Brian Kennedy on the line. We've tried multiple times and multiple messages. So we're going to cut it off there, and we'll now take a 5-minute break until we come back to put the motion on the floor. Thanks, everyone.
Catherine, are we going to stop at 11?
We will get to that and then do a, and don't forget we're on live right now. We will look to a motion at that particular time. Sorry, we had some more technical difficulties back here.
Okay.
Councillor Reid's coming, but I think we'll get going. There she is. And I see Nick there too. Sorry, everyone. As you can tell, we've been having some technical difficulties on and off, including in the last few minutes. So I think we're back now and we're up and live. So thanks for everybody's patience. I think at this time, we will be putting the motion on the floor in order to discuss. So Councillor Devine, I believe that you have the motion.
Well, then if I have the motion, somebody's going to have to read it.
All right. I will actually have Madam Clerk read the motion for you.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Devine, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that Report 20279 CD Consumption Treatment Services Planning Study be received, and that the following recommendations in attached Report 20024 CD CTS Planning Study options be approved. The Council directs City staff to implement Consumption and Treatment Services CTS Planning Study Option 5 CTS Permit Anywhere as a public use as described in Report 20024 CD CTS Planning Study Options, and that Council acknowledges that there are federal and provincial programs in place for the Consumption and Treatment Services site application process, and further that Cambridge Council acknowledges that they still have the opportunity to withhold a council resolution of support for a CTS site application under the provincial program for a site they do not support.
Thank you. And that was moved by Councillor Devine and seconded by Councillor Adshade. So at this point, we will be moving to questions of council for members of staff or for staff. Councillor Mann, go ahead. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, the presentations this evening have been very good. And I know that we have all received a number of emails over the past few days in relation to this particular subject. And I had a number of questions that I wanted to ask, but I think I only have two that I really want to ask of staff. And not in any particular order, but when I was a kid and my parents said no to me, no meant no. And so when I look at option 6, because option 5 and option 6 have been the only ones that have been on the table tonight. When option 6 says no to any CTS, does that mean that there is an option for someone to appeal that decision of ours to LPAT or to another tribunal? And could that decision of ours be overturned? That's my first question.
Thank you. And I just wanted to note that the lights have gone out here, so that's why some of us are in the dark. However, I will have I'll have staff answer that, and I note that Nick McDonald is here from the study. So if that's okay, I'll hand over to Nick while we try and get the lights on here.
Great. Thank you, Mayor McGarry. I'm happy to answer that question. Yes, if the city decided to amend its official plan and zoning bylaw to establish a clear prohibition on the use, firstly, the official plan amendment would be sent to the Region of Waterloo for approval because they are the approval authority, and they may decide to not approve the city's amendment. I can't speculate, but that is a possibility. If they decide to not approve it or approve it, that decision can also be appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal. And they could also make a decision that is different than the decision council made in terms of establishing the prohibition. So yes, the opportunity and the possibility very much exists for a decision of council under the Planning Act to be dealt with by a body other than council in making a decision on something like this.
Thank you, Nick. And just as a follow-up then, Madam Mayor. So Nick, that means that no really doesn't mean no as far as option 6 is concerned. But then when I look at option 5 says that before any provincial funding would be granted, approval has to be given by Cambridge City Council. And that is where Cambridge City Council has more authority to say yes or no to a CTS. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, again, that's absolutely correct, because the buck would actually stop with council if option 5 was selected, whereas the buck may not stop with council because someone else is making a decision on the Planning Act component of the application process itself. So one of my reasons for recommending option 5 is that I believe very much that this should be a local decision made by people who know the community best and not someone from outside the community. I think that's a very important part of this.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, so the only way that local decision could be maintained would be through option 5, because we have the ability and the authority to say yes or no before any application goes to the province for funding.
That is correct.
So it's very clear to me, and I want it to be clear to the public too, that option 6 says no to any CTS, but it doesn't really apply because there are appeal processes built into that. But option 5 does give us the option to say no if we don't want one. You're shaking your head. I'm going to say.
Oh, yes, I guess that was a question, and I agree with your assessment.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We're trying to get a lamp in here. Councillor Liggett is next. Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
That seems strange, that one. Thank you, Madam Chair. That seemed strange, that one response that you just gave, Nick, because Councillor Mann asked you if we could say no before the application goes into the province, but we don't get a say till the province received that application and it's on file that the application has happened, and then we get our say. Is that not correct?
Yes, that is correct. I guess it's a chicken and egg thing. So,
yeah, okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, if an application is made for provincial funding, a necessary component of that application is a council resolution in support. If it's not there, the funding is not given.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions from members of council for our staff? Seeing none, I do have one. Oh, Councillor Devine, you go ahead. We've been doing that all night. I have a question and you jump in. Go ahead. I'll take you first. Councillor Devine.
That's okay. I'm a little slow on the uptake on this these Zoom meetings. Nick, question. If council opts for number 5 and down the road, council makes a decision that we don't want to put in a CTS, can that be appealed by, can we be overturned by the region? Can we be overturned by LPAC? Can we be overturned by the province?
So I'm not sure I understand the question correctly, but if option 5 was selected,
Yes.
you'd be relying upon your current official plan and zoning bylaw, which recognizes this kind of a use as a public use.
Yes.
So there is no Planning Act application required in that circumstance, meaning there is no ability for it to go to LPAT. A decision of council that is made in support of or not in support of a CTS site as part of a provincial funding application, in my view, is a decision that cannot be appealed. It does not, there is no way for that to get to LPAT. Now, I'm not a lawyer. There may be folks out there that think that they could take some action against council, but I can't speculate on what that could be. But it certainly wouldn't be going to LPAT because it's not a Planning Act application.
Okay, that's fine. So we're just basically talking about Planning Act, nothing else, no other parameters here.
That's correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just look to see if there's anybody else before I ask a question. And my question would probably be on the same line. Sorry, I missed just a couple of those as we're sorting things out here. But my question was really regarding the potential for what would happen if Cambridge Council declined the opportunity to have a CTS in Cambridge, where the need has been identified by our public health department, and it was appealed by either an individual or an organization, and it ended up at LPAT, and I think that happened in the City of London, for an example. Then the final decision about a CTS would then fall to LPAT. Do I have that right?
Yes and no, and I'll explain why I'm saying yes and no. If you amend your official plan or establish a process through amending the official plan that requires someone to make an application, and you as a council refuse the application, then the application goes to LPAT. You're correct on that. And they may make a decision that is the same as yours as a council or different. However, an LPAT cannot compel council to pass a resolution in support of or not in support of a provincial funding request for a CTS site. And that's why I said yes and no. Hopefully that's clear. I guess a big part of where my recommendation is coming from is that setting up a duplicative process where one part of what somebody wants to do goes to LPAT and the other part goes to council makes no sense, because that would cost a lot of money, create a very adversarial circumstance at the LPAT, and everyone would leave that process not happy. In my view, retaining control locally without there being that ability to go to LPAT, I think is in the public interest and certainly satisfies the need of this council, I think, to ensure that it is in control of its own destiny with respect to this type of use.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'll just look to see if there's any further questions before I go on to comments from members of council. And I see no further questions, so I'll now look to council to see if there are any comments to be made. Councillor Adshade, then Councillor Devine. Go ahead, Councillor Adshade.
Thank you, Your Worship. And looking this over, and I appreciate the questions that have been asked, and thanks, Nick, for clarifying. all the other options, if we chose any other option other than option 5, it's quite likely, as we know, it would quite likely be appealed by some group and go to LPAT, and they would make the final decision and be out of our hands. So we really have, the only really way we can have any control over this situation and determine whether we want one or not and what location it's going to be is if we vote for option 5. So I think it's very clear that we need to vote for option 5, and I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. On to Councillor Devine. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you through the chair. We had, like this evening, we had a lot of speakers, some really good speakers, passionate and emotional. About 60% of the emails that came in, 60, I could be wrong, could be high as 75 or 80, were against the CTS, yet we had 80% of the people tonight were positive towards the CTS. Are these the only people that came in as wanted to delegate status? Like what's happened here? Do we know?
Councillor Devine, what are you asking?
Well, no, just it seems like the people who spoke tonight were very positive towards the safe and the CTS. And yet 80% of what we got in emails were people against it. So are these the only people that wanted delegate status tonight? It just strikes me odd, that's all.
Yes, and I think that I can answer to that, and I'll just
Please,
have the clerks confirm.
Sure.
But for those that were requesting to delegate, we accepted all the delegates that had asked to step up. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go next to Councillor Mann. Go ahead, Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize because I think this is probably more a question, but when we look at a CTS, how much of the treatment is rehabilitation? Because rehabilitation is so important, and we've heard that tonight through the delegates. They talked about the treatment, they talked about getting into a CTS, but they talked about rehabilitation being a very important part of that. So as we look at this and we look at the options available to us, what control do we have as far as what elements of rehabilitation are built into a CTS if it were to be approved down the road somewhere?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, I can try to answer that question. And I think the best way I can answer it is by saying that if a CTS site was proposed, that would be exactly the kind of question council would ask and would need to be shown very clearly how that's going to work before you actually get to make a decision. And if you feel that the case has not been made and that those pathways or gateways are not happening, then that becomes a factor in your decision-making when passing a resolution.
Thank you for that, Nick. So that really does tell us that we are in the driver's seat with option 5, and we can be in control of what a CTS will have as far as rehabilitation or any other services, wraparound services for that matter, that they would meet the needs of our community if that's the way we want it to go.
That's how I read it, and that's how I see it. And certainly you may get to a point where the types of services you're looking for cannot be provided, and then that becomes a factor as well in your decision-making process.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council. And just before we go on to other speakers, we are now at 10:56, and we will have to either close at 11 p.m. or we could pass a motion now to extend for another period of time, perhaps 30 minutes. So at this point, I'll take suggestions. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an important topic that's been on the table all night, and I would be amenable to us dealing with this issue and then concluding council for the night. So I would put forward a motion that we would continue until this particular item is finished, and then we close the books on council for this evening. It's been a long day for everybody.
Yes. Anyway, just one moment. Councillor Mann and rest of council, we do have one item of business after this as well. We could probably extend for an hour and get it all done. Otherwise, we'll struggle to get back in time to do that.
Madam Chair, I'd be prepared to extend it so that we finish this topic. That's the motion that I would put forward.
And leave the rest. And defer the rest, you mean?
I'm afraid so. I just think it's been such a long day for everybody. I mean, we've been sitting here for 13 hours, and I think to go any longer than we absolutely have to is asking a lot of people. I know it's asking a lot of staff, and maybe what we can do is just say that the next meeting will be at the regular times that we have, and we deal with the time at the next meeting. But I think it's a lot to ask for everybody to say, let's stay until midnight.
Okay, I take your point, and certainly we have we already have the times that we need till the end of the year. All right, so we will then call the motion. I'm just going to look for a seconder to extend until we finish this meeting, and I see Councillor Reid, who's seconding it. I'm going to call the vote. Madam Clerk.
I'm unmuting. Okay. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Meba.
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. I guess the lights turning out was our sign. We'll carry on then. Those that have spoken and don't want to speak, please remember to lower your hand so I don't get too confused. But it was Councillor Wolf next. Go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I strongly support this resolution. I realize it's basically a planning resolution, which gives us control. But after listening to the delegates tonight, I would also say that I think looking at the science, the research, best practices, and compassion, this needs to drive our decision making regarding a CTS. Looking at some of the emails we received from Bill Davidson and Ann Tinker, who stated they're on the Cambridge COVID Response Committee, that CTS is an important piece of harm reduction. Chief Larkin, the CTS is an important tool in the toolbox. Just all our delegates tonight, so impressive. especially I think our frontline workers who were with Cameron, Jesse Burt, and the lived experience of Amanda, June Anderson, like the compassion and feeling and experience that these people went out of their way to delegate tonight and explain how important a CTS is, that lives do matter. And I really understood that they talked about to fight addiction, you need connection. And that connection is found at the CTS. Anyway, I just was very impressed with the whole process that we went through, and will strongly be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I hope everyone can hear me okay like this. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So
yes, we
I
can.
have a toddler sleeping like 6 feet away in another room, so I'm keeping it on the down low right now. I will also be strongly supporting this motion, not just because of from the delegations, but also the emails we received. And from my own experience, having recently been in a by-election and having knocked on thousands of doors across Ward 7, there were absolutely voices that were opposed, but there were a lot of voices that were very much in favor. Even the very last weekend before the by-election, someone emailed me and said, "What's your stance on CTS sites?" We had a discussion and she said, "Okay, great. I'm a nurse. I moved here from BC. I don't understand why we don't have these, so I'm going out to vote." So it's by no means a one-sided issue, and I don't think there's a majority anywhere. What I think there is in Cambridge right now is an open space for dialogue and discussion. I think recently there's been maybe the mistaken assumption that any difference on CTS means division, and we should get angry and take sides, put the flags up and dig in. And I think what conversations like tonight can do is put a halt to that. This is not a final yes, no, or on anything. I think all councillors agree we need community consultation. We need to speak with businesses. We need to make sure that our constituents and Cambridge residents know that we're doing the right thing for them. So, and maybe this is a staff question as well, this is not a final yes, no. This is one small step in a planning process that has to do with zoning. Not a final yes, no. But I think what Cambridge wants to see on whatever quote unquote side someone takes is that there's movement, is that there's something happening, and that we as a council are working together in a concerted way to establish control over a situation that may have been volatile in the past, but in the future going forth can, I think, actually be fairly smooth and harmonious if we establish that shared dialogue together. So that was the message I got from a lot of the delegations tonight. The message I got from a lot of emails, even some of those that may have had a lot of exclamation marks, was that they cared. They're passionate about their community. And I think that's fantastic. And for me, that's a space to open a dialogue. And I'm excited to have it in the future. So I will be strongly supporting option number 5. I hope everyone can hear me, and I didn't wake my toddler up. So that's a victory.
We don't hear him yelling, so that's good. Are there further comments from members of council? And seeing none, the chair has a few. Again, this is a planning study. This provides some control for council to decide the fate of a potential CTS site and where it goes. We have heard from many people on this discussion, from businesses, from residents, from those that are affected. We are certainly aware of all the voices, and we're trying to make the best decision possible, having taken all of people's comments in, looking at the evidence, listening to all the voices, and then deciding the best for our community. We have heard loudly and clearly about where a CTS should not go. And you've heard council already support the fact that we don't support it in a downtown core near our businesses. I also will strongly support this, this option, number 5, because it gives us the greatest control. And I know that this council will do the right thing if a site comes forward to ensure that we can certainly take all those voices into consideration. I did want to address the issue itself as well. Addiction is a health issue. The province of Ontario has a Ministry of Health who has mandated harm reduction and pays for medical services, including consumption and treatment sites. It's a very strongly regulated treatment. The consumption and treatment site has strong regulations and is mandated to have wraparound services in any consumption site. There's certainly some federal regulations that people have to follow as well. But bottom line is we all want the same thing. We all want more mental health and addiction services, and consumption and treatment services site is just one tool in a toolbox. Certainly the harm reduction policy of the provincial government is then passed down to the public health departments to implement. And the region of Waterloo is our body that implements harm reduction in a number of different ways. And certainly with that harm reduction comes their suggestion that due to the ongoing issues with deaths and overdoses in our community, that Cambridge is identified as an area that needs a consumption and treatment services site. Some people have said our city dollars and our tax dollars are better spent in treatment. I did want to reiterate that any health services is paid for by the provincial governments, and city and regional taxes do not pay for some of these sites. We are just being asked to find a potential site. I'd also say that our role, having listened to all these voices, is to really come up with a planning study decision this evening. And before we just go forward to any other comments, I did want to bring out some of the voices that we have been hearing from and starting to get some correspondence for. And one is our chief of police and our first responders. And I know that the chief of police has written us a letter. It was in your package this evening. But he does identify that the overdoses that the first responders are called to numbered 272 in Cambridge year to date, and that's resulted in 21 deaths. And the police members themselves have administered life-saving measures 21 times. Region-wide, they've responded to 782 overdoses, which have resulted in 82 deaths, and those are human beings that are no longer in our community. Police officers have administered life-saving measures 45 times within the region, and that does have an impact. And as the police chief states, every fatal overdose requires an in-depth investigation in order to rule out any criminality. These investigations are complex, requiring police resources, forensic examination, and financial impacts on our system. A consumption and treatment service is an important tool in the toolbox to ensure that we as a community are doing everything we can to keep our community safe. And I will follow up with just one more comment from the chief's letter. Consumption and treatment services in the city of Kitchener have resulted in a decrease of unsafe consumption practices and allowed the Waterloo Region Police Services to focus on illicit drug trafficking, as well as other crime and other public priorities. That's the same that I've heard from all of our first responders. We have also an obligation to ensure that our first responders are being used where they need to be. And certainly the fewer overdoses that they're called for means that they can get back in their vehicles and go on to the next calls. There are a lot of compelling reasons, and I'm just going to end by, I will strongly support option number 5. It gives council the best control, and we'll move forward from there. Councillor Devine, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. That was well done. Whether you take option 1 to 6, we clearly have a problem in our community. And it doesn't matter what side of this you're on, whether you're positive or negative. I heard good arguments from a lot of people, but the arguments are very common. Adam Cooper, I thought, spoke very well about the fox in the henhouse. But one of the things that he said, as long as many others from the other side of the camp, treatment, 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 treatment. It's not necessarily about consumption. It's about the treatment. And I've dealt with a number of addicts over the years at various levels. And when that person decides they want treatment, they can't wait a day. They can't wait 2 days. They can't wait till that afternoon. If somebody decides they're wanting to go into treatment, you have to get them there and then. Not a week later, not 2 weeks later. It's very, very important as we go through this exercise that before anything's ever done, and we may not end up with one in the city, but before anything's ever done, that all those wraparound services are there before that first syringe hits the arm. That is very, very, very important. Now, I'm going to support option number 5. I'm going to support it reluctantly because, to be quite honest with you, I still have some issues with this. But as we go down the road, we as a city must do it right. We must do it right for our people to the benefit of everyone on both sides of the fence here. But again, I got to stress, treatment, treatment, treatment. I will support it. But there was one email that was sent to us. Every councillor got it. Okay, and this one really hit home. There's a lady who lives in downtown Galt. She said 4 deaths either in her backyard or in behind her house of overdoses. 4. And I'm sure all of you have read the literature you got, but it was sent to every councillor. Can you imagine walking out your back door, and seeing a body laying there? That probably could have been prevented, and maybe we had proper treatment services. They might be alive today now off the stuff. So I'm going to reluctantly support this, but I still have some issues with it. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we're ready to call the vote. And just before I call that, I did want to reassure the community, anybody that's still listening or who'll be looking at later, as well as members of council, that every opportunity that I have as head of council, that the area municipality heads of council and regional council head have, when we're talking to the upper levels of government, the federal and provincial governments, we do advocate for detox beds, rehab beds, more mental health addictions resources, as well as housing. And that involves also recently in the pre-budget consultation for the province, where Councillor Mann, as chair of our Budget and Audit Committee, attended. And we continue to advocate very strongly for our treatment services. And with that, I think we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
In favor.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Now I'm just going to confer with the clerk as we look to close the meeting, just to make sure that I've got everything that we need for today.
Do we have another motion that we haven't dealt with, or are we going to deal with that in the next meeting?
Yeah. Just one moment, thanks. Thank you. Just conferring with the clerk to ensure that we have what we need to do tonight. So what we propose is that we defer the revised schedule till December 1st, and that we will have to just complete off with our confirmatory bylaw and the other items just this evening, which we can run through very quickly. So looking for a motion to defer the revised schedule to December 1st. Councillor Mann, seconder. Councillor Reid. Okay. And Councillor Liggett, your motion will go with that. So we'll take the whole item and put it to December 1st. Do we need we need to vote on this. And I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade?
In favor.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Mehta?
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Liggett?
In favor.
Councillor Mann?
In favor.
Councillor Reid?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor.
Mayor McGarry?
In favor.
That carries.
Okay. And now we'll do the introduction and consideration of bylaws. That's moved by Councillor Wolf. Would you please read the motion?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, it'll be moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Reid, and I'll have Madam Clerk read it if she can still read in the dark. Do you need the light? Okay, go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Reid. Recommendation 20-109 being a bylaw to adopt municipal fees and charges for 2021.
Okay, and now I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade?
In favor.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Mehta?
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Liggett?
In favor.
Councillor Mann?
In favor.
Councillor Reid?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor.
Mayor McGarry?
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. And we'll move to the confirmatory bylaw. And Councillor Ermetta, you have this motion. So it's moved by Councillor Ermetta and seconded by Councillor Mann.
Sorry, could the clerk read that, please? Thank you.
Yep, she'll go ahead. Madam Clerk?
Moved by Councillor Mehta, seconded by Councillor Mann. Recommendation 20-110 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of City of Cambridge at its meeting held on the 18th day of November 2020.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the close of meeting. Councillor Mann? Oh, wait, sorry, what did I do?
Let's vote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's vote. Good plan, sorry. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade?
In favor.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Mehta?
Aye.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Liggett?
In favor.
Councillor Mann?
In favor.
Councillor Reid?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor.
Mayor McGarry?
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. And now we'll get to the close of meeting. Councillor Mann, you have that motion?
I do, Madam Mayor, and while it's still today, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, and the recommendation is that the council meeting does now adjourn at 11:22 p.m.
Thank you. And I will now call for the vote this time. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Adshade?
In favor.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Mehta?
Opposed. I'm okay. In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Liggett?
In favor.
Councillor Mann?
In favor.
Councillor Reid?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor.
Mayor McGarry?
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest that we all take the rest of the night off, that staff drive home safely that are still here in the building. Stay safe.